Chapter 1. Hold On. Author's note. Please read before you start the first chapter, auxiliary chapter, before reading it. Thank you. Honk honk. Tires screeching. Bam. The driver tried to apply brakes, but it was already too late. He never expected a random man to appear in front of his truck on a clear road. Ugh, truck cun. Though I did request you to hit me in a few of my comments, I just did that because I thought it would make me look funny and cool. You weren't supposed to take it seriously. Fuck, it hurts. Nux, the 35-year-old man who was hit by the truck, felt his whole body searing in pain. It did not take much of a time for his body to fall limply on the ground. His eyes turned heavy. He did try to keep them open but couldn't bear it anymore, and soon his consciousness faded away. Nux's whole body flinched as he woke up. That was a scary dream. He sighed, his forehead still sweating, but suddenly he furrowed his brows. Where is this place? He looked around and found himself in an unknown room. Unlike the normal rooms made from cement and bricks, this room was built from wood. Though it was clean, it was clear from the furniture that the living condition of the person living in this room wasn't very good. Of course, Nux didn't have the time to think about all this since he was already panicking due to the weird circumstances. Was I kidnapped? No, it doesn't make sense. There is no way someone would kidnap me since I don't have any value at all. There is no merit. Wait. Does that mean it wasn't a dream and I was really hit by that truck? He thought about several things that can lead him to his current situation. He raised his hand to touch his forehead and could feel an unusual bump on his head. Was I saved by someone? That must be it. Damn, now I would have to pay for hospital bills. If I knew this would happen, I would have bought health insurance. Nux cried inwardly, already thinking about different ways to pay the bill, and was ready to say goodbye to all his games and novel for the next few years, since he would have to work overtime. However, he suddenly felt something was different. Due to all that confusion, he might not have noticed this earlier, but now that he is thinking clearly, his hands were whiter and thinner than before. He looked down and noticed that he was wearing completely different clothes from what he is normally used to. He touched his face and noticed his beard was completely gone, and even his face felt different than before. Hold on. Chapter 2. An Instant Decision. He touched his face and noticed his beard was completely gone, and even his face felt different than before. Hold on. Suddenly, a whole new theory appeared in his mind, and a strange excitement welled within him. Is this what I think it is? Ignoring the pain he felt, he quickly ran towards the door, and as soon as he opened it, he took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly, and a big smile appeared on his face. Yup, it's definitely what I think it is, he exclaimed. The air is different. The scenery is different. There is no doubt about it. He was in another world. I transmigrated. Truck-kun, my friend, I was definitely serious when I said I wanted you to hit me. He laughed loudly, and after taking another deep breath, he returned to his room and sat on the ground with an excited look on his face. According to the script, now is the time for my cheat to make an entry, right? His eyes shinned in excitement as he waited for his cheat to appear. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. His excitement dimmed down. His cheat did not appear. Okay, it's all right. Some cheats like to play with MC's feelings and only appear when MC is in danger. Yes, it must be like that. Thinking that, he looked around, and his eyes fell on a slightly sharper rock lying on the floor. Without hesitation, he picked the rock up and stabbed it right through his abdomen. Or not. No, not doing that. I can't hurt myself based on a fantasy story now, can I? That makes no sense. Not that I'm scared or anything. This is just not practical. He chickened out and decided to wait a little longer. Time passed. Nothing happened. Finally, Nux gave up on receiving his cheat. As expected, ain't no way will Lady Luck ever be beside me. He sighed as he accepted his fate and decided to find a way to live yet another normal life. His eyes then fell on a small mirror in the corner of the room. He walked towards it, and as soon as he looked at his reflection, he cussed. Fuck, I am handsome. He instantly threw away the thoughts he had about living a normal life. All right, I'ma become a gigolo and find a sugar mama to take care of me. Yay! An instant decision.
Chapter 3. Of course. I am handsome indeed. Nux spoke in delight as he glanced at his face from different angles. The more he watched, the more he liked it. His long, thick raven hair combined with his smooth white skin with a perfectly carved face. His golden eyes had a unique shine within them. His sword-like eyebrows, thin nose, and sharp jawline made his face immortal-like, even though it was a little bruised. With this face, combined with this frail-looking body, I am indeed the best quality gigolo anyone can ever have. I have to work hard to find a customer worthy of me. Nux nodded to himself, but then furrowed his brows. But why am I bruised? He thought. After his transmigration, nothing was going according to the script. He didn't get his cheat, and neither did he have his predecessor's memory. Were they jealous of my overly handsome face? That should be the case. Losers. Wait till I find a good sugar mommy. I'll have my revenge then. Nux snorted inwardly as he hypothesized. Growl. Just as he was thinking about his revenge, he heard his stomach growling. Only then did he realize that he was very hungry. He looked around and found some peach-like fruits on his table. It should not be poisonous since it is in my house. Thinking that, he quickly took a bite. They tasted like green apples. Finding them delicious, he devoured them all without wasting any time. Though that little amount of fruits could not satisfy his hunger completely, it was not as bad as before. However, if he learned that what he just ate was equal to 2 days' meal of his predecessor, he would not complain about not being satisfied at all. Knock, knock. Smash. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door, but just as he was about to answer, the door was slammed open and 3 rough-looking guys came in. Why did you even bother knocking if you wanted to slam open the door? Nux thought inwardly, but he knew it was not the time to ask questions like these. Have you decided to come with us? The scar-faced man, who Nux presumed was the leader of this group, asked. Nux took a deep breath as he glared at them without saying anything. However, there was no trace of fear on his face. The leader frowned as he glanced at his subordinates. Only when he confirmed that they had the same confused look on their face did he turn to Nux and raised his eyebrow. I asked, have you decided to come with us? He asked again, this time his tone a little heavier than before. Of course.
Chapter 4. Fuck yes. I asked, have you decided to come with us? He asked again, this time his tone a little heavier than before. Of course, Nux quickly answered, without even knowing where they would take him. His logic was simple. He knew he stood no chance against them if they fought, so if they wanted to harm him, they could have done it here. They would not bother taking him somewhere where they have set up a trap just to deal with a weakling like him. He agreed after thinking it logically, not because he was scared of the scar-faced man in front of him. Not at all. The leader, the scar-faced man, was shocked by his answer, but his face quickly returned to normal as he nodded and threw a glass bottle containing a weird purple-colored liquid in it. Drink it. Without asking anything, Nux quickly emptied the bottle. Although it was a little bitter, as soon as it traveled down his throat, he felt warm energy coursing throughout his body, and his face, which was bruised, was healed without any mark left. Though surprised, he didn't have the luxury to think what kind of godly thing he had just drunk, as he quickly followed the men. After walking for a while, he appeared in front of a building which was completely in contrast with his worn-out wooden house. It was a large building made from white-colored marbles, which gave the building a holy feeling. There were a few words written on it, but Nux couldn't recognize the language, so he ignored them. Soon, the party entered the building and walked towards a specific room. Although he could not read what was written on the door, by the design and others' attitude, it was clear that the room belonged to someone important. Knock, knock. After a knock, the door was opened by a beautiful girl wearing a classic maid costume. She nodded to the scar-faced man before glancing towards Nux. A little surprise could be seen on her face before it went back to her normal, expressionless face. She walked into the room, and the party followed her trail. There they saw a man wearing expensive-looking robes who was sitting on a chair with a leisurely attitude. The man had blonde hair with a French mustache, making him look like a classic merchant. He then glanced at Nux before asking, "You know why you are brought here, right?" Countless thoughts ran wild inside Nux's mind. Should I tell him I do not know anything? But from that scar-faced man's attitude, it is clear that he had told my predecessor about the situation. Won't they know that I am not who they think I am? But this is my only chance to know what is happening. I should not waste it. Due to all these quick thoughts, Nux panicked a little and nodded and shook his head at the same time, looking quite funny. The man raised his eyebrows at his response as he glanced at the scar-faced man before turning back to Nux. "My name is Elton Payton. I am the head of this merchant guild. You, my friend, are a lucky man who caught the eyes of Viscount Felberta." Nux's eyes opened wide as he looked at Elton to see if he was joking. "Yes, my friend, Viscount Felberta wishes to take you as her personal boy toy," Elton revealed, and Nux's eyes couldn't hide the shock he was experiencing. Fuck yes.
Chapter 5. Finally, I got my cheat. Seeing Nux's shocked look, Elton nodded in satisfaction and questioned, "Well, are you ready to meet Viscount Felberta?" "Of course, but shouldn't I first prepare myself and buy some suitable clothes to look my best possible?" Nux questioned, already thinking about ways to get on Viscount Felberta's good side. He was a good gigolo, as good as a natural. Hearing what Nux said, Elton glanced at Nux's stunning face and his lips twitched. Still, as a professional merchant, he hid his expression and replied, "No, I don't think you should do that. A woman like Viscount Felberta has a thing for weak boys, you know what I mean? Your frail-looking body combined with those worn-out loose robes will make her more excited." "I see." Nux nodded solemnly. His expression looked like he was contemplating something serious. "All right, let's not make Viscount wait for longer than we already have," Elton said as he clapped his hand and rushed everyone to get ready. An hour-long carriage ride later, Nux found himself in front of a woman. As the lady's gaze fell on Nux, her eyes brightened and a big smile appeared on her face. "Hello, Nux. My name is Felberta Alvi. I was the one who bought you from the Merchant Guild. From now on, you will stay here with me and will do whatever I say, all right? Whatever I say, okay?" Nux, on the other hand, stood still as he gazed ahead with a dumbstruck look on his face. Noticing his intense and kind of lost gaze, Viscount blushed a little before she asked, "Do you have any questions?" Nux remained silent. Seeing this, everyone in the room furrowed their brows, but it didn't matter to Nux at all. He didn't bother about anyone present in the room, not even Viscount Felberta. Right now, he was busy examining the screen that appeared in front of his eyes, along with a ding sound inside his head. Ding. First target detected. Initializing Supreme Harem God System. Connecting the Supreme Harem God System to host soul. Connection completed. Character information. Name: Nux Leander. Age: 18. Mana cultivation: mortal. Body cultivation: mortal. Race: human. Talent: low. LVL: 1. HP: 100/100. Strength: 6. Agility: 8. Vitality: 10. Stamina: 7. Intelligence: 9. Defense: 5. Blank points: 10. Limit of a normal human: 10. Ability: Craving touch. Craving touch. Your touch will make a woman crave for more, and she will never be sexually satisfied by anyone else. The more time you spend with a woman, the stronger the effect gets. Harem members: none. As a starting bonus, the system will provide the host with 10 blank points that he can add to any of his stats. The Supreme Harem God System has been successfully installed. From now on, the host can gain the power, talent, physique, and bloodline of the woman he fucks. The stronger the target, the more benefits the host gains. The more he read, the better it got, an unusual glint shone in his eyes.
Finally, I got my cheat. Now I don't have to live a normal life anymore.
Nuck sighed in relief as he sat on a soft bed and looked around. Right now, he was in a new room that was completely different from his previous worn-out room. It was clear that Viscount treated him quite well. Nuck shook his head as he glanced at the system screen in front of him. Memory fragment detected. Would you like to retrieve it? Cost 10 blank points. Why, N. This should be my predecessor's memories. Should I retrieve it? But is it really worth it? I mean, he was just a nobody. What could he know that can help me? Sure, it would be more convenient, but should I spend 10 blank points? That is all the blank points I have right now. Also, I don't know what the drop rate of these blank points, so I don't know their value. But according to the system, a normal human's limit for a certain attribute is 10, which means if I add all the blank points on strength, it can directly double my strength compared to normal humans. That's definitely a huge gain. Yep, I can't waste these precious blank points on something I am unsure about. Now, technically, I should save these blank points and not add them to any other attribute, so I can grind more points while being weak and add these points when I can't gain them anymore. But this only sounds good if it is a video game, and my life is certainly not one. Okay, I have decided. I'll add these points right now and will preserve the points I will gain later. All right, there is nothing much to think about it. 6 points on agility, 4 on stamina. Nux felt a unique stream of energy flowing through his body. Suddenly, he felt that his body was a lot lighter than before. He felt like he could easily overtake the world's fastest runner in a race. It felt weird and good at the same time. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. LV1, HP 100-100. Strength, 6. Agility, 14. Vitality, 10. Stamina, 11. Intelligence, 9. Def, 5. Blank points, 0. He nodded in satisfaction as he glanced at his stats. With this, I can run away easily if I ever get stuck in a difficult situation. Security is important, after all. After settling the matter of his stats, he shifted his attention to his system as he started reading about its features to get a better understanding of it.
Chapter 6. Viscount Felberta. Finally, I got my cheat. Now I don't have to live a normal life anymore, he rejoiced inwardly. Nux. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting his name, and his thoughts quickly returned to Earth. What? He asked as his gaze finally fell on Viscount Felberta. What are you thinking that is so important that you had the galls to ignore me? Viscount questioned as she glared at Nux. Sorry. I am sorry. I just never saw someone as beautiful as you, so I was lost, he replied awkwardly with a slight blush on his face. Real smooth. His answer worked like a charm as Viscount's gaze changed from glare to a warm gaze. This game's on easy mode, Nux thought inwardly as he noticed the change in her expression. But he wasn't lying. He was really surprised when he saw her. He thought that she would be like some fat, ugly lady, but she was a classic example of a MILF. Her perfect hourglass figure was as enchanting as it could ever get. Nux couldn't help but glance at those milky breasts that were enough for a normal weeb to die from a nosebleed. Her raven hair matched Nux's, while her black eyeballs were as deep as an abyss. Her thin eyebrows, small nose, and cherry-like red and luscious lips made her look like an alluring succubus. He even wondered why a woman like her wants a boy toy, and why would she even pay for it? Heck, people would pay themselves if they can have a chance to be her boy toy. It's not a problem, just be careful from now on. Okay, I will ask you again. Are you ready to abandon your normal life and stay with me for the rest of your life? Of course. Though this reply was the same as before, if one looks deeply, there was a different glint in his golden eyes. A look of a predator. Earlier, he just wanted to be a boy toy so that he can live a stable life while he spends some time with someone. But now he wasn't here just to be a boy toy or a gigolo. Now he wanted to conquer this woman called Felberta. He glanced at his ridiculously overpowered ability, the craving touch, and thought of different ways to get more women and increase his power. Truck-kun, my friend, I was definitely serious when I said I wanted you to hit me. Ha ha ha.
Nux sighed in relief as he sat on a soft bed and looked around. Right now he was in a new room that was completely different from his previous worn-out room. It was clear that Viscount treated him quite well. Nuck shook his head as he glanced at the system screen in front of him. Memory fragment detected. Would you like to retrieve it? Cost 10 blank points. Why N? This should be my predecessor's memories. Should I retrieve it? But is it really worth it? I mean, he was just a nobody. What can he know that can help me? Sure, it would be more convenient, but should I spend 10 blank points? That is all the blank points I have right now. Also, I don't know what is the drop rate of these blank points, so I don't know their value. But according to the system, a normal human's limit for a certain attribute is 10, which means if I add all the blank points on strength, it can directly double my strength compared to normal humans. That's definitely a huge gain. Yup, I can't waste these precious blank points on something I am unsure about. Now, technically, I should save these blank points and not add them to any other attribute, so I can grind more points while being weak and add these points when I can't gain them anymore. But this only sounds good if it is a video game, and my life is certainly not one. Okay, I have decided. I'll add these points right now and will preserve the points I will gain later. All right, there is nothing much to think about it. 6 points on agility, 4 on stamina. Nux felt a unique stream of energy flowing through his body. Suddenly, he felt that his body was a lot lighter than before. He felt like he could easily overtake the world's fastest runner in a race. It felt weird and good at the same time. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 1. HP, 100/100. STR, 6. AGL, 14. VIT, 10. STM, 11. INT, 9. DEF, 5. Blank points, 0. He nodded in satisfaction as he glanced at his stats. With this, I can run away easily if I ever get stuck in a difficult situation. Security is important after all. After settling the matter of his stats, he shifted his attention to his system as he started reading about its features to get a better understanding of it.
Chapter 8. A Predator's Grin. Time passed and evening fell. Nux noticed that it was time for the Viscount to return from her office. He didn't know the exact time she would return, but since he didn't have anything else to do, he stood up and walked towards the Viscount's room. He had done some research and learned that the Viscount's husband died, and her only son lives in Royal Academy and rarely comes home. Yep, a clear path ahead. Chuckling inwardly, he appeared in front of the Viscount's room. Noticing that she hasn't returned, he decided to sit in front of the room and wait for her. Nox, what are you doing here? It didn't take a long time for Viscount to return along with 2 maids. She had a surprised look on her face when she saw Nux sitting in front of her room, and she questioned. Oh, nothing, ma'am. I just thought that you would be tired after working for so long, so I decided to come here and check if there is anything I can help you with, Nux stuttered as he answered. Of course, he didn't forget to glance at her face before lowering his gaze in shame and a slight blush. Seemingly pleased by his answer, Viscount smiled and questioned, Oh, what would you help me with? I can massage your shoulders. It will help you relax, Nux answered, keeping his gaze down. Viscount chuckled as an intense urge to tease this boy welled inside her. She walked towards Nux with an enchanting smile, her face half a finger away from Nux's as she questioned. Why are you looking down? Am I too ugly for you to look at? No, you are just too beautiful. No, that's not it. No, you are beautiful, but Nux panicked when he looked up and noticed that her face was too close to his. He tried to back away, but slipped and fell to the ground. Unable to come up with an explanation, he decided to keep his gaze on the ground. Seeing this, not only Viscount, even the 2 maids following her chuckled. The Viscount smiled as she crouched in front of Nux as she questioned. Are you telling me I am not beautiful? No. Then you think I am beautiful? Yes. Viscount's smile widened as she questioned. Are you hitting on me? No, I didn't mean it like that. I Seeing the flustered look on his face, the Viscount laughed out loud before she flicked her finger on his forehead to gain his attention and replied, All right, you don't need to be so flustered. I was just teasing you. As for you massaging me, well, what are you waiting for? Follow me. Saying that, the Viscount stood up and she entered her room with a very satisfied look on her face. Nux also followed her back to her room obediently. Of course, nobody noticed that small, imperceptible smile on his face, a predator's grin.
Chapter 9, Mission. Viscount Filberta's room was much more elegant and well-furnished than Nux's, but he didn't bother looking around as his gaze was fixed on that ripe ass that is swaying left and right as she is walking. Combined with the red gown she is wearing that does nothing to hide her hourglass figure, and even enhances it, she looked as if she is teasing her just by being there. A really enchanting woman. Ding! Suddenly, a sound rang inside Nux's head. Mission: fuck Filberta Alvi. Description: well, fuck Filberta Alvi. Reward: Eye of Discerning. Warning: if the mission fails, the ability Craving Touch will be disabled. Time limit: 30 days. Huh? A mission? Wow, it really is like an RPG game, huh? The punishment is quite scary, though. As for the reward, I don't know what that is. Eye of Discerning. Discerning Eye. Eye of Discerning. Nux tried to say the ability name in his mind. He even tried touching the screen. Not only that, he even called it out loud, even though he was near Viscount Filberta. But even after all this, nothing happened. Yo, Mr. System, do I not get any description? Nux tried to call the system, but again, nothing happened. The system was ignoring him. Is it one of those systems that do not have consciousness? Well, to be honest, I do prefer it that way. I don't really want a talking system. That's too annoying. Oh well, whatever. As far as I know, this mission is very easy. I mean, this woman bought me as a boy toy, right? Won't it be stupid not to fuck the boy toy she spent her money on? This mission is a freebie. Hehe, I am looking forwards to the rewards, though. What are you standing there for? Come on, start with my shoulders. Viscount, who was sitting on the huge bed, ordered. Nux came out of his reverie, and his eyes fell on Viscount Filberta sitting on the huge bed, and his heartbeat quickened. The contrast between the Viscount's red gown and white bed sheets was really great. Combined with how she was sitting there defenselessly while looking at him with her overly charming face, he couldn't help but gulp and blushed. This time he wasn't acting, it was his natural reaction. Viscount Filberta was too beautiful. Seeing him blushing like that, a smile appeared on Viscount Filberta's face. Who doesn't want their beauty to be appreciated by others? Of course, as a Viscount, and a beautiful one to boot, there are many people who admire her beauty, but there was a difference between Nux and them. Others always had some sort of hidden intentions behind their praises. She was a noble. She knows how two-faced other nobles can be, so she never let her guard down in front of them. Nux, however, was different. He was just a powerless little boy. He can't do anything to her, therefore her praises were honest. This added to the fact that he isn't really praising her and is just blushing uncontrollably. Filberta was even sure. As a Viscount and a beautiful one to boot, there are many people who admire her beauty, but there was a difference between Nux and them. Others always had some sort of hidden intentions behind their praises. She was a noble. She knows how two-faced other nobles can be, so she never let her guard down in front of them. Nux, however, was different. He was just a powerless little boy. He can't do anything to her. Therefore, his praises were honest. This added to the fact that he isn't really praising her and is just blushing uncontrollably. Filberta was even surer. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why Nux and the others were different. This boy Nux was really handsome. A little too handsome. Just looking at his perfectly carved face, combined with that beautiful golden eyes, Filberta felt her heart racing. All of this combined with the frail-looking weak body he has, Filberta was really happy with her find. Yep, good looks really helps with many things. Come on, Nux, why are you not coming here? Do you plan to make me wait for so long? No, ma'am, I am coming. Nux then walked towards the bed. The closer he walked, the more his face blushed. Then, without waiting, he climbed onto the bed and then moved behind the Viscount. I will be starting, ma'am. Yes, do it. Nux's hand then touched Filberta's shoulders. His gaze then turned focused, and he started massaging them. His massaging skills, however, were anything but good. The Viscount wanted to say something, but when she turned her head a little and noticed his immersed gaze on his stunning face, she ignored the bad massage and just closed her eyes. However, as she remembered the concentrated look and compared it to the flustered look he had a while before, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She then turned her head and questioned. It must be difficult for you to massage without direct contact with the skin, right? Wait, let me remove this gown.
She then stood up, deliberately forming an arch between her back and ass to tease Nux, before she grabbed her gown, and with one move, the whole thing fell on the floor. She stood in the room wearing nothing but a black pair of bra and panty. She quickly glanced at Nux, and seeing the flustered look on his red face, her smile widened. "Ma'am, it was all right." Nux wanted to persuade her, but she cut him between his words and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not an unreasonable person. I know that massage should be done with direct skin contact. Now don't worry and continue what you were doing." The Viscount sat back on the bed and quickly placed Nux's hands on her shoulders, urging him to continue. Nux, of course, couldn't go against her orders and continued with the massage. This time, when Viscount turned her head, she saw the same focused gaze, but she didn't miss the tinge of red that he was trying hard to hide. Not only that, even his hands were shaking a little. Ha ha ha, he is so cute and innocent.
He is so cute and innocent. Viscount laughed inwardly as she admired her past self for deciding to buy and have him all to herself. Nux, on the other hand, smiled inwardly when he saw the satisfied look on her face. He then glanced all over her body, and he had to admit she has the best body he has ever seen. Adding it to the fact that she was already in her black undergarments, Nux already had a boner. All right, let's advance to the second part. With that, Nux shifted his body a little, and the tent that was formed on his crotch directly touched Viscount's lower armpit. Huh? Startled, Viscount quickly glanced at the thing poking her and was shocked to find what it was. She then glanced at Nux, and seeing his same focused and flustered look, she understood that Nux has no clue about what is happening. Thinking that, she smiled and directly cupped his balls with her fair, tender hand. "Oh, what is this, Nux?" Nux's eyes opened wide when he saw her cupping his thing. He jumped back in shock and apologized. "Ma'am, I am really sorry. I don't know how it happened." He tried to hide his boner with his hands as he tugged it between his thighs and stuttered. "Just as I expected." Seeing him responding just like how she expected, Viscount Filberta smiled before she grabbed his hand and smiled. "It's all right. It's a perfectly natural thing. To be honest, I would have lost my confidence if you didn't have this sort of reaction after seeing my body. Let's see. How should we take care of this?" It is all right, ma'am. It will go away quickly," Nux replied in a very low voice. The tinge of red that was on his face turned a little brighter. "What are you talking about? Do you take me as someone selfish? You waited in front of my room so that you can help me relax when I was tired? Now that you are in this situation, do you think I will leave you alone? But that is my duty." Hearing that, Viscount grabbed his chin, forcing him to look into her eyes, and she replied softly, "You are mine now. It is my duty to take care of you as well. Now don't waste time and lie down on the bed. I'll help you out." Her voice was a lot more seductive than it was normal. Nux didn't argue and quietly did as she told her. Smiling, the Viscount removed his pant and underwear gently, and a 6-inch rod popped out. Let alone the Viscount, even Nux himself was surprised by his size. Mind you, it was still not completely hard yet. "Damn, I never thought my weapon was this strong." "Oh, that's quite a size you have here." Viscount nodded, clearly surprised that such a cute boy has such a huge rack. Not that she complained, rather she was happy since she knew it was all hers. With that thought, she grabbed Nux's rod with her soft and tender hand gently. As soon as she touched his shaft, Nux felt a huge electric bolt coursing through his body, starting from his tailbone and ending near his neck. He bit his lips and grabbed the bedsheets, trying to contain his moan. Seeing his reaction, the Countess smiled before she started stroking his rod gently. "Oh, fuck. This is good. Way too good compared to masturbation." Mind you, Nux was a 2-times virgin. This bit of a simulation was enough for him to climb to cloud 9, especially when the one doing it was such a beautiful MILF and a Viscount to boot. His whole body flinched in pleasure, but he still controlled and stopped himself from letting out a moan. As if seeing through his intention of not moaning, the Viscount took the challenge and sped her stroking. "Ah, fuck." Thick veins bulged on his dick, his rod now as hard as a rock, and an 8-inch sword stood tall and proud, even though the owner's body was quivering since the simulation was too much for a 2-time virgin like him. Feeling that he was about to come, Nux tilted his body a little, and without telling her anything, his load burst out, covering the Viscount's whole face with his hot, thick jizz. "Ah!"
Nux sighed in pleasure as he glanced at the Viscount, and seeing her face covered with his thick and slimy jizz, he smiled and admired himself inwardly before he put on a panicked expression and shouted, Ma'am, I am sorry. I can't believe I did that. I am so sorry." He tried to stand up, but his body, which was relishing the aftertaste of the frighteningly good feeling, denied his command, and he was forced to lie down. On the other hand, Viscount Filberta still couldn't believe what happened. In a daze, she used her finger to gather some jizz that was on her face before she put it in her mouth and tasted it. Finding it quite pleasant, her eyes brightened as she spoke. "Oh, now why didn't you tell me that you were come, huh?" It just felt really good and everything happened very quickly. I never experienced this before, so I didn't know it would happen." Nux replied apologetically and emphasized the last part. "It's all right. Next time warn me when you are about to come, okay?" The Viscount had a big smile on her face when she heard him. Nux nodded embarrassedly. "All right, now go outside and the maid will take you to the bathroom. Take a bath before sleeping," she replied gently. Yes, I'll do it after I clean this room." "There is no need for that. We have maids to do all that. You just have to take care of yourself and return in time." Viscount smiled gently. Return? "Of course. From now on, you will be sleeping with me. The room you have is just for you to spend time in when I am busy in my office. After I return, you have to stay here with me. Am I clear? Do you have any questions?" No, none at all." "Good." The Viscount nodded before she walked into the bathroom that was attached to her room, hiding her embarrassed look. This is the first time someone came on her face. It was a new experience for her as well, and she did not hate it since she got to see his embarrassed expression. Of course, the major part of the reason was that Nux's jizz wasn't smelly or sour. Rather, it was somewhat pleasant. Nux, on the hand, smiled widely as he saw the Viscount walking into the bathroom. He achieved his today's goal, and the whole process was even easier than he imagined. The Viscount's Shotokan nature is stronger than he thought. Of course, he wasn't actually a Shota, but his body style matches one for sure. As he recalled the Viscount's face smeared in his jizz, he grinned wickedly, and after recalling the effects it would have, his grin widened even more. It had other effects? Of course it did. Nux wasn't foolish enough to risk offending the Viscount just because of his satisfaction. He can't afford to do that, at least not at this stage. When he was reading about his system and his abilities, he found out that the closer and more erotic the contact between him and his target, the stronger the effects of his craving touch gets. The Viscount getting smeared with his jizz would make her crave for him even more. And obviously, the more the craving, the faster he will achieve his goal. His smiling face looked like a handsome demon who just tricked another innocent person to do his bidding. He quickly stood up and walked outside and entered the bathroom the maid pointed to. He wanted to bathe with the Viscount, but he controlled his urges and calmed down. He knew if he plays his cards well, the Viscount will be the one to ask for this instead. Nux returned to the room and saw the Viscount lying on the bed, glancing at him with a seductive smile. She was wearing a sky-blue-colored loose nightgown. Her hairs were still wet, making her look more captivating than normal. Nux didn't forget to continue his act as he blushed and glanced down. "After smearing all your jizz on me, you still dare to blush in embarrassment?" The Viscount chuckled. No, I didn't mean..." "It's so fun to tease you. All right, now don't keep standing there. Come over. I am already very sleepy." Seeing him panicking, the Viscount chuckled. Nux walked over with an embarrassed look before he lay down beside her. "Okay, good night," Viscount muttered as she closed the lights and hugged Nux from behind like a body pillow, her ample chest touching his frail back, causing him to have a slight reaction in the lower part of his body. "Good night," Nux replied. He knew this night would be a sleepless one, since there is no way he can sleep while an alluring woman like Filberta hugs him from behind and her long legs crosses over his. She was practically glued to him. Not that he hated this feeling, he could have never gotten someone as beautiful as the Viscount to hug him while she sleeps in his previous life, so currently he was fully satisfied. Thinking about how potent his craving touch will be after this night, he got even more excited. He noticed that even his previous calculations were wrong. He didn't need 5 days at all. 2-3 days would be enough to complete this mission. It was an error on his part. Of course, such errors were warmly welcomed by him.
Chapter 12. Good. Now touch me here. Jolts of pleasure forced Nux to wake up from his sleep. He then subconsciously glanced at his bick, which was somehow out in the open while his pants were down. He then saw a jade-white hand stroking his rod lovingly. He didn't need to think twice and instantly knew the culprit who was behind this. He slowly turned his head and saw Viscount Felberta with a slightly red face smiling at him. "Oh, you are awake. I noticed your little brother was quite excited about this new morning, so I decided to give him a hand." "Ma'am, it happens every morning. You don't have to trouble you." "It's all right. As I said before, you belong to me. It's my duty to take care of you," Viscount Felberta replied. Though she said the thing as before, this time her breathing was a little erratic while her face had a tinge of red. "The craving touch is absurd," Nux thought inwardly while he blushed and nodded meekly. Bolts of pleasure assaulted him wave after wave, but it wasn't as bad as yesterday. Last time he was someone inexperienced, but now that he had already experienced it once, he will try his best to hold out for as long as possible. As if she knew what he was thinking, Viscount Felberta instantly changed her strategy as bent her body and she crawled towards his crotch. "All right, I'll show you something good today." Saying that, she pulled her gown down, only enough for her large, milky breasts to pop out, standing upright as they were being supported by the gown. Seeing those white twins with a pink cherry on the top could make any man drool. Nux dreamed of squeezing those soft mounds of flesh as much as he wanted. It took all his willpower to not stand up and grope those juggers. But moments later, he thanked himself for not giving in and staying where he was, since what happened next was something he never imagined would happen, at least not in the recent future. Viscount Felberta positioned herself carefully, and then her two huge mountains engulfed his huge rod, and a soul-stirring pleasure assaulted his mind. Thousands and thousands of bolts of pleasure ran throughout his body, and he felt this weird numbing sensation all over his body. The legendary titfuck. Despite trying his very best not to, he couldn't help but release a satisfied moan. His whole body twitched, and the pleasure he felt as his dick rubbed her cleavage while being mushed by two soft and beautiful pair of breasts was 1,000 times better than the hand job she gave him yesterday. His eyes rolled back and his back arched up, trying to resist the enormous pleasure he was feeling. Satisfied by his reaction, Viscount Felberta smiled and increased her speed, further intensifying the pleasure he was feeling. However, Nux still resisted. He still fought the urge to come right away. As if provoked by this, Viscount Felberta's eyes met his. While maintaining eye contact, she lowered her head and licked her luscious red lips before she kissed the tip of his dick that popped out of her breasts. Stimulated by this heavenly scene, Nux wasn't able to hold it any longer, and his jizz burst out, once again spreading all over Viscount Felberta's face and her milky breasts. This time, though, it was more concentrated near her mouth. Nux breathed heavily, his chest moving up and down in quick successions. This time, there were no thoughts about how this would help him with his goal, or how should he act to please the Viscount. His mind was already numb because of all the stimulus it had received. "You really like to spread your milk all over my face, don't you?" Viscount Felberta teased. It just felt too good," Nux replied without thinking. Seeing him like that, Viscount Felberta smiled as she shook her head. "You don't take my orders seriously, do you? I told you to tell me before you come, but you ignored it." This time, Nux's head cleared up, and he quickly replied, I am extremely sorry, ma'am. He thought he somehow offended Viscount Felberta, but soon he noticed that teasing smile he had on her face. Although that smile looked more like a foolish smile with his milk spread all over her enchanting face. But that too gave her a different kind of a charm, and was enough for Nux to feel a slight reaction in his lower body, even though he had just come a moment ago. "I never said I don't like it, although you still require some punishment for listening to my order," Viscount Felberta muttered. I will go through any punishment ma'am gives me without fail," Nux nodded seriously. "Look how serious you are. It's like I will punish you with death or something. Don't worry, it will just be a light punishment. You might even enjoy it a little bit," Viscount Felberta replied, as she licked her lips sensually, and at the same time she tasted Nux's milk again.
A different kind of satisfaction washed over her body as she noticed the jizz all over her and that handsome boy lying on her bed with a tired look. My money is not wasted at all, she nodded inwardly before she smiled. All right, it's time for me to go to work after I take bath. I'll see you after I return, okay? I will wait for your return in front of your room like yesterday. My money is not wasted at all. With an unusually bright mood, Viscount Felberta walked toward her office to start the day. As a Viscount, most of the matters are handled by her subordinates. Of course, that does not mean she doesn't do anything. She is more like a CEO who takes care of everything around and manages everything. However, these few days she is exceptionally busy. This is the last week of the 8th month, and also the week in which the Viscount has to work harder than normal since she can't ignore the tax collection and leave it to her subordinates. She has to read reports about the amount of tax collected, how to deal with those who haven't paid the taxes, and all that. She settled down on her chair, and a few minutes later, a man wearing a black coat over a white shirt walked over and bowed. "Greetings, Viscount Felberta." He was Joyab, the butler of Viscount Felberta. Felberta nodded, and Joyab started. "The farmers are unable to pay the taxes this month due to the drought. They say that they spent all their savings on paying the tax last month and can barely afford food to eat right now. I had some men check the situation and confirmed that what they say is true and the farmers are really having a hard time." Felberta nodded before she closed her eyes. Joyab stayed silent without interrupting her thoughts, and a few minutes later, Viscount Felberta spoke. "All right, take their lands and free them from taxes for the next whole year." Joyab's eyes widened when he heard that, and he countered, "But Viscount, the land they own has a lot more value than the tax they owe us. Aren't we just extorting them?" "Of course not. Those farmers are fools. If we force them to pay tax, they will sell their land to someone else at cheaper prices just to pay the taxes for the next few months, and then we'll become homeless with nothing to do. This will lower the food production and reduce our taxes as well. Therefore, it is better to take their lands. Of course, we aren't really taking them. We will just have them on paper. We will allow the farmers to farm on them, and if they pay 10% higher taxes for the next 12 years, we will return their lands to them. As for the taxes, use the treasury to pay for it." Joyab was enlightened and inwardly praised Viscount Felberta for coming up with this plan, but soon he furrowed his brows and questioned, "But what if the drought reappears within the next 12 years? What shall we do then? We will just increase the number of years they will have to pay extra taxes. No big deal." Felberta waved her hands nonchalantly, and Joyab couldn't help but be more impressed by her vision. "I believe I can leave this matter to you now." "Yes, Viscount Felberta, I'll give you the report within the next 2 days." Joyab nodded, as efficient as ever. The meeting continued, and the more time passed, the more uncomfortable the Viscount felt. She sneakily lowered her head and felt a weird twitching inside her little sister. She rubbed her thighs with each other, trying to calm this weird feeling, but nothing happened. Feeling helpless, she ignored this and continued listening to the reports. "Viscount Florence Reeds has asked if 9 in the morning is a good time to meet up." "Huh? Meet up? Did we plan on meeting tomorrow?" Joyab furrowed his brows in confusion before he replied, "Viscount, it's Marquez Edward's daughter's 21st birthday, and they plan to celebrate it. We have received the invitation a week ago. I believe it would be disrespectful to the Marquez if we don't go there." Felberta recalled reading the invitation letter and nodded. Being a mere Viscount, she can't afford to offend someone like Marquez, so she has to go there. Also, this party will have some sort of political importance, since many nobles who haven't decided which prince they would support will appear there, so it is speculated that even the princes will join the party. "All right, tell her that I will be ready by 9, and we shall leave before 9:30. We can't afford to be late. Also, have you thought about the gifts?" "Viscount need not worry about that. I have already prepared it." Felberta nodded as she said, "All right, you can take a break now. We will discuss the rest after 2 hours." "As you command." Joyab, even though he noticed that today's break was a little early and longer than usual, didn't think too much and bowed before he left. As soon as Joyab left, Viscount's solemn face changed, and she quickly lifted her gown before plunging her finger into her canal and started pleasuring herself. What is happening? What is this tickling feeling? This never happened before. Although it felt really good as she masturbated, she still felt something was missing. Suddenly, a face that has been appearing in her mind again and again appeared once more. She then calmed down, fixed her gown, and called her maid. "Call Nux." The maid bowed before she left. A while later, a boy with an otherworldly face entered the office and greeted in a low voice, "Good afternoon, ma'am." Viscount smiled as she signaled him to sit on the chair beside her. "Now, Nux, do you remember how I helped you this morning?" Nux's face turned red as he nodded embarrassedly. "Now I want you to help me. Of course,
You can order me to do anything. I will surely do my best to satisfy you." Before Felberta could even complete her sentence, Nux stood up and replied quickly. Felberta chuckled seeing him like that as she replied, "Good, now touch me here."
Chapter 13. The Scary Craving Touch. Good, now touch me here. What? Nux stood there dumbfounded. He could not believe that she was being so direct. What? Didn't you say you would do anything I say? Are you going back on your words? No, I'll do it. Nux's face turned red, and then even redder before he quickly got on his knees as he glanced at the red-colored gown. Gulp. He gulped inwardly. Viscount Felberta is really too beautiful. He then held the lower part of the gown before pulling it up, revealing her slender, long legs. His movements were very slow. It might look like it was because he was embarrassed, but Nux was just relishing and appreciating the feeling of unclothing a beautiful lady like her. He felt like he was living a dream he would never want to wake up from. On the other hand, the slower his movements, the more Felberta anticipated what was about to come as her heart started beating loudly. The tingling sensation which she barely suppressed burst out, this time more potent than the last. Soon, Nux's hand reached her little sister before he glanced at her. She nodded, signaling him to continue. Nux smiled seeing her rushing like that. He wanted to tease her a little, but he knew he was not in a position to play it like that. He needs to be careful and act as an obedient boy toy. Time was in his favor. He just needs to wait for a while, and then he will be able to do what he wanted. Without any delay, Nux directly shifted her black panties aside, revealing her gorgeous pink pussy with a little to no hair around it. And seeing a clear way, he immediately plunged the tip of his middle finger into her canal.
On.
Getting the reaction he wanted, Nux smiled inwardly before he pushed forward.
On.
Jolts of pleasure assaulted the Viscount's body. Somehow the pleasure was a lot more powerful than when she did it herself. Not finding anything to hold, she directly clasped Nux's head and pushed his face right into her plump breasts. Nux noticed that she was a lot more sensitive than normal. He then smiled as he slipped his index finger inside as well. He felt her grip getting tighter around his head as she pushed him deeper into her cleavage. Her legs also crossed around his, as if afraid that he will go away. Although this position might look like it was a little uncomfortable, her body's softness made it one of the most comfortable positions he can ever be in. With his 2 fingers, he teased her wet, squishy insides without rest. Her moans sounded like blessed music to his ears.
On.
The more she moaned, the faster he moved his finger, and as soon her moans decreased, he would reduce his speed, forcing her to moan louder.
On.
Noticing the pattern, the Viscount continued to moan with all her might, while she also tightened her grip around Nux, as if trying to merge his body with hers. Soon, Nux felt her insides twitching uncontrollably, and he knew she was about to come. Without warning, he increased his speed even further, his movements a lot rougher than before. Felberta's body twitched uncontrollably before she arched her body and her juices gushed out without pause. Nux's whole hand was covered in her juices. He felt her grip around him weakening. He stood up and questioned. "Ma'am, was my performance satisfactory?" He sounded very nervous. Viscount Felberta, on the other hand, was breathing heavily before she slowly raised her eyes to meet him and replied, "Satisfactory? It was as if you have done this countless times." Hearing that, Nux shook his head in panic as he replied, "No, I did not. I just thought that I would be doing something like this soon, so I started reading about it so that I can do my very best." His last sentence was almost inaudible as he lowered his voice in shame. Viscount Felberta chuckled hearing that, but then she was surprised by the unexpected action Nux did. He sat down on the chair before patting his thigh. With a face as red as a tomato, he spoke. I also read that after the woman comes,
It would feel better if she sits on the man's lap. A man. Filberta chuckled weakly as she saw him sitting there with a red face. But then she stood up and walked towards him before sitting on his lap. What the book said is really true. It does feel better than before. Saying that, Filberta leaned her back on Nux's chest before she closed her eyes. Nux smiled as he rolled his arms over her thin waist and placed his chin on her shoulder.
Maybe one more day, and she will be mine,
he thought inwardly. What Viscount didn't notice was how she turned from someone who was always in control of the situation to someone who was sitting on his lap, tired and unable to move. And how scarily quick this whole transition was. Of course, even if she does notice this, she wouldn't care about this, since right now she was too tired and was busy enjoying the Nux's cuddles. Nux also wanted to knead her breasts, but he knew his limit. He will wait a little more. Viscount Filberta's mind is clearing up little by little. He needs to act meek right now and just have a blush on his face. Nux and Filberta stayed like that for a little longer, but Nux knew that they couldn't continue like this for a long time and muttered shyly, "Ma'am, I think your break is about to end. You should stand up now." No need. Let me stay here like this. We still have an hour. But we also have to get this place cleaned, and... Without saying any further, Nux started fixing her panties and then her gown. There was no way he was going to let go of this chance to make her more dependent on him. "You can't do your work like this, can you?" he muttered. A small smile appeared on Viscount's face. She waited for him to fix her clothes before she finally opened her eyes and stood up lazily. "You are right. Let me go to the bathroom. You ask a maid to clean this place, okay?" Nux nodded. This time, although his face was still red, it was not to a degree where his movements were slow and stiff, showing that he is adapting to all the changes. It was also his way of slowly gaining control over the whole situation. Not noticing anything, the Viscount left, and then Nux called the maid and got everything cleaned. 15 minutes later, Filberta returned. She had already fixed her makeup. Looking at her giving off a strong and independent woman's aura, nobody could imagine she was the same lady who sat on Nux's lap powerlessly. There are still around 40 minutes before my work resumes. What should we do by then?" she asked. You still haven't eaten your lunch yet, ma'am, so you should eat it first." "Ah, I completely forgot about that. I wonder why is that? Maybe it's because I have been having nutrients through some other means that I don't feel hungry anymore. What do you think?" She smiled mischievously as she glanced at Nux's crotch and licked her lips. Nux's face turned red as he lowered his gaze in embarrassment. To divert her attention, he ordered the maid to bring lunch and acted as if nothing happened. However, he did not look very convincing with that red face of his. Filberta laughed out loud when she saw him acting like that. The maids in this palace were efficient as ever. As if they were just waiting for the order, delicious and sizzling food was brought into the office. After the maids left, Filberta smiled before she glanced at Nux and teased. "Now, Nux, where should I sit? Does your lap sound good?" Nux blushed, and Filberta laughed. It is really fun to tease him. Just as she was about to sit on her seat, Nux's voice was heard. You can if you want to." She glanced at Nux, who was sitting on his chair with a red face, patting his thigh while avoiding her gaze. Viscount was surprised by his response. She just wanted to tease him a little. She never thought he would take it seriously. She wanted to shake her head and deny, but when she glanced at his lap, something inside her stopped her. "It is very comfortable there." She walked towards him and sat on his lap. Her face had a tinge of red which she desperately wanted to hide from Nux. Noticing this, Nux smiled inwardly while he pretended that he didn't notice the red face at all. "Just wait. It is still not the time yet." He was very patient. The Viscount made herself comfortable on her new seat before she hid her embarrassment and replied, "All right. Now feed me." Expecting something like that from her, Nux shook his head inwardly while he nodded with a red face. By the time the two of them were done with the lunch, it was already the time for the break to end. "Okay. It's time for you to leave, but don't miss me too much, okay? I'll return soon," she teased as she stood up from his lap. "I'll wait for ma'am in front of her room." Nux nodded and left the office. After he left, a smile appeared on his face as he thought about today's gains. He got one step closer to his goal. If he wished, he could complete his court tonight, but he decided not to rush things and be a little more patient. A few good things happened today. the first one being that he touched her little sister. He also got her to sit on his lap, and then the last one was where he got her to feed him. Yes, after he was done feeding her, the Viscount offered him to do the same, which he of course accepted with a blush. He thought about tonight and decided that he would let her decide the pace for today. If he is the one deciding everything, he might give her a feeling of not being in control, which he did not want, not until she is more attached to him. At the same time, he was also surprised by the monstrous ability he had, the craving touch. He still remembered her slightly red face when he entered her office, and when he touched her canal, it was already wet. She might have masturbated, but after noticing it did not work, she called me. That was straight up scary. On the other side, as Joyab entered the office, he saw an unusually energetic Viscount Filberta sitting with bright, shiny eyes as she declared, "All right, let's end what's left so that we can leave and go back home as soon as possible."
Chapter 14. The relief. The next day, Nux and Flaberta were in a rush, since it was already 8 in the morning and Flaberta has to get ready by 9. Ugh, this is all because of you. Who told you to have morning boners every morning? Not only that, you even had the galls to rub your tent on my ass, Viscount Flaberta exclaimed in frustration. Nux, on the other hand, froze when he heard that and complained inwardly. What the hell are you talking about, woman? How the hell do I control myself when I am hugging you? And I am rubbing my tent on you? Who are you kidding? Who was the one who was wiggling her fat ass in front of my dick and started teasing me, huh? Of course, he can't say that out loud, so he continued his act as his face turned red. I am sorry. I would make sure I don't get like that in the morning. No, you don't have to do that. It's a good sign that you get hard every morning. Don't change it. Viscount Flaberta felt that she lost something precious when she heard him and quickly corrected him. Okay, I'll make sure to get as hard as I can get every morning then. This time, it was Viscount Flaberta's turn to turn red. She was dumbfounded by his answer, but in the end she could only nod. Good. The chaotic morning continued. Maids were called to clean the bed, which had Nux's milk spread all over. Flaberta rushed into the bathroom, while Nux continued staring at the maids cleaning his jizz with an expressionless face. It was as if they were trained to not show any expression in any situation. Noticing that, an uncontrollable urge to see some lewd expressions on these maids' faces welled inside Nux's head. At that moment, the maids' bodies quivered for some unknown reason. It was as if they were locked onto by some wild beast. Around 45 minutes later, Viscount Flaberta entered the room, ready to go to the party. She was wearing an eye-catching black gown, which was made from silk, and her hair was combed into a bun while she only had light makeup on. Combining all of this with her beautiful face and a succubus-like body, she looked really captivating. "How do I look?" She glanced towards Nux and questioned. Nux stood where he was, frozen. She furrowed her brows and waved her hand. "Hello, Nux?" Huh? How do I look?" "Beautiful. Too beautiful." He muttered softly before he came out of his reverie and replied, I mean, you look really good, ma'am." Satisfied by his reaction, the Viscount nodded and smiled. "All right, I will take my leave now. You take care of yourself. Ask the maids if you want anything, okay?" Nux does not have the status to go with her. In the end, he was just a boy toy. Even though Viscount Flaberta might not see him like that, in others' eyes, he is just that. Of course, Nux wasn't too bothered either. It has just been 2 days since he came to this world. He isn't in a rush to rise in position. Who knows? Maybe at the next party like this one, he might be called as a chief guest. Of course, Nux didn't forget to take advantage of this situation and deepen his impression in Viscount's mind. Yes, come back soon," Nux muttered softly. "Oh, why should I come back soon? Would you miss me if I don't?" No, I mean, take your time and please enjoy the party to its fullest extent. I'll wait for you," Nux replied with a red face. "Don't worry, I was just teasing you. I will come back as soon as possible," the Viscount smiled as she left. As she entered the living room, Flaberta saw 2 women wearing red and purple silk gowns sitting in front of her chatting with each other with smiles on their faces. These 2 were Florence Reeds and Willa Hart. Both of them were Viscounts and Flaberta's close friends. There were 2 men wearing the same suit as Joyab standing behind them. These 2 were their butlers. Willa noticed Flaberta coming and stood up as she greeted. "Morning, Sister Fel." Florence also stood up and her eyes brightened when they fell on Flaberta. "Oh ho, someone is looking really charming today. What's the matter? How come your face is looking so bright and lively?" "Huh? What do you mean? Don't I always look bright and lively?" "There you go again with your narcissism," Florence rolled her eyes. "But Flora's right. Although you are always a charmer, you do look a little different today," Willa muttered. "Come on, Sister Willa. I know she is a lost cause, but why are you teaming up with her?" Flaberta complained. "Huh? Who are you calling a lost cause? You want to fight?" The 2 others started laughing, and then Willa muttered,
All right, we can talk in the carriage. Let's go. We can't be late for this party. Flaberta and Florence nodded as the three women entered the carriage. After an hour ride on the carriage, the three appeared in front of a large mansion where different people wearing expensive-looking clothes were roving around. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Flor took a deep breath as she rejoiced. This feels good. Finally. I don't have to stay in my stinky mansion doing stinky work. Flaberta and Willa rolled their eyes when they heard her. The three of them were accompanied by their respective butlers, and Florence's butler couldn't help but shake his head inwardly as he lamented. Why are you even complaining? I'm the one doing all the work. You just sit there and complain. Nobody knew his troubles. While the three were looking excitedly, a voice was heard which caused the three of them, along with their butlers, to furrow their brows, especially Joyab. Viscount Flaberta, I see you are looking as stunning as always. Yes, that is true. I do look stunning, even if I do say so myself. But Viscount Hayden, I must say, you are still as uncreative as ever. This is the 13th time I have heard you repeating the same line to start the conversation. Flaberta turned around as she saw a man standing behind her, his face twitching due to her reply. He was Hayden Young-E, a viscount who fancies Flaberta but was rejected, and now he pesters her everywhere they meet, hoping to win her heart. Appearance-wise, although he couldn't call him ugly, he wasn't handsome either. Blonde hair, refined attire, pointy nose, combined with that mole on his cheek, gave him a cunning look, which, actually, isn't far from his actual personality. Of course, no matter how cunning he is, he never dared to use any tricks on Viscount Flaberta. No, it was not because he was scared of some rules or something like that, but because he was scared of Viscount Flaberta herself. A beautiful woman with a dead husband, a mother of one, and a noble viscount to boot, who won't be charmed by her and want to make her his. Many tried, but they all failed. Her being able to survive in these conditions proves that although she may look like a mere viscount, she was not as simple as that. Hayden, considering this factor, searched her past and learned a piece of shocking news. A few years back, there was an earl who fancied Flaberta and wanted to make her his concubine. After being rejected, he raged and decided to drug her and force himself upon her. Not only did his plan fail, but Viscount Flaberta even demanded compensation. Thinking that it should be solved with this payment, Earl agreed. But coincidentally, the day after he delivered the compensation, all his crimes were exposed to the public along with their proofs. Of course, there is no noble in this world who hasn't committed any crime. But, as they say, cheating is not an act worth punishing. Getting caught is. The king was forced to take action, and the earl was demoted to a mere baron. Of course, the punishment wasn't as simple as it looked. How could an ex-earl, now a baron, survive while being in the bad books of one viscount and countless other enemies he created while being an earl? Unable to take the pressure, the earl sold all his properties and left the kingdom. What happened to him later was unknown. Knowing this, Hayden dared not play any tricks. Even an earl was unable to escape. How could he, a mere viscount, take this risk? Although he liked beauties, he liked his life even more. All right, if you have nothing else to say, we will be taking our leave, since we have to meet a few of our friends later. Seeing that he was thinking about something, Flaberta took this chance and walked away without giving him another glance. Hayden gritted his teeth, and then his eyes fell on another woman. Fixing his hair, he smiled and walked toward her. Viscount Freed, I see you are looking as stunning as always. The party started. In truth, normal birthday parties are only held in the evening, but Marquez Eduard really adores his daughter and therefore launched this grand party which covers breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the whole day. In these types of grand parties, only low-ranking nobles like barons and viscounts are required to arrive by the morning. Actually, in the past, it was these low-ranking nobles who arrived in the morning to build connections, but as the time passed, it became a trend, and it was considered disrespectful if a baron or a viscount doesn't arrive in the morning. So right now, all the people here were either barons or viscounts. Of course, the noteworthy thing was that Marquez Eduard personally greeted all the guests without caring if they were barons or viscounts. This made everyone happy, and they even felt lucky that they joined this party. After the Marquez left, the barons tried to get into viscounts' good books. Some introduced their children to each other, and some formed relationships in other ways. Of course, as experienced nobles, Fel and her friends didn't bother with viscounts and barons. They just greeted their friends before the three sat together and started chatting, catching up with each other. Although Fel, who was enjoying the conversation, had already started missing a certain someone. Time passed and afternoon fell. This was the time for the earls to make their entry. One by one, all the earls entered the hall, and after greeting each other, they were greeted by viscounts and barons. Even Fel and her friends greeted the earls they knew before everyone sat at the table and had their lunch. This time, Fel and her friends didn't sit alone. They were with a few earls along with some other viscounts. Fel, however, was already feeling that familiar sensation inside her little sister. She closed her legs tightly and straightened her back as she suppressed the feeling before she smiled and continued eating. After lunch, the garden was opened. Fel and her group excused themselves as they walked towards the garden, getting some fresh air. Time passed, and it was time for the main party to start, starting with Marquez, then the 4 dukes of the kingdom, and finally the 3 princes. All these big faces appeared one by one. After another round of greetings, Fel finally couldn't take it any longer as she spoke. Willa, Flor, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be quick, okay? "'Kay," Flor replied and waved her hand nonchalantly, while Willa nodded. Flaberta walked away elegantly, but when she detected no one around her, she quickened her pace and rushed into the bathroom before sitting on the seat and plunging her finger into her little sister. Ah, the relief.
Chapter 15. It looks like she really is sick. After a quick session of self-care and suppressing the tingling feeling to a great extent, Filberta fixed her hair and her dress before walking out of the bathroom and joining Florence and Willa. "Huh? What took you so long?" Flor questioned as she raised her eyebrows. "Nothing. I was just fixing my makeup a little." "Then why don't I see any changes? Your face just got a little red like a monkey," Flor snickered. "You're... All right, stop fighting. There are dukes and princes here. Think about your image." Willa, as mature as always, stepped in before the two could embarrass themselves. "Also, Fel, you came at the right time. The Marquis's daughter is about to appear." "Oh, right. Have you seen the Marquis's daughter before?" "I once got a chance, and I can tell that she is prettier than Fel," Flor chimed. "I also saw her before. Although she is indeed beautiful, I can say for sure that she is at best on par with our Fel." "Why would you say she's prettier than her?" Willa questioned. "Tsk, tsk. Fel is already an old woman. In just a few more years, her face will be full of wrinkles. How can she be on par with the girl who is in her prime right now?" Flor snickered. Felberta's lips twitched when she heard that. Noticing that, Willa quickly changed the topic. "Oh, I also heard that Candace, the Marquis's daughter, is one of the strongest students in the Royal Academy. It is said that she's one of the most talented individuals in the Empire right now and has a bright future ahead. Not only that, even the Empress asked her hand for marriage for her son, the first prince, although the Marquise rejected, saying that she would be the one deciding who she marries." "What? The first prince? How can someone reject him? Just look at his face. He is so handsome. Money, power, and face? What does he not have? He is a perfect man." Flor glanced at the prince with stars in her eyes. Although Filberta would have agreed with her in the past, now when she glances at the prince's face, another face which is a lot more attractive than his appeared in her mind, and she shook her head with a smile. She then glanced at Flor and furrowed her brows. "I have to keep this bitch in heat away from him. Otherwise she'll find all sorts of ways to pester me to get hands on him." A few minutes later, Candace Waters, the star of the party, appeared, and though unwilling, Fel admitted she was indeed a beauty. She had blonde hair just like her father, fair, delicate skin, beautiful blue irises. Wearing a sky blue-colored gown with a dark blue design, she carried herself with elegance and a smile on her cherry-like lips. A beauty who is talented and has a bright future ahead of her. Felberta subconsciously compared herself with her and couldn't help but shake her head. Flor is right. Although she was beautiful, in a few more years, wrinkles would start appearing on her face. It could have been avoided if she had cultivated since young, but she, like many other lower-level nobles, thought that creating more contacts is much more important than cultivation and ignored it. By the time she matured and realized its importance, it was already too late. This was also her biggest regret in her life, and also the reason why she forced her son to join the Royal Academy even though he had the same thought as the past her. Sigh. Felberta sighed deeply before she shook her head to get rid of these useless thoughts. A face appeared in her mind as she smiled. "I'm sure he's missing me right now. I wonder if he is crying sitting in a corner with his face on his knees. Foo. She was eager to go back home. The party continued. Many boys tried to impress Candace, even the princes, but she, like an untainted flower, rejected them all with a smile. On the other side, the political war between the three princes had already started. Right now, three princes each have a duke supporting them. As for the fourth duke, who should have been the breaking point and the deciding factor of this game, he decided to stay neutral since the one he supports is the second princess, who, for some reason, has no wish to participate in this battle. Of course, although a woman becoming a queen is rare, it was not like it did not happen in the past. Not only that, but it was noticed that every time a woman ascends to the throne, the kingdom has seen unprecedented glory. But when he learned that the second princess has no desire to fight for the throne, he declared his neutrality and stayed back. This caused the other princes to focus on other nobles, the marquises and the earls, so they started securing the support of these nobles, while the viscounts and barons readily tried to support any prince so they could rise in ranking. This game continued till dinner. Felberta, on the other hand, was already getting impatient and uncomfortable since the suppressed tingling feeling inside her little sister has already started. Flor and Willa also noticed her weird attitude and asked in worry. She just shook her head, saying she was not feeling well, and continued eating dinner. The dinner ended, and many nobles still stayed talking about various things, mostly discussing which prince to support or how to win the heart of Candace Waters, who might be the next pillar of the kingdom. This time, Felberta didn't wait any longer, and as soon as the dinner ended, she rushed back to her mansion. Seeing her walking figure, Florence couldn't help but mutter, "It looks like she really is sick." Chapter 16. Mission Accomplished. Author Notes. I had two major things to address. I know that after reading the chapter, you wouldn't bother reading author notes and would rush to the next chapters, so I will write about it here. First, spam reviews. Diausi CXRH5L. Look, my friend, I really appreciate how much you like and love my novel, but think about it from my side. I promise you guys extra chapters for your reviews because I want more readers to read my novel and then give a genuine review. It would raise my novel rankings, reading time, valid reads, in the end getting more views and reaching more readers, and you guys will get your extra chapter. But now you have posted around 40 reviews, making my total reviews reach 50, but I only have around 15 genuine reviews. That isn't really fair to me, right? Isn't that the same thing as me reducing chapters length from 1,000 to 250 words and then posting 16 chapters a day? You guys will be disappointed as well, right? So let's do this. Since you have posted 40 reviews, with 3 different reviews saying different things, I will treat them as 3 reviews and give you guys extra chapters calculating that. I hope you understand my plight, and please don't get offended. I really value all my readers, especially readers who love my work. If you guys still feel I am in the wrong, comment here, and I will try to post more than 20 chapters, but please think about it from my side as well. Now, the second issue. The readers are divided into 2 parts, some wanting first option, some the second, Chapter 5's author's note. So what I will do is I will take Despair Hope's suggestion and divide the girls into 2 categories, first being the main harem, the girls with real personalities and characters. The second one will be combat maids, or maid assassins. You can choose between these 2 options. Thank you. As soon as Viscount Felberta reached her mansion, she jumped out of her carriage and rushed towards her room. Although the servants were surprised by her actions, they didn't dare ask anything, and her 2 maids started following behind her silently, keeping up with her with ease. Seeing a familiar figure sitting in front of her room, Felberta smiled and shouted excitedly, "Nux!" Nux wanted to act like he was excited seeing the Viscount again, but he didn't expect her to rush into him and hug her without thinking about anything. He then noticed the unusual stiffness in her legs and understood what happened. Again, surprised by the ridiculously overpowered ability he has, he glanced at the maids and ordered, "I'll take care of Viscount Felberta from here. You can excuse yourself for the day." The maids noticed the change in his tone in just 2 days, but seeing the Viscount acting like that, they shook their heads and bowed before leaving. Nux, on the other hand, smiled as he held Felberta's plump butt and carried her into her room. Though surprised by his actions, the Viscount didn't complain and let him do what he wanted to. Nux then gently placed her on the bed before he said in a soft tone, "Ma'am, you must be tired. Let me massage your body and help you relax." This time there was no stutter in his words. His tone only carried a gentle but a compelling tone. Felberta nodded before she closed her eyes. "Then shall I help you remove your gown?" Surprised by his words, Felberta opened her eyes and glanced at Nux. Nux blushed before he explained, "You know how difficult it is to massage without direct skin contact. Since I want you to feel the best, I request you to remove your gown." Finding his explanation logical, she nodded and allowed him to remove her gown. A small smile appeared on Nux's face before he quickly removed her gown and glanced at Felberta lying on the bed wearing nothing but a sexy black-colored bra and panties, with her back facing him. He also opened her hair since he liked open hair rather than the bun. With everything ready, he rubbed his hands together before she started with her shoulders and slowly started moving down, her back shoulders, to her back, then her lower back, before he started kneading her plump ass with extra care and gentleness. Jolts of pleasure assaulted Felberta's body. She wanted to question what he was doing, but when his hands kneaded her butt, the tingling feeling which had been suppressed after she hugged erupted, and this time it was far stronger than before. Combined with how good it felt when he touched her butt, she completely forgot all her questions and gave up. However, before she could thoroughly enjoy the feeling, Nux's hand continued down to her plump thighs and then to her legs and feet. Feeling frustrated, she wanted to tell him to continue massaging her buttocks and thighs, but she then felt his hands coming back to her legs. Noticing the pattern, she stayed silent and enjoyed the massage. Nux smiled widened seeing her acting like that. Of course, this time he wasn't here to just massage her body. He was here to complete the mission and make Felberta his. Thinking it was time to jump to the next step, he massaged her butt before moving up. As his hands moved towards her back, Felberta shook her head inwardly before her eyes widened when she felt something touching her little sister. She quickly turned her head and saw a huge tent right in front of her little sister. She then glanced at Nux, who was still massaging her back. Then he leaned forwards to massage her shoulders, and his tent started rubbing her canal. She released a soft moan. Nux, however, wasn't able to hear it. Her little sister started trembling. The tingling sensation this time was incomparably stronger than before. Clop. An image appeared in her mind, and she gulped thinking about that possibility. "Nux," she called out. "Yes? I want you to massage me down there." Nux then stood up before he touched her butt and questioned, "Here?" "No, there." Nux's face turned red before he touched her little sister and questioned, "Here?" "Yes." "Okay."
Nux nodded before he started massaging around her canal, enhancing her sensitivity. No, not with your hands. Then how should I do it? Nux questioned, perplexed. Felberta glanced at his crotch as she answered. With that. What? Nux stuttered as he blushed. He couldn't believe what she just asked. Just do it, Felberta ordered, her tone stern, although it would have been better if she wasn't stuttering. As you say. Nux nodded with a face as red as a tomato, before he lowered his pant and a big 8-inch monster popped out. Glop. Felberta gulped audibly. Her anticipation and excitement both were on another level. Nux also didn't waste much time. He skillfully removed her panties, and his rod directly entered her canal. Ooh. With her insides already wet from all the teasing and stimulation, Nux's dick directly slipped into her deepest part without any resistance whatsoever. Felberta moaned in delight. All the tingling she felt the whole day finally subsided and was replaced with the immense amount of pleasure, the pleasure so extreme that her eyes rolled and she took a deep breath before she let out a loud moan. She felt as if she was finally full. It has been 7 years since her husband died. Well, though she did call him her husband, there was no romantic feeling between them, so after they had a son, they never had sex. Also, his weapon was a little small, so she can't really say she felt very good when they did it, which is completely different from now, where she was on cloud 9 in just a single thrust. Of course, Felberta wasn't the only one feeling good. The 2-times virgin who finally lost his virginity felt jolts of pleasure assaulted his body as her warm and squishy insides clustered around his dick, while her womb was already sucking his dick deeper and deeper as if it wanted to engulf the whole thing. If not for the training that he had been through in the last 2 days, he would have just come in this single thrust. Taking a deep breath, he collected his thoughts as he pulled back his dick before plunging it even deeper than before. Relishing the otherworldly feeling, Nux paused for a moment before he drilled her again, then again, and again, before he lost in pleasure and continued. The two moaned as they mated like animals. Nux tried to go deeper with every thrust. Felberta clenched the bedsheets hard as she bit her lips so that she could control her moans, but it was clear that she failed miserably. Noticing that he was about to come, Nux slowed his thrusts before... Click. With a subtle click, he unplugged her bra and removed it. He then turned her body, making her face him. Felberta opened her eyes, and seeing his naked body and otherworldly face covered with sweat, she smiled. She wasn't alone. Even Nux was enjoying the view of her raven hair spread all over, a smile that was on her cherry-like juicy-looking lips, while her delicious-looking twins moved up and down as she breathed. He did not waste any more time as he bent down and started licking her pink nipple while he kneaded her other breast with his hands. Another jolt of pleasure assaulted the Viscount. She moaned in pleasure before she grabbed his head and forced it deeper into her chest. Her lower body twitched in pleasure, her canals tightened, squishing and crushing his dick with her soft insides. Unable to cope with sudden pleasure, his milk burst out and he came. As his thick milk filled her insides, it was as if her last wall was broken, and she moaned in ecstasy before her juices gushed out as well. Suddenly, Nux felt some weird power flowing into his body. He wanted to check what it was, but he was too tired to. Also, he wanted to relish this heavenly feeling without any sort of interruptions. Nux then let his body fall on top of Felberta. Both of them didn't have the power to think about anything, and stayed in the same position for the time being. A while later, when Nux finally had the power to move, he moved to the right of the Viscount. Noticing the movement, she opened her eyes, and when her black irises looked into his golden eyes, she smiled sweetly as she nodded. It felt really good. Nux didn't answer. He just moved his weak body close to her and sealed her lips with his own. He didn't use his tongue since he was tired, so he just sucked her juicy lips for a while before he returned to his original place and nodded. It really did. Felberta, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and couldn't react to his sudden action at all. She just felt something amazing on her lips before the feeling disappeared, confusing and shocking her at the same time. "You are quite bold," she commented. I read it in the book." Nux blushed as he tried to avoid eye contact. Viscount smiled as she lifted her head and kissed his lips. "I would really like to see the book you are reading." This sentence caused Nux to sweat uncontrollably. Did he read any book? Of course he did not. Heck, he didn't even know how to read. Of course, as a professional actor, he continued his action without panic and nodded with a red face. A few more minutes later, he finally removed his little brother out of her little sister before he moved her body a little and hugged her from behind.
He also did not forget to place his dick in the second most comfortable position, which was between Felberta's plump thighs, while slightly touching her canal. The Viscount's body trembled a little, but she was too tired to say or do anything, so she directly closed her eyes and enjoyed Nux's gentle massage of her breast with a smile on her face. Seeing her like that, Nux chuckled inwardly, but just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard a sound in his mind. Ding. Mission accomplished.
Chapter 17. Dangerous. That was too dangerous. Ding. Mission. Fuck Felberta Alvi. Description. Well, fuck Felberta Alvi. Reward. Eye of Discerning. Warning. If the mission fails, the ability Craving Touch will be disabled. Time limit. 30 days. Status. Completed. Would you like to receive the rewards? YN. Excited, Nux pressed yes quickly. Ding. Fusing Eye of Discerning into host's body. Suddenly, Nux felt unbearable pain in his eyes, but noticing Felberta sleeping soundly beside him, he gritted his teeth and used all his willpower to not scream in pain. Veins popped on his forehead while his whole body trembled. Ugh. Suddenly, drops of blood trailed out of his eyes, and it continued for a while. After a while, the pain finally subsided, and a message popped out. Ding. Eye of Discerning fused successfully. Nux breathed heavily before he wiped the blood and opened his eyes. If one looked closely, different golden-colored patterns could be seen moving inside his golden irises, making him look more mysterious. His eyes then fell on Felberta, and suddenly, a screen popped out. Name, Felberta Alvi. Age, 28. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, human. Talent, low. Level, 3. HP, 100-100. STR, 7. AGL, 8. VIT, 10. STM, 8. INT, 7. DF, 7. I can see other status with this ability. Damn, that's convenient. Nux rejoiced inwardly before he recalled that weird feeling he felt after he came and checked his status. Status. As soon as he thought about it, a screen appeared in front of him. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. Level, 3. HP, 120-120. STR, 8. AGL, 16. VIT, 12. STM, 13. INT, 7. DF, 7. Blank points, 3. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi. He leveled up. He calculated and concluded that with each level up, he gains 2 stat points for every attribute other than the intelligence stat, which he only gains 1 point for and 3 blank points. That means he gets a total of 14 points with each upgrade. That's fucking overpowered. He thought about why he didn't get 2 points for intelligence stat, but was unable to come up with an explanation, so he shrugged. Wait, will my stats increase if I work out? Wait, why did I not think about this when I arrived in this world? I was too busy finding ways to fuck Fel. Is this what they call post-nut clarity? Okay, let's not think about this nonsense. Let's sleep. I'll wake up early in the morning and test my theory out. Thinking this, he tightened his hug around Felberta and entered the dreamland. The next day, Felberta woke up with a satisfied smile on her face. She turned around before her eyes widened as she couldn't find Nux. All her drowsiness disappeared as she called the maids. Skyla, Lane. There was a tone of urgency in her voice. Master, 2 women quickly rushed into the room as they bowed. Where is Nux? The 2 maids glanced at each other before one called Skyla replied, Master, Master Nux is in the garden. She didn't know how to address Nux after the night the Viscount and he had, so just called him Master. What is he doing in the garden? Fel questioned. Leave it. I'll go check it out myself. Before they could answer, Fel quickly stood up, and just as she was about to leave, Skyla shouted, Master, at least wear some clothes. Fel looked down before she blushed a little. Clearing her throat, she quickly wore a normal gown and walked towards the garden with 2 maids following her. As she walked into the garden, Felberta saw a handsome man, drenched in sweat, doing push-ups on the ground.
Although Fel could see his arms quivering, he continued, and after a few more, his body finally fell. Fel wanted to rush towards him, but when she saw a satisfied smile that suddenly appeared on his face, she stopped and decided to look at him a little more. Nux, who was now lying on the ground, smiled as he saw his status. His experiment was proved successful. Although he didn't receive many stats, his defense still improved by 1 point, and he could feel that if he continued for a few more days, his strength would increase as well. He was regretting his decision of adding some of his points to his agility and stamina, but he didn't think too much about it. He can't play with his life. He was sure he could gain many points in future. This was not his only gain, though. He experimented a little and found out that unlike his craving touch, Eye of Discretion was an active skill that would activate whenever he thought about it. It was a good thing. It would be weird if he was in front of a large group and all he could see is the system screen. He chuckled as he stood up, and just as he turned, he saw Felberta looking at him with a smile on her face. He smiled back before he activated his Eye of Discretion, and his eyes widened in surprise. Name, Skyla Hale. Age, 25. Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Talent, Medium. Level, 24. HP, 280. STR, 29. AGL, 34. VIT, 28. STM, 32. INT, 39. DF, 27. Name, Lane Winey. Age, 26. Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Talent, Medium. Level, 23. HP, 270. STR, 33. AGL, 28. VIT, 27. STM, 39. DF, 34. They can crush me with their fingers. He gulped inwardly and swore that he would treat them with respect. Now that he thinks about it, he realized that a vice count like Felberta can't possibly be left around unprotected. If not, then even random cultivators could destroy a noble's whole house, and chaos would ensue. He also noticed that MP stat, which he did not see on his own or Felberta's status. Thinking that it may appear after he levels up a little, he ignored it. Why the sudden need to exercise? While Nux was lost in his thoughts, Fel questioned with an amused smile. I just thought I should start exercising a little now that... He blushed mid-sentence and stopped. Now that what? Nothing, Nux replied, as he sneaked a few glances towards Fel's crotch hairs. Understanding what he was thinking, Fel blushed, and just as she was about to say something, Nux continued. By the way, you look really beautiful today, Lady Fel. He also subtly changed the way he addressed her. He can't stay in this weak position forever, right? Nux had decided to initiate his second plan. Of course, he will still be patient with everything, since he knew he should not rush things. Surprised by the sudden compliment, Fel didn't know how to react and retorted. Huh? What do you mean? I didn't even take a bath yet. So what? Just look at your face. Other women can't have this beauty even if they bathe 100 times a day. Nux hushed, and before she could even react, he walked towards her and continued. Of course, after you take a bath, you will look even more attractive, and also you are getting late for the office, so let's get going. Sister Lane, please prepare bathwater for Lady Fel. Saying that, he took Fel's hand as they walked towards her room. Lane, on the other hand, was confused. How did he know my name? You changed. As she was walking with Nux, the Viscount muttered. Huh? I said, you changed. You're bolder than usual. Well, I did transform into a man from a boy, Nux replied, as he blushed. A man? Fel muttered, but she thought about a possibility. Wait, is that the reason you were working out this morning? Nux didn't reply, as he tried to hide his red face. So that's why. Now I know why you were acting so weirdly. You became a man. Fel laughed out loud, while Nux continued walking without responding. As they walked inside her room, Fel smiled mischievously as she questioned. But, Nux, what if I want you to stay how you were? I can't do that, Nux replied instantly. Oh, but didn't you say you will do whatever I want you to? Fel questioned with an amused smile, when suddenly Nux stopped walking, cornered her to a wall, and placed his hand in front of her shoulder, cutting out all her escape routes. His movements were so fast that Fel couldn't react to them. I did say that, Lady Fel, but I won't do anything that you might be sad about in the future, even if it is you who tells me to. Although surprised and a little excited for some reason, Fel kept her calm as she questioned. Oh, why would I be sad if you stay like the cute little boy you are? Fel smiled at her question before he closed his eyes, tilted his face, and moved closer to her. Fel's heartbeat quickened. She closed her eyes and moved her lips a little forward, but suddenly she felt Nux's lips moving past hers, and they arrived in front of her right ear as he whispered seductively. Oh, you will. You will definitely miss out on a lot of things if I stay like the cute little boy I was. Why don't you trust me with this one, okay? Felberta's heart raced and her face turned red, and as if compelled by some force, she nodded weakly. She only opened her eyes when she felt Nux had moved away from her. But unexpectedly, instead of his confident look she thought he would have, she found a Nux with a bright red face as he whispered seductively. I am still not very experienced with this. Give me some time. Felberta didn't know how to react. Her emotions were in turmoil. She found the man Nux extremely attractive, but she also found this boy Nux extremely cute. She was confused about who was better. But just as she thought about this question, the image of Nux cornering her into a wall popped into her mind. She felt her little sister tingling, and she quickly came to an answer. She then glanced at Nux, who was blushing and avoiding her eye contact, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, I'm getting late. I'll go and have a bath while, you do whatever you want. Nux nodded, and Fel quickly walked towards the bathroom. Her heart was still beating rapidly as if she ran a marathon. Her face was red as she recalled her being pushed into a wall. Dangerous. That was too dangerous. My heart nearly exploded. She muttered.
Chapter 18. It looks like I have to clean it again. Author's note. All right, you guys, from now on the chapters will have the normal length, 1,000 words. Thank you for bearing with me on this weird roller coaster-like ride. I hope you enjoy the future chapters. Right now, Viscount Felberta was sitting inside her big bathtub, wearing absolutely nothing. Her face was red, and her movements were stiff. At the moment, her mind was occupied by a single person, and that was Nux. Remembering how he pushed her to the wall, her face turned even redder as she snorted. How dare he talk to me like that? He has become a man, he says. Suddenly, the images of him drilling his hard dick into her appeared in her mind, and her movements stopped. But it did feel good, though. What felt good, Lady Fel? Suddenly she heard a familiar but unfamiliar voice. She turned back and saw Nux standing in front of her, completely naked other than a towel covering his crotch. "Why are you here?" she questioned with a flustered look on her face. She did not expect him to appear in front of her like that just when she was thinking about him. I figured that I should help you take bath and decided to come here. Saying that, he walked into the bathtub and sat beside her as if it was completely normal. In reality, even Nux was feeling a little embarrassed and shy about this. He was worried that his actions might backfire, but then he shoved all his worries away. He had to take the risk. He can't stay too passive or he will stay like a boy toy forever. He needs to be bolder and more unrestrained. Of course, he could only do it now because he was sure that the Viscount can't live with him anymore. So although she might punish him if she was dissatisfied, she won't kill him. And since the rewards were enough, he decided to take this risk. When did I say I needed your help to take bath? Felberta questioned. How can someone as intelligent and beautiful as you need someone's help to take bath? I just thought that it would be more convenient for you if I did that. After all, I was brought here so you can relax, wasn't I? He says that as he picked her up and placed her on his lap. He then positioned his chin on her shoulder and questioned seductively. I am sure you prefer it that way, don't you? And before she could reply, he offered, Of course, if it's uncomfortable for you in any way, just say a word and I'll leave as quickly as possible. He even slightly pushed her away as he said that. No, it's okay. You can do it if you want to. She couldn't win against this man, Nux. Nux smiled and picked up the soap as he replied, Then I believe I should start it quickly since Viscount must be getting late. He picked her up a bit and then placed her in a more comfortable position. For him, of course. He placed his dick right between her thighs and pussy as he interlocked his legs with her. Then he started from her thin waist before avoiding her beautiful bare breasts as he cleansed her shoulders and arms. He then moved down, avoiding her breasts again before cleaning her thighs. Of course, he gave special care to her inner thighs, going marginally close to her little sister before pulling back, filling her with anticipation and disappointment at the same time. A soft moan came out of Felberta's mouth. Deciding that he teased her little sister enough, he returned to her waist, but this time he circled around her lower breasts without touching her, before moving to the shoulders and repeating the same with her upper breasts. Viscount Felberta, on the other hand, felt different sensations as his hands moved.
Her little sister quivered in frustration, while her breasts felt some weird itch, and her soft, light pink nipples hardened. The smile that appeared on Nux's face when he saw her reaction made him look no less dangerous than a scheming demon who traps maidens with his plans. At the same time, his rod also hardened as he started moving it a little, experiencing pleasure from her plump thighs, and at the same time teasing her little sister more and more. The Viscount's breathing quickened as her body started trembling in frustration. Finally, she gave in to the temptation and requested, "Clean there as well." "Where, Lady Fell?" "My breasts." "As you say." Saying that, he suddenly grabbed her squishy breasts and started cleaning them roughly. "Ah, nah," the Viscount yelped in pleasure and surprise, causing her to tighten her fleshy thighs, which suddenly increased the pleasure Nux was feeling. "Ah." The sudden stimulus forced him to leak his milk as he stained the Viscount's thighs and her little sister with his jizz. "Oops, looks like I have to clean that area again." Saying that, his hands moved towards her thighs as he washed them again before his fingers moved towards her canal, which was already twitching uncontrollably after his jizz fell on top of it. His fingers circled around her entry for a little while before he pinched her erect clitoris, causing her to moan in ecstasy. "Ah, ang." "I think it somehow went inside. Let me clean it thoroughly then." Without waiting for confirmation, his middle finger directly entered her pussy, followed by his index finger. His two fingers rubbed her wet and mushy insides, finding all her weak points. "Ah, ang. Ah, ang." Felberta kept moaning in pleasure as he played with her pussy. Suddenly, a weird idea popped in Nux's mind as he brought his lips closer to her left ear and he blew some air into her ear softly. Felberta's body jerked weirdly before her canal tightened and she came. Her juices gushed out without stopping, staining her thighs all over again. "It looks like I have to clean it again."
Chapter 19. Assistants with Different Fields of Work. After what could be called the longest bathing session she ever had, Viscount Filberta walked out of the bathroom with a satisfied yet strict expression. "We are late, and this is all because of you. What do you have to say in your defense?" "I deeply apologize for the inconvenience I have caused, although I will say, it felt really good, did it not?" Viscount Filberta's lips twitched when she heard his remark. She wanted to reprimand him, but when she thought about it, it really felt good. I am being led astray by him." She clenched her fist in frustration, but when she remembered the pleasure she felt a few minutes ago, she decided to let him go. I am really weak against him." "All right, no point complaining since we are already late. Let's move quickly so we can save some time," she stated as she quickened her pace. "Wait, I am going with you?" Nux questioned. "Yes, I decided to take you as my butler from now on." "But I don't know anything butlers do." "You don't have to worry about it. Joyab will take care of that. You just have to follow me. You can't keep staying here, can you?" "Lady Fell, you don't have to go through this roundabout way. Just tell me that you can't bear to stay away from me, and I'll follow you even if you walk into hell." Felberta's lips twitched. She wanted to retort to that, but deep down, she knew what he said was true. He was annoying. Where the hell did my cute Nux go?" "You sure have a glib tongue, don't you?" "I believe Lady Fell knows more about it than I do." He purposefully glanced at her firm breasts before he licked his lips seductively. Understanding what he meant, Felberta's face flushed before she sighed. I really miss the past Nux. He was so sweet and cute. Unlike the now you are just a rude person." "Do you really mean what you said, Lady Phil? Why don't you ask your heart, and see what it says?" Felberta used her right to remain silent. Although she did miss the boy Nux a little, if she were given a choice, she would choose the man Nux any day. After all, no matter how much thick-faced she has, whenever she ordered Nux to do anything, she always felt like she was manipulating a little boy. Although it felt good, in some part of her mind, she felt a little weird. Nux now, on the other hand, steps up and seduces her on his own accord. His playful words feel good, and his little forceful methods get her heart racing. After all, in the end, she bought him as her boy toy, someone who would satisfy her sexually.
Of course, what Felberta doesn't realize is that Nux's importance in her heart has long passed what any random boy toy has. If she was given a choice to choose between her close friends and Nux, she might not be able to choose her friends even if she was given enough time to think. As the two of them entered Fel's office, they saw a middle-aged man standing inside the office, wearing a black suit. Without wasting any time, Nux activated the Eye of Discretion, and this man's information appeared in front of him. Name, Joyab Frey. Age, 59. Mana cultivation, Master. Body cultivation, Mortal. Occupation, Butler of Viscount Felberta. Race, Human. Talent, Low. LV, 31. HP, 350/350. MP, 550/550. STR, 36. AGL, 41. VIT, 35. STM, 39. INT, 55. Def, 35. Joyab, let me introduce him to you. He is Nux. He will be my new butler from now on. Hearing that, Joyab frowned as he questioned, Viscount Felberta, isn't he the... Yes, he is, but from now on he is my butler. Joyab couldn't help but notice the defensive tone she had when she cut him off mid-sentence. What kind of magic has this kid done on her? He couldn't help but doubt if Nux was some sort of evil cultivator who somehow hypnotized Viscount Felberta. If it wasn't for how he couldn't feel even an ounce of energy coming out of his body, he would have attacked him already. But Viscount, does he know what he has to do as his butler? He questioned. You don't have to worry about it. Then what about his cultivation? How would he protect you if he is so weak? You know that a butler is also a bodyguard who guards his master with his life. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me. I have decided to provide him with our house's best cultivation technique. He is still young, and I believe he can catch up with others. But Joyab wanted to argue further, but he couldn't find any points. Noticing that he was acting weird, Felberta thought about it and quickly understood his dilemma and smiled. Butler Joyab, you have taken care of me ever since I was a child. You don't have to worry. I won't treat you or your family badly. I know you have been training your son to become my butler after you retire. This won't change after Nux's appearance. I am not firing you or your son. Joyab glanced at Viscount before he tried to avoid her gaze, embarrassed that he was seen through easily. Also, a sense of relief washed over his body when he heard her, and he sighed. Yes, although I have appointed Nux as my butler, he is not exactly my butler. He is more of an assistant. No, wait, you are kind of my assistant as well. Forget it. Just remember you two have different jobs. Viscount's words not only confused Joyab, but even she couldn't understand what she was saying. Behind her, Nux snorted inwardly when he heard her words. Psst, what's the point of covering up? Just tell him that both of us are your assistant, the only difference being that while he works on the papers, I work on your body.
Chapter 20, 2020. Trust me, I know a very good exercise to heal this stiffness. Author's note. Again, I will warn you, if you don't want to get blue-balled, wait for the next chapter that I will post in 2 hours. Read at your own risk. Skeleton face. After introducing Nux to Joyab, the Viscount continued with her work. However, soon she noticed that her speed and efficiency has improved a little. It was only a little, but it couldn't be hidden from the Viscount's eyes. Also, now that Nux was standing right behind her, even after working for a long time, she didn't feel that tingling feeling she was so annoyed by. Of course, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have their fun during the break time. The Viscount smiled, looking forward to the lunch break. On the other hand, seeing her working so efficiently and elegantly, Nux was thoroughly impressed. He was awed by how she solved the farmer's problem. Her fast decision-making skill was something very hard to have. She looked like a perfect, empowered lady. And when he thought about how he had this empowered lady sitting on his lap, he smiled evilly and waited for the lunch break. All right, this is enough. You can take your lunch break now. You have 2 hours. As you say, Viscount. After a bow, Joyab quickly left, and noticing that Nux was still inside, he finally understood what kind of assistant he was. Nux didn't know what Joyab was thinking about. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He just smiled as he walked towards Viscount Felberta. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he smiled. Lady Fel, you must be tired after working for so long.
Knowing that she wouldn't need to ask what she needed, Felberta smiled inwardly, looking forward to how he will turn this situation to his advantage and do something lewd. Of course, she didn't forget to help him with his script and nodded. Your whole body must be stiff, is it not? My whole body is very stiff. I understand. I could help you with some massage, but I believe that would make you a little too relaxed, affecting your work in later hours. That's certainly true. Then how about I help you with some stretches? Stretches? Yes. Then, Lady Fel, since we are tight on time, let's start it as quickly as possible. Though she couldn't understand what he wanted, she nodded, then stood up and let him do whatever she wanted. All right, first, let's remove your gown. Then, without waiting for her response, Nux quickly and skillfully removed her gown. Today, she was wearing a purple-colored bra and panties. The contrast between her pure white skin and these dark purple undergarments made her look really alluring. Damn, she has a very irresistible body. No matter how many times he has seen her, he would always get enraptured by her. Her perfect hourglass figure that he could only imagine in the past fantasies, even those film stars or models did not have a body like hers. All right, now sit down, straighten your knees, and open your legs as wide as possible. Felberta did what he told. She stretched her legs as wide as possible, and though it was not a straight line, it was still very close to it. Nux was impressed by how flexible her body was. He also did not miss the chance to rub her inner thighs, helping her to stretch more. Now bend down and try to touch your toes with your hand, Nux whispered as he supported her back. She bent down, feeling the stretch on her thighs, but she couldn't really focus on it since that demon was still kneading her inner thighs while teasing her little sister again and again. All right, now do the same with another toe. Completely ignoring her frustrations, Nux continued to take advantage of her body as he helped her with her stretches. Okay, now to the next stretch. He then made her sit in the classic Japanese position, the seiza position, and then told her to slowly push her back backwards. Felberta's body was very flexible. Her head nearly touched the floor while being in this position. Of course, Nux still supported her head on his lap as he kneaded her soft and fleshy breasts without removing her bra. Ugh, she moaned in delight, and seeing her face flushed and red, Nux felt his little brother twitching. All right, a little more? Yes, that's enough. Breathe a little as we move to the next one. He then made her sit on all fours. Though embarrassed, Viscount still did as he told. Smiling, Nux instructed. Now, arch your back, lift your butt and head, and stay in the same position till I say otherwise. Nux smiled evilly as he placed his hand on her firm but juicy ass, teasing her as much as he wanted. He felt her body twitching and was sure it was not due to the stretching she was doing. Felberta felt the familiar tingling sensation inside her little sister. His hands circled around her ass, teasing her little sister from time to time. Her pussy twitched in frustration. The Viscount could feel her little sister was missing something. Something big. Satisfied after groping her for a while, he instructed. All right, this should be enough. Now to the It's enough. I think my body is fine now. Knowing full well that he only wants to tease her, Felberta interrupted him. Her body was screaming in frustration within just 10 minutes. She didn't know what would happen if she continued to let him do whatever he wanted. Nux smiled, thinking that he couldn't tease her more. Although it was fun, he still wanted to jump on cloud 9 together with her. Thinking about it, he smirked as he questioned. Are you sure? Because I can definitely feel this part of yours is very stiff. Viscount's body jolted when Nux boldly grabbed her little sister. Trust me, I know a very good exercise to heal this stiffness.
Chapter 21. Many thanks. Trust me, I know a very good exercise to heal this stiffness. Nux then rubbed his tent on her butt as he whispered seductively. Would you like to try it? I'll give you one chance, Felberta replied with a red face. She was just too weak against him. Even though she had decided to end this, with just some of his whispers and teasings, she gave in again. She could not decipher how she ended up like this. I promise it would be worth it, Nux smiled before he lowered his pants and his large dick appeared. He then used his dick to slap the Viscount's firm ass a few times before he removed her already wet panties and started rubbing his dick on her entry. This was already too much for Felberta to handle, and a moan leaked out of her mouth. Completely drenching his rod with her love juice, he slammed it right into her insides without any warning, making her moan in pleasure. After all that teasing she has been through for the past 10 minutes, her body, especially her pussy, was already very sensitive to touch. Thus, as soon as he rammed his cock into her, Viscount's whole body quivered in ecstasy, and her arms felt weak. Since she was still on her fours with her arm weakening like that, she was about to fall, but soon a pair of hands gently grabbed her waist, supporting her from behind. "I believe that my method is already working, is it not, Lady Fel?" She then heard a soft voice from behind, the voice so hypnotic that she couldn't help but go with the flow, and she nodded in reply. Nobody could have guessed that the Viscount, who was so noble and elegant half an hour ago, would be down on all her fours, being drilled by an unknown man, inside the office she works in. On the other hand, Nux could also feel her insides trying to engulf and merge with his dick. Feeling the squishy insides squirming around his rod, he closed his eyes and moaned inwardly. Ugh. He was sure that he would need a lot of time before he could get used to this lovely sensation. Tsk, who was he kidding? He might not be able to get used to this his entire life. He then bent down as he placed his head on her back. Her sweet perfuming assaulted his nostril. Inhaling deeply, he gazed at her purple bra before unplugging it with his teeth, freeing her two giant and firm mountains. He moved his hands from her thin waist to her firm breasts, kneading them with love and care. He could feel her body twitching every time he rubs the area close to her nipples. Her nipples are sensitive. He smiled before he gently flicked her nipples, and as if confirming his thoughts, her canal narrowed, clenching his dick harder, and the Viscount moaned out loud. The pleasure Nux felt soared instantly. He moved his head towards her right shoulder, and he gently kissed her nape before he whispered, "I'll start moving now." Under the intense suction from her womb, he pulled back his dick to the entry slowly, before ramming it back in one thrust. His hands played with her breasts, sometimes flicking her hanging nipples, while he kissed her nape and her cheek gently, and drilled his huge dick inside her roughly. His different approaches to different parts of her body sent countless jolts of pleasure into the Viscount's body, weakening it even further. She had long given herself to the pleasure. Her whole body was handed to Nux for him to do with it as he sees fit. He, of course, didn't disappoint. Supporting her body with his arms, he continued drilling his dick into her, making her moan in delight as she asked for more. Don't stop. Continue what? You are This feels so good. It was already afternoon. The sun was shining strongly. Their bodies were already drenched with sweat. The sweat mixed with perfume and love juices, forming a weird but pleasant scent that spread in the whole room. If someone walked into this room right now and sees them, he would instantly compare them with two dogs mating together on the street without caring about anything else. Viscount Felberta's eyes were opened, but there were no eyeballs there. Her tongue was hanging outside. She couldn't even speak properly, but she was still moaning and asking for more in her whole language. She looked like she had already lost her senses. Nux wasn't any better either. He kept drilling his huge rod that was drenched with her love juice into her repeatedly. His one hand was holding and squeezing her bare breast, while the other was pinching the other breast's nipple. His handsome face rested on her upper back as it kisses her back and nape sometimes before he bites his lips, seemingly trying to prevent himself from moaning, but was unable to notice that the grunts he released were even worse than her moans. I am coming. Unable to take the pleasure anymore, Felberta's pussy contracted before a huge amount of love juices come out of her pussy, spraying all of it on Nux's already drenched dick. As if finally achieving his goal, Nux's eyes opened wide before he finally let go as he grunted, "Oog, Fel, I am coming as well." From Lady Fel to Fel, but nobody noticed. Fresh milk burst from his body quivering in the pleasure of releasing his jizz after holding it for such a long time. Weird energy entered his body, but he was already too tired and fell beside Felberta. The two stayed like this for quite some time, their bodies twitching in pleasure as they relished the aftertaste of their orgasms without any words. I believe, this cured all your stiffness, did it not, Lady Fel? The stiffness, has spread all over my body, but,
But since it felt so good, I'll forgive you.
Chapter 21. Many thanks. Trust me, I know a very good exercise to heal this stiffness. Nux then rubbed his tent on her butt as he whispered seductively. Would you like to try it? I'll give you one chance, Felberta replied with a red face. She was just too weak against him. Even though she had decided to end this, with just some of his whispers and teasings, she gave in again. She could not decipher how she ended up like this. I promise it would be worth it, Nux smiled before he lowered his pants and his large dick appeared. He then used his dick to slap the Viscount's firm ass a few times before he removed her already wet panties and started rubbing his dick on her entry.
On.
This was already too much for Felberta to handle, and a moan leaked out of her mouth.
On.
Completely drenching his rod with her love juice, he slammed it right into her insides without any warning, making her moan in pleasure. After all that teasing she has been through for the past 10 minutes, her body, especially her pussy, was already sensitive to touch. Thus, as soon as he rammed his cock into her, Viscount's whole body quivered in ecstasy, and her arms felt weak. Since she was still on her fours with her arm weakening like that, she was about to fall, but soon a pair of hands gently grabbed her waist, supporting her from behind. I believe that my method is already working, is it not, Lady Fel? The stiffness has spread all over my body, but since it felt so good, I'll forgive you. Many thanks. Chapter 22. My Beautiful Fel. After the intense session and a few minutes of rest afterwards, Nux and Felberta finally woke up and came to their senses. Felberta quickly wore her clothes and rushed towards the bathroom, while Nux called the maid and told her to clean everything. However, this time the maid wasn't as expressionless as before, as she had a tinge of red that she desperately tried to hide but couldn't do it. Nux smiled when he saw her acting like that. This little missy was peeping on them when she heard Viscount Felberta moaning like that. Nux noticed it but didn't say anything because this was essential for the next mission the system gave him. Mission: fuck Skyla Hale. Description: well, fuck Skyla Hale. Reward: 10 system points. Warning: if the mission fails, the ability Craving Touch will be disabled. Time limit: 15 days. Mission: fuck Lane Whiny. Description: well, fuck Lane Whiny. Reward: 10 system points. Warning: if the mission fails, the ability Craving Touch will be disabled. Time limit: 15 days. He received these 2 missions when he saw these 2 maids in the morning. Not that he needed the system to give him any mission, since they were already his targets when he discovered their cultivation level. He did not know what the system points were, but he shrugged, thinking there was no harm in getting extra rewards for something you were already going to do. Skyla quickly left in embarrassment after she cleaned the office. Nux also went to the other bathroom, cleaned up, and returned before Felberta. Felberta then returned. The two had a quick lunch before Joyab entered. Joyab, who just entered the office, smelled the strange scent before he glanced at Viscount and then looked at Nux. Felberta blushed a little, while Nux completely ignored his gaze. Shaking his head, Joyab forced himself to focus on the work. After the work was over, Viscount Felberta walked towards her room, while Nux followed her from behind. Suddenly, Felberta questioned without stopping her walk. Did you learn anything today? I did. I learned that your nipples are the most sensitive part of your body, second only to your pussy. Also, I noticed that slowly pulling back my cock before ramming it deep into your pussy in one go excites you the most. Filberta paused as she turned around, glaring at Nux with a completely red face. No matter how much you glare, your face won't look scary if you are blushing like that. You will only look cuter and cuter, Nux complimented. He knew the risk he was taking when he was talking about things like these, but as he had thought before, the risk-reward ratio is favorable for him. You are really rude. You talk as if you dislike it? I do dislike it. You are not very convincing when you are blushing so hard, my beautiful Fel, Nux replied with a smile. What did you call me? Suddenly, Felberta's gaze narrowed and all the redness that was on her face disappeared. My beautiful Fel? You can't call me that. I have an image. A servant can't call me as my friends do or it will affect my authority, she corrected in a serious tone. Nux quickly bowed as he replied in a formal tone. It was too presumptuous and daring of me to call you like that, Viscount Felberta. I apologize for my mistake and swear that it will not be repeated in the future. He did not even call her Lady Fel anymore and directly addressed her as other servant does. Seeing him acting like that, Felberta frowned and felt some sort of weird sensation in her heart. It was as if she lost something she shouldn't have. You don't have to bow and act all formal like that. Without raising his head, Nux replied, Viscount Felberta, I believe that as a servant I was indeed going a little too far with the way I addressed and talked to you, so I decided to change myself and talk to you like this so that I can become a better servant and someone who doesn't affect your image. I said don't bow your head. As you say, Viscount Felberta. He raised his head and looked at her with a serious face. No signs of previous playfulness could be seen on his handsome face. There was just a submissive look that said, I will do whatever you tell me to. Felberta's heart ached when she saw his face, but it was still better than when he was bowing. She believed that she should take it step by step. Good. Now stop acting formal. Viscount Felberta, forgive me for being ignorant, but I cannot seem to understand how should I act as a servant without being formal. Ugh, just act like how you previously did, Felberta yelled in frustration. I apologize, but I cannot do that, Viscount Felberta. I am just a mere servant. It will affect your image if I act like that. You don't have to worry about that. Image is just a stupid concept. We don't have to restrict ourselves just so we could impress people we don't even know. She quickly contradicted herself without a single change in her expression, and even made it sound enlightening. Nobles really are thick-skinned. But this will still affect your authority, Viscount Felberta. Huh? How can that be? I am still me, Viscount Felberta. If someone has a problem with the way I handle things, they can come and talk to me, Felberta declared proudly. As expected of my beautiful Fel, I knew you couldn't bear to see me like this. Nux's serious expression crumbled in an instant as he smiled playfully. You were acting. Huh? Of course I was. What do you take me for? How can I change my character so quickly? You? Speechless, Felberta snorted and turned around. Come on, don't be angry. How about this? You cheer up and I'll kiss you. Felberta continued walking, treating him like air. On the lips, Nux continued. Suddenly, she stopped and replied, Combine it with another night session and we will talk.
Chapter 23. So forget I said that. For the next 5 days, Nux spent most of his time with Fel. They started the morning with a beautiful bath session. At the lunch break, they have office sex, and at the night, they have bedroom sex. As for his mission with the maids, Nux decided to postpone it for now as he focused on Felberta. Why? It was because of craving touch. No, he did not want to increase its effect. It was quite the opposite. He wanted her body to get used to him. With that, her body would be able to adapt to the craving of the craving touch. He did not want her to just start masturbating like crazy when he was not around. She was a refined and elegant lady, not a horny slut. No, that did not mean the craving will end. If left unattended, it will be back with the effect 2 times stronger than normal, rendering her unable to do anything. Of course, Nux would let that happen no matter what. This was not the only reason, the other one being that he wanted to increase his stats through his hard work, even if it was just a little increase. He knew that once he had sex with the maids, he would jump levels at a tremendous pace, making it a little harder for him to gain some stat points. Of course, that did not mean that having sex with Felberta had no benefits. He got even closer to her, and also he leveled up to level 3. He also gained a few stat points from the exercise he did. He also noticed that the exercise became too simple for his current body, so he increased the intensity from 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10-kilometer run, to 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, 300 squats, 30-kilometer run.
No, his hair did not fall off. That information was wrong. A shocker, right? Even Nux was shocked. Of course, this does not mean that he completely ignored the two maids. He teased them whenever he had a chance to, making them comfortable in his presence. This will make it easier for him to complete the mission when he starts it. The failure of this mission would cost him the best ability he has. Nux wouldn't dare to take it lightly. Although he was confident that he can complete the mission within 5 days, it does not mean that he will only start when there are only 5 days left. That would be just plain stupid. Accidents can happen. It would be laughable if he somehow failed this easy mission due to his overconfidence. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. Level, 3. HP, 140/140. STR, 11. AGL, 18. VIT, 14. STM, 15. INT, 11. Def, 10. Blank points, 6. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Foy. After he did his last push-up, his stats appeared in front of him. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned around and saw Felberta standing there, accompanied by her two maids. He smiled as he walked towards them before Felberta sighed. I can't believe you improved so quickly, and you haven't even started cultivating the technique I gave you. Look, I can notice that you have a talent for cultivation. You can achieve heights unachievable by others. Don't waste it. I can even release you from your duty as my butler. Just don't end up like me. There was a tinge of regret when she said her last sentence. Nux smiled gently as he patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry, I won't slack off, but I have a different plan in my mind, although I will need you to release me as your butler. Why? Oh, come on now, don't make that face. I'll make sure I come when it's a lunch break. I can't miss the chance to taste you now, can I? Nux chuckled as he fondled her ass. What are you talking about? She then glanced at her maids before she blushed. They're still here. Huh, it's not like they don't know what we do. The two of them peek at us all the time. Heck, you can even ask them what's your favorite position, and they will tell you in a jiffy. Hearing him, the two maids blushed as they looked down, avoiding the Viscount's shocked gaze. What? You two peek at us? Felberta questioned in shame and anger. She couldn't believe that her two maids would do something like that. Now, you can't blame them. It is your fault for moaning so loudly. You can't blame them for taking a peek or two. Felberta glared at Nux as she snorted. If you weren't that good at sex, I would have killed you for being so annoying. All right, calm down. Anger doesn't suit your beautiful face. Come, let's go to the bathroom. I'll help you relax. Skyla, Lane, prepare the water. I'll give you another chance to peek at us and see your Viscount moaning cutely. Felberta blushed in shame, but before she could retort, Nux picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. Before going, he did not forget to glance at the two maids and wink at them. Why? Just for fun. The maids also smiled seeing him act like that, although at first they were wary of him as he got close to Viscount Felberta abnormally quickly, but now that they have seen him for a long time, they lowered their guards, since they were sure that he wasn't going to hurt Viscount Felberta. Why? Because he already had many chances to do so and get away successfully. Also, they lowered the bars for him to get in their good books because he was a little too handsome, but they would never admit it openly. So, forget I said that.
Chapter 24. Why not confirm it yourself? After a warm and cozy bathroom session, Nux and Felberta walked out of the bathroom with a smile on their faces. However, soon, Felberta's smile disappeared when she realized that she had to go without Nux today. Oh, come on, don't make that face, my lovely Viscount. I promise you that I will come when it's lunch break. Don't you trust me? You promise? You really think I'll let go of the chance of spending time with such a beautiful woman like you? I am sure that no man is willing to do that. If there is, then he is gay. Okay, then remember, if you don't come on time, I will declare you a gay. Nux used his right to remain silent. Felberta laughed as she walked towards her office. Seeing her walking figure as her ass jiggled right and left, Nux shook his head. He still couldn't believe that he actually managed to have sex with a beauty like that, and she's a Viscount to boot. On the other side, in the bathroom, Skyla was washing Viscount Felberta's clothes when her eyes fell on Felberta's panty. She blushed before she picked them up. She looked around sneakily before she placed it on her nose and inhaled deeply. She then blushed even more as she muttered, "Ooh, her panty is wet yet again." Then Felberta's ahago face when she was being fucked by Nux appeared in her mind, and she blushed again. This is so indecent, but from the looks on her face, sex feels really good. I wonder if it's true. Of course it is true. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice behind her, and she panicked. She quickly turned around and saw a 1.75 meters tall man with a devilishly handsome face standing behind her. He had a teasing smile on his face as he questioned, "Little Skyla, what are you doing with Viscount Felberta's panty, I wonder?"
Nothing. And how dare you call me little Skyla? I am older than you. It should be I who should be calling you little Nux, Skyla retorted as she did a wasteful attempt to hide the panty behind her back. Skyla was a beautiful, fair-skinned woman. She was 1.68 meters tall, with short auburn hair, big green-colored eyes, a cute small nose, and pouty red lips. Her breasts weren't really big, but they weren't small either. They were what they call, they would perfectly fit in my hands type. She had a perky bottom, and although she might appear serious, if one gets to know her, she was a clumsy type. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Felberta, she was wearing a classic French maid costume, so that increased her charm to another level. You can call me whatever you like, but first tell me, what were you doing with Fel's panty? Nux replied as he walked towards her. What panty are you talking about? I don't know anything. Nux chuckled as he held her chin before lifting her face and bringing his face dangerously close to her. Then what are you hiding from me? He whispered seductively, his lips really, really close to her. Skyla felt her heart beating quickly. Although she was 25 years old, she has never interacted with any man before, let alone someone as charming as Nux. Seeing him standing so close to her, holding her chin like that, how can her maiden heart not beat uncontrollably? However, she quickly came back to her senses as she cried inwardly, "This man is too dangerous. He almost fooled me. I mustn't let him see the panty." Nux's other hand moved towards her back, but before he could get the panty, she shifted her arms a little. Of course, Nux didn't care. His target wasn't the panty to begin with. He then grabbed her perky bottom, and suddenly Skyla's whole body twitched as she perked up and she moved back. What happened to her? Nux thought inwardly before he glanced at her red face and smiled knowingly. It might be easier than I expected. He didn't expect to learn about her weak point so randomly. He slowly walked towards her. The smile on his face didn't disappear as he questioned. "Come on, tell me what you are hiding. I promise I won't tell anyone." "You promise? Don't you trust me? Do I look like someone who betrays others' trust?" Skyla slowly glanced at his handsome face, and suddenly she felt guilty that she doubted someone so innocent-looking person like him. She then slowly moved her hands from her back as she showed Fel's purple panty that was in her hand. "What were you doing with it?" "I will not tell you," Skyla retorted firmly. "Oh, come on, Sister Skyla. Aren't you like my big sister? Will you really hide this from your younger brother?" Nux questioned with a sad look on his face. Skyla wanted to ask when she became his big sister, but seeing the sad look on his face, she couldn't bear to. "Okay, I will tell you, but you have to promise that you will not tell anybody." Nux's face brightened as he quickly rushed towards Skyla and hugged her tightly. "Yay, Sister Skyla! I knew you were the best." Skyla was unable to react to his sudden outburst, but since it felt really good, she allowed her younger brother to hug her. "So, Sister Skyla, what were you doing with Viscount Felberta's panty?" Skyla blushed when she heard her question, but since she already agreed to tell him, she admitted, I was wondering if sex felt as good as others say." Just that? Then why were you so confused and shy about it? Why not confirm it yourself?
Chapter 25. I believe you are ready for the main course now. Author, same warning, proceed with caution. Skeleton face. Why not confirm it yourself? Huh? What? If you are so interested in knowing that, then why not confirm it yourself? Nux repeated, his face showing utmost confusion, as if he couldn't believe that she hasn't thought of such a simple solution. How do I do that? Skyla questioned in confusion. By having sex, of course, Nux answered, as if it was a matter of fact. Sex? But I don't know who to have it with, Skyla muttered shyly, her last part of the sentence barely audible. Huh? Don't you have me? You can do it with me. You? But aren't you doing it with Viscount Felberta? Who says that if I'm doing it with Viscount Felberta, I can't do it with anyone else? Isn't that wrong? Oh, come on, there are many noble women who share their husband with other women. But they are nobles, and I'm just a servant. Huh? What do you mean? Am I not a servant as well? If noble women can share their nobleman partner with other women, then why can't normal women have the same partner who is also a normal man? That makes sense. That made no sense at all. Nux smiled brightly as he replied, Right? We are both servants, so there is nothing wrong with having sex together. But I don't know anything about sex. Don't worry, I know all about it. After all, it is the only thing I'm good at. Nux whispered into her ears seductively before he grabbed Fel's panty and put it aside, before picking Skyla into his arms as he walked towards the empty bathtub. Huh? It was only after he placed her inside the bathtub did she finally reacted and questioned in panic. What are you doing? Did you not want to try having sex? Right now? The earlier the better, isn't it? But I'm not ready yet. You don't have to do anything, just trust your body to me. He then smiled gently and whispered like a demon enticing a person to form a contract with him. You trust me, don't you? Skyla felt her heart beating faster and faster the closer he got to her. She blushed deeply before she nodded with a soft, Nux smiled as he moved forward before planting a soft kiss on her forehead. You can't do it with a tense body like that. Let me help you calm you down. Just close your eyes, he instructed. Something inside Skyla told her to do what he said, and she closed her eyes. With that, her other senses increased. She could feel Nux's every move even though her eyes were closed. Then Nux's lips moved down before he planted the same gentle kiss on her eyes, before moving towards her small nose. The closer he got to her mouth, the faster her heart started to beat. Her body was trembling in fear and expectation. And soon she felt a pair of soft lips touching her own. Her body shuddered. She even felt that her heart would burst out in that instant. Their lips parted, and a weird sense of loss welled inside her heart. She then felt his soft lips on her chin, then her neck, and then it moved down. Skyla waited in anticipation. She wanted to open her eyes, but her body didn't listen to her command. Suddenly, she felt the clothes covering her breasts being removed, and fresh, cool air stroking her bare breasts. Your breasts are beautiful, Skyla. She then heard a gentle voice. Hearing him calling her name with such gentleness, Skyla's little heart bloomed in happiness, and a smile appeared in her small mouth. She then felt a pair of soft lips touching her right nipple before they sucked the whole thing inside, and a wet tongue started licking it. It was as if a jolt of pleasure was released into her body, and her pussy started trembling in excitement, as if knowing and fully accepting what was about to come. Then a hand started kneading her other breast, sending another jolt into her body. Her body started to get a hang of this foreign feeling, but suddenly another wave of pain and pleasure assaulted her body as she felt her left nipple being pinched by his fingers. Her back straightened up, but before she could think more about this weird, painful but pleasurable feeling, she felt his hand sliding down her waist through her clothes before it entered her skirt, and suddenly it grabbed her bare butt. Her body jolted in pleasure. She wanted to move, but suddenly she felt something biting her right nipple that was in Nux's mouth. It was as if he was telling her not to move. Her body followed his command, and he continued stroking her butt. His other hand also joined in the fun, and they started playing with her ass, molding it into various shapes. The more he played with her, the stronger the pleasure she felt. She felt her pussy trembling in joy as it released her love juices continuously. She couldn't believe that her pussy was already this wet before he even touched it. As if hearing her thoughts, his right hand started moving before it arrived in front of her entrance and directly pushed his middle finger into her. She moaned in pleasure, but before she could get used to it, another finger entered her canal, and the two fingers started stroking her inner walls, making her moan in ecstasy and forcing her pussy to keep releasing her juices to welcome them. She moaned out loud, her body twitching in pleasure. She never felt this good when she did it herself. Her canals tightened, and just as she was about to come, she felt his fingers stopping, cool air stroking her wet right nipple. His other hand stopped kneading her butt, and she heard a voice. Since the side dish is over, I believe you are ready for the main course now. Chapter 26, Mission Accomplished 2. I believe you are ready for the main course now. This was just side dishes? How good would the main course be? Skyla thought inwardly, before the images of a huge rod drilling Viscount Felberta as she screamed in pleasure appeared in her mind. Her face blushed, and her little sister, that was already very sensitive, twitched even more. She finally opened her eyes and saw that Nux was removing her white-colored panty. She may be clumsy, but she wasn't stupid. She knew that this was her last defense. Once he succeeds, there was no turning back. Her little sister, on the other hand, had no such thoughts. It trembled uncontrollably, as if reprimanding her that she was thinking too much. Her eyes moved up and met Nux's gaze. He smiled gently, and suddenly, all the thoughts about her panty being her last defense left her mind. It will happen eventually. Why not do it now? Confirming her thoughts, she smiled and nodded, ready and anticipating what was about to come. Nux was taken aback by her smiling like that. His smile widened before he removed her panty and finally saw her clean and beautiful vagina with an erect pink clitoris on the top. He then removed his pant and his huge dick popped out, already excited about the new and untouched cave he was going to explore. When Nux noticed Skyla's eyes widening in surprise, he smirked inwardly.
It boosted his ego. Any man would feel proud if he saw a reaction like that. He placed his little brother's head in front of the canal. Glistening it with her overflowing juice, he pushed it in and then glanced at nervous Skyla. "Don't be nervous, I'm here." Skyla nodded, trying to calm her body as well as her excited and nervous heart. Nux then moved his head closer to hers as he instructed. "Just focus on me." He then sealed her lips with his own. Smooch. He didn't move his tongue. Instead, he started sucking her lower lip. Smooch. He then left it alone before started sucking her upper lips, and a few moments later, he started sucking her lower lips again. Her lips felt soft and tasted sweet. Skyla soon understood the pattern and reciprocated with her sucking. Smooch, smooch, smooch. The smooching sound echoed throughout the bathroom. When Nux noticed that she was busy sucking his lips, he directly pushed his dick inside her tight canal, breaking her hymen in one go.
Nah.
Skyla bit his lower lip before he felt her already tight canal tightening even more. Her mushy inside squirmed around his body tightly for a few seconds before they finally relaxed and his dick was drenched in love juice. Nux furrowed his brows, he stopped kissing and distanced his face before he questioned, "Did you just come?" Skyla's face turned red. Her body was already too stimulated by his side dishes. The kiss she just had also felt very good. Her pussy was already twitching in frustration since his dick just stayed there without moving while her lips relished unknown amount of pleasure. Therefore, just as he slammed his dick into her, rather than the pain she expected, her already sensitive pussy reacted differently and she came. Skyla nodded embarrassedly. In just one thrust, Nux was dumbfounded. Skyla nodded again. This she could feel smoke rising from her head. She was too embarrassed. Nux, on the other hand, couldn't decide how to react. In the end, he sighed and questioned, "Do you want to continue?" If she refused, he would just control himself and leave unsatisfied. It was her first time. He wasn't going to force her to continue for another round if she wasn't ready. "Huh? Oh, of course I want to." Wait, you don't want to do it with me anymore since I came without telling you? I'm sorry, I will make sure not to repeat this mistake. Nux now furrowed even more before he recalled that although clumsy, this girl in front of him is still a cultivator. There's no way she's going to get tired with just one thrust. He smiled seductively as he replied, "Of course not. I was just teasing you. Do you think I will let you go now? You wanted to know how good sex felt, right? I'll show you." Saying that, under the suction of her pussy, he moved his dick back before slamming right into her in one go. Nah. Skyla moaned loudly, her body twitched in pleasure. "Shh, you can't moan loudly like that. Here, let me help you." Nux sealed her lips with hers. This time, he wasn't as gentle as before, and his tongue invaded her mouth as he continued his thrusting. Her muffled moans were heard inside the bathroom. The pleasure was starting to get over her head as she couldn't think straight. Her body was already numb with pleasure. Nux's tongue dominated hers in the battle easily, while her eyes had already rolled back in delight. Her body completely submitted to Nux with no resistance whatsoever. If Skyla could think straight, she would match her current condition with Viscount Felberta and would find many similarities. But of course, those types of thoughts were too high level for her current state of brain to think about. Her mind had already given itself to pleasure, and the only thing she could think of was ways to keep this pleasure going on and on and on. Nux was also very satisfied as he fucked her silly. Her pussy was very welcoming, her walls squirming around his dick, sending jolts of pleasure into his body. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind as he smiled evilly. His hand moved before grabbing her ass cheeks roughly. Skyla's body suddenly arched up. He could feel his canal tightening to another level as if wanting to suck him dry. Her pussy walls managed their goal as Nux grunted and his white jizz burst out, filling her insides without stopping. I am coming. Skyla also moaned loudly as her body twitched and she came again. Nux's tired body fell beside Skyla as he was enjoying the aftertaste. An enormous amount of energy gushed into his body and a screen appeared in front of him, accompanied by a sound in his mind. Ding. Mission accomplished.
Chapter 27. A Huge Gain. Mission: Fuck Skyla Hale. Description: Well, fuck Skyla Hale. Reward: 10 system points. Warning: If the mission fails, the ability Craving Touch will be disabled. Time limit: 15 days. 10 days left. Mission status: completed. The reward will be sent to system inventory. After Nux relished the aftertaste of the intense session he just had, he hurriedly glanced at his status and was pleasantly surprised. He directly jumped from level 3 to level 9. It was a huge gain. He also noticed that other than his intelligence stat, his other stats were already close to Skyla and Lane, and he wasn't even level 20 yet. Doesn't that mean that my foundation is peerless? He smiled inwardly. He then noticed that his blank points had shot up to a whopping 33. He can already recover his predecessor's memory. Just as he thought about it, he threw that thought out of his mind. He was only a commoner. What could he possibly know? I am gaining levels quickly for now. I don't know how long will this continue. It is completely illogical to waste my precious blank point on this memory I might have no use for. If I want to know something, I will directly ask Fel. I refuse to believe that a mere commoner will know something a Viscount does not. I will only accept his memory if I have more than 1,000 blank points. That way, I won't feel too bad even if they are wasted a little. Who knows, I might get something out of it. Nux then clenched his fist. He could already feel a vast amount of strength boiling inside his body. He was very eager to test it out, but he soon calmed his emotions and glanced at Skyla, who was lying beside her, and questioned. So, how was it? Was sex as good as you thought it would be? It was 1,000 times better, Skyla answered with a bright smile. Nux smiled back as he replied, All right then, be ready tomorrow. I'll meet you here at the same time, 'kay? We can do it again? Skyla questioned in surprise. Her breathing quickened. Huh? Of course. Now that we had sex, you are my woman now. Why should we not do it again? Your woman? But you said that no. Before she could complete, Nux sealed her lips with a short kiss. We had sex, so you are my woman now, 'kay? He whispered into her ear seductively. Skyla's face turned red. Her body moved on its own as she nodded. Good. Now be here on time tomorrow, 'kay? Unless you don't like having sex, of course. I won't force you if that's the case. No, I'll be here on time. Skyla nodded embarrassedly. Nux chuckled before planting another kiss on her lips before he questioned. Good. Now, Skyla, can I leave cleaning this up to you, please? Of course. You don't have to worry. I also have to wash Viscount's clothes, so I'll clean this up as well. Thank you. Okay. I will be leaving now, okay? Okay. Love you. Saying that, Nux walked out of the bathroom, eager to test his strength. Skyla, on the other hand, just stood there, her face as red as it could get, before she finally muttered in a mosquito voice. Love you too. Embarrassed, she covered her face with her hands. Nux quickly rushed into his room, excited by the sudden power-up he gained. It had been 6 days since he last entered this room, since he has been spending his time with Felberta and is often staying in her room. To be honest, this room was only there for show. His actual room was the room where he and Fel lived together. Of course, though he didn't use this room, it did not mean that it wasn't cleaned by the servants. Nux quickly sat on the bed and sat cross-legged. He had seen a new term on the system screen and wanted to check them out. System inventory. He thought inwardly, if it was what he think it is, then it would be very convenient for him. Just thinking about it made him excited, but soon his excitement dwindled as he read the message in front of him. System inventory. Locked. This feature is locked. Level up to unlock this feature. What? Then what about my reward for this mission? Didn't you say they were sent directly to system inventory? How do I get them? Nux questioned, but no one replied. At least say something. Hey, hello? Again, no one replied. What an annoying fucking system. Nux cursed, but he knew he couldn't do anything about it. He calmed his agitated emotions and closed his eyes. I will level up eventually. I think I will get my rewards then. I should not think too much about all this and should just check my strength. He clenched his fist again. Feeling the power surging into his body, he looked around to find his target. He glanced at the wall of the room and then glanced at his fist. No. I am still too agitated. I can't hit the wall. It will be too painful. I mean, it will cause a commotion if the wall breaks. He hurriedly shook his head. He then glanced at the wooden comb that was placed on the table. He picked it up before putting some pressure. Crack! The comb broke into two without any resistance. Am I too strong, or is this comb too fragile? Chapter 28, Miss Dominant One. Author, same warning, proceed with caution. Skeleton face. In the end, Nux gave up on the idea of testing his strength for now. He decided that he will ask Felberta about this. He reckoned that since this is a world based on strength, they might have better ways to test someone's strength. With that, he lay down and relaxed his body for some time, since he was a little tired after having sex twice in a short interval. Not that he was complaining. No man would ever complain about having too much sex if it was with a woman or women of his own choice. After a few hours of rest, he right now was sitting in front of Fel's office waiting for the lunch break. All right, that will be enough for now. We will continue this after the break. He didn't have to wait for a long time as heard Fel's sweet voice announcing the start of lunch break. As you say, Viscount Feldarda. Moments later, Joyob walked out of the office, but when he saw Nux sitting on the floor as if waiting for something, his face twitched. When he noticed that Nux did not come with Viscount Felberta today, he thought that maybe Viscount Felberta have had enough fun and was bored of Nux, but seeing him here, he knew he was wrong. Of course, he didn't have anything against Nux. He just thinks that it is not good for Viscount Filberta's image to have a boy toy following around her all the time. If they want, they can have all the fun they want in the night, but doing it so openly might affect her influence as a noble. Neither Nux nor Filberta bothered about his thoughts. Seeing him exiting the office, Nux stood up before he entered the office with a smile. Filberta's eyes brightened when she saw Nux walking inside the office. "Nux!" She hurried over and jumped on him in excitement. "Haha, what are you, a monkey?" Nux laughed as he carried Fel into his arms. "Huh? Who are you calling a monkey? Do you want to die? Ho? How are you going to kill me?" Fel smiled seductively as she whispered into his ear, "I can suck you dry till you die." That's actually not a bad way to die at all. Dying with beauty in hand, Nux joked. "All right then, I'll let you have that honor today. Talk after you don't lose your mind with just one thrust." Filberta's face turned red as she muttered, "You are really shameless." Nux laughed as he walked towards her chair. He sat down and placed Fel on his lap as he questioned, "So, Miss Dominant One, how would you like to start our afternoon session?" You don't have to worry about it. Since I am one in charge, I'll do everything." Viscount snorted. Last night she noticed that every time they have sex, she ends up as the weaker one, the one being drilled while moaning like a whore, whereas Nux was always the one who controlled the pace. She then decided that from now on, she will be the dominant one, controlling the pace while Nux will be at the receiving end. But the reality is often disappointing. She tried to take control of the things this morning, but that ended with her being drilled mercilessly. "All right, Miss Dominant One, I'll wait patiently to see what you got." Nux smirked provocatively. Fel snorted again before she got on her knees. She removed his pants and a semi-hard 6-inch rod popped out. She grabbed it gently before giving it a few jerks. She then smiled seductively before kissing its head. All the while, she did not break the eye contact between them. She had already noticed that though he feels good with her breasts as well, a blowjob works wonders if she wants to turn him on. Nux's body shuddered when he saw her kissing his dick with her red, juice lips like that. The Viscount continued licking his shaft before slowly sucking his balls. When he saw his dick lying on top of Fel's face like that, a weird sense of satisfaction washed over him, and his semi-hard dick turned hard. The scene was just too stimulating. He then saw the Viscount smiling at him. She kissed the head again before gobbling up the whole thing in one go. Nux moaned in pleasure as jolts of pleasure assaulted his body. The inside of her mouth felt warm and squishy. The Viscount slowly moved her head back, and then she started sucking. Hang. The suction force was too much for Nux to bear, and he moaned out loud. The Viscount's tongue moved all around his cock as if it was the tastiest thing she ever had. All this while, Fel never broke the eye contact. She noticed his reaction when her tongue licked different parts of his dick and quickly figured out all his weak points. She smiled in satisfaction when she saw him moaning like that. She could feel thick veins bulging out of his dick when she licked it. She moved her head back and forth, increasing and decreasing the pace whenever she wanted. Fel, it feels too good, Nux moaned again, his legs quivering in pleasure. He had long since closed his eyes to relish this overworldly feeling to the greatest extent. Just as he was about to come, he felt Filberta slowing her face before she stopped. He frowned as he opened his eyes, and he saw Filberta smirking at him. "Should I continue?" she asked playfully. What do you mean, should you continue? Of course you should." "Then why aren't you admitting your wrongdoings and apologizing for teasing me so much?" she smirked. "My beautiful Fel, I deeply apologize for everything I have done. Please be the bigger and kind person you already are and continue what you were doing." An instant reply. Fel was taken aback by his sudden reply and was a little disappointed. She wanted to see him struggling a little before saying what she wanted, but the instant reply didn't satisfy her. Still, she smiled and engulfed his whole dick in one go, resuming the blowjob. Fel, I am coming. Nux grunted in pleasure. This time he held her head so she couldn't pull the trick she did earlier. Fel's tongue moved around his dick quickly. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted his body before he finally let go, and fresh milk burst out from his dick. Numb. Felberta's mouth was filled with Nux jizz. She wanted to move, but with Nux's newly gained strength, she couldn't. Her cheeks bloated before she slowly started swallowing his cum. Gulp, gulp, gulp. That felt good. Nux moaned in relief after he unloaded all of his cum inside her lovely mouth and finally released her head. "How could you do this to me? I nearly choked to death," Felberta complained.
It's not my fault. You are just too good. Also, we need to keep your office clean, don't we? You. Come on, at least control your pussy if you are going to act that you are angry. I can smell your juices from here. That's how wet you are right now. Who gets wet when they are angered, you horny woman? Felberta blushed. She couldn't believe her little sister gave her away. Still, now that she had won the first round, she did not want to let him take the lead as she continued. Don't act like you know everything. As I said, just stay put and let me do everything. She completely ignored the fact that she was the one who blamed him. Of course, Nux did not mind. He found it rather cute. Also, it satisfied his ego seeing such a beautiful girl trying to satisfy him with everything she has. Fel stood up, removed her black panty before she lifted her gown to her waist and sat on Nux's lap facing him. She then held his still hard dick as she gave it a few strokes up and down. You dare call me horny when you are still hard after coming just a few moments ago? I would doubt my sexuality if I don't get hard seeing a beautiful girl like you trying so hard to seduce me. At least you have this much sense. Felberta smiled sweetly before snorting. She then placed his perfectly hard dick in front of her little sister and inserted it in one go. She let out a moan of pleasure. Nux didn't have it any better either, and he grunted in pleasure. After having so many rounds of sex with Felberta, her insides have already taken the shape of his dick. It was as if her vagina was specially made for him. Her squishy insides surrounded every part of his rod, sending him to cloud 9 just after entering it. Suddenly, Felberta hugged him tightly, his face stuck between her two giant but soft mountains that were still covered with her gown. The sweet scent of her lavender perfume assaulted his nose. Nux even wondered if it was an aphrodisiac because he could feel the sudden urge to just grab her and start pounding her like crazy. Of course, since he promised to play by her rules, he controlled that urge. He also wanted to see how far she could go to dominate him. Felberta then lifted her butt before slamming it down again, sending jolts of pleasure inside his body. He could feel her soft and perky butt hitting his thigh, jiggling after the collision. Felberta also couldn't resist the pleasure and moaned out loud. Her pussy has already been molded into the shape of his dick, which means that with just one thrust, Nux can hit all her weak points, making her body shudder in pleasure. The Viscount bit her lips and continued moving. Nux continued moaning in pleasure, but Felberta had it worse. The more she moved, the more pleasure assaulted her body, and soon it was clear that her body was too numb and weak to continue. Nux smiled before he raised his head that was buried in her cleavage and whispered, "Oh, tired already? It's okay, just entrust your body to me like you always do." He then grabbed her perky butt before lifting it up, and as soon as he released it, he moved his crotch up as well, his dick exploring the area it couldn't do before when Felberta was in charge. Felberta shuddered in pleasure as his dick directly entered her womb. She grabbed his head tightly to cope with the pleasure, still trying hard to remain in control. Nux smiled before he lifted her butt again, thrusting in the same way he did before and sending another wave of unbearable pleasure into her body. Plot, plot, plot. The sound of moans and flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the office. Felberta's grip over Nux's head had already loosened. The only reason she was not falling was Nux's hand supporting her back from time to time. Her body was already numb. Again, she completely entrusted her body to Nux to do as he see fit. Her mission to dominate him and be the one deciding the pace has failed miserably, but she didn't care. The pleasure she felt right now marginally surpassed any pleasure she could ever feel after dominating Nux. Her whole body moved rhythmically with Nux's in her moans. Her ego face has long appeared. Suddenly, she felt Nux biting her nipple through her gown. Her body jerked due to sudden stimulation. Her canals tightened and a huge amount of love juice was released by her little sister. She came, having his dick showered by her fresh juice, accompanied by her canals tightening around his dick trying to suck it dry. The pleasure he felt rose exponentially, and, I am coming again. His milk spread all over her insides.
Chapter 30. What about you? Right after he came, Nux felt an almost negligible amount of energy entering his body. He quickly understood that after leveling up, in the future, the amount of energy he gains from Felberta would not help him with anything. Of course, that does not mean that he will stop having sex with her. He had other plans in his mind. He then glanced at Felberta before activating his Eye of Discerning. Name: Felberta Alvi. Age: 28. Mana cultivation: mortal. Body cultivation: mortal. Occupation: Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race: human. Talent: low. LV: 5. HP: 120 by 120. STR: 9. AGL: 10. VIT 12, STM 10, Intel 9, Def 9. Just as Nux came into her, Felburia felt a huge amount of energy entering her body. Normally, she would have ignored it as she was too busy enjoying the aftertaste of their session, but this addressed something she was very concerned about right now. She felt her strength increasing, and it was not by a little. She even felt she was hallucinating since she had been thinking too much about this issue, but Nux's words confirmed that she was indeed not hallucinating. "Do you feel your strength increasing?" "Huh? How?" Nux smiled as he kissed her forehead and explained. "Do you remember when you told me to cultivate the technique you gave me and I said I have my ways to get stronger?" "Yes, what about it?" "Well, this is the way. I have this ability that whenever I have sex with a woman, weird energy is released and is distributed between the couple. Of course, the weaker one gets the most shares. I call this dual cultivation." Fel's eyes opened wide in shock. She couldn't believe that such an absurd ability actually exists. "Then, when we started, I was just a weakling. You, on the other hand, were stronger than me. That is also the reason how my strength grew so quickly. That is also the reason why you couldn't feel any changes, since the energy you got was too minimal for you to notice while you relished the aftertaste of our session." "But that still doesn't describe how you got stronger so quick." "Wait." Felberta realized something. Her expression turned black as if she was still processing what she learned. She was so shocked by what she learned that she started contradicting her brain, trying to find ways to prove her theory wrong. However, after thinking for a while, nothing came up, and she glanced at Nux with unconcealed anger. It wasn't playful anger she always had. She was really angry this time. "I will not hide it from you. I did have sex with another woman." "You? How dare you? Do you think that just because he got a little stronger, I can't kill you? I have countless ways to have you die without even getting my hands dirty." Felberta roared as she grabbed his collar in anger and hatred. Nux, on the other hand, stayed silent. He knew he was in the wrong, but he also knew that this is his only way to survive and live a good life in this new world. Not getting any reply from him, the Viscount's anger soared. Tears threatened to leak out from her eyes. She then took a deep breath, stood up from his lap, and ordered, "Leave." "Fel..." "I said, leave." Nux nodded before he walked out of the office. Outside the office, Skyla was there and glanced at him. She looked especially worried and wanted to talk to him, but Nux shook his head. Lane was out for some work today, so no one would be here to tend to Felberta's needs if she left. After Nux left, Felberta wore her panty, fixed her gown, before she walked into the bathroom and washed her face. She then returned to her office and sat on her chair. All this while, there was no expression on her face. An hour later, Joyab arrived. He frowned when he noticed the unusual atmosphere and questioned, "Viscount Felberta, is something bothering you?" "No." Joyab realized that this no meant yes. He then thought about it and noticed that Nux wasn't here anymore. His eyes suddenly turned cold before he questioned, "Viscount Felberta, if it is that boy toy who has hurt you in any way, we can get rid of him." Viscount frowned when she heard him and muttered, "Boy toy?" Joyab frowned his brows as he asked, "That is what he is, right?" Suddenly, Felberta thought about something, and her brows furrowed even more. Unable to take it anymore, she stood up and announced, "Today's work is over. We will continue what's left tomorrow." Then, without waiting for her answer, she stood up and left the office. "Where is Nux?" she questioned. "I believe he is in his room," Skylar replied. There was a tinge of fear in her tone, but the Viscount failed to notice that. Felberta nodded as she increased her pace and rushed towards Nux's room. Bam. Nux turned towards his door that was slammed open by someone and saw a familiar figure entering before closing the door with another bam. He stood up to receive his guest as he heard her question. "Why did you do it?" "Do what?" "Why did you have sex with me instead of just running away after you completed your goal here? You know me. I might send someone to search for you. I wouldn't have hurt you." "And then what would I do later?"
With your looks, I don't think you would have difficulties finding and seducing any other woman. You could have kept increasing your strength that way. Do you think that I don't have control over my ability? If I wanted to hide, I would have just disabled the dual cultivation ability and stayed here as if nothing happened. But what? But if I did that, then what about you?
But if I did that, then what about you? Nux questioned. Of course, his talk about him controlling his ability was all bullshit. He didn't have that level of control yet. Heck, he didn't even know if he could control it in the future. Ooh, what about me? Look, Fel, my goal is a lot bigger than you think. You might be a beautiful woman right now, but in a few years, your age will catch up to you. Your body wouldn't be able to handle all the pleasure, and we wouldn't be able to have sex as we do now. You are the first woman I fell in love with. There is no way I would let that happen. You are just a 28-year-old woman right now. 28 can be considered young if you are a cultivator. You might not be able to cultivate now that your prime is over, but that does not mean I cannot help you. I plan to force you to be with me in all my adventures from now on, and not just for a few years, but for many, many years to come ahead. Felberta's anger soothed a little when she heard that. Her age was her biggest worry right now. Seeing him thinking about her and also finding ways to help her warmed her heart a little. Also, the words, "You are the first woman I fell in love with," filled her heart with an immense sense of satisfaction and delight. She had long since stopped considering him as her boy toy. She felt happy that he felt the same way. Of course, that doesn't mean she will forgive him so easily. She kept a tough front and questioned. Then what would you have done if I had ordered to get you killed in a fit of anger? As if you can bear to see me get killed, Nux snorted. You? How would you know that? Isn't me standing here in front of you enough proof? Nux smirked arrogantly. You! Felberta wanted to strangle him to death after seeing his arrogant expression. Okay, now calm down. How about I apologize with my body instead? Nux smiled as walked toward her before embracing her lovingly. Felberta nodded weakly. Nux's smile widened as he picked her up and placed her on his bed to start another round of lovemaking. Ang. Hearing the loud moaning sound coming out of the room, Skyla couldn't help but widen her big green eyes. Wasn't the Viscount angry? Why is she moaning like that? What did Nux do? Name, Felberta Alvi. Age, 28. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, human. Talent, low. Level, 6. HP, 130. Strength, 10. Agile, 11. Vital, 13. Statum, 11. Int, 10. Def, 10. My strength increased again. While being in Nux's warm embrace without wearing anything, Felberta muttered, still surprised by how absurd his ability was. It did, but not as much as before. Nux nodded. How do you know? I can see other strength with my eyes. Nux pointed at his hypnotic golden eyes. Felberta stared at them before noticing some sort of golden patterns moving around as if they were alive. I wonder how many more surprises you have for me. Oh, just wait. Your future journey would be nothing short of fantasy, I promise you. Felberta nodded with a smile. Nux? Suddenly Felberta called out. Can you tell me who is the other woman you spend time with? Do you promise not to say anything to her? That's not it. I have already accepted that you will meet and spend time with a lot more amazing women in the future. Many of these women would be even better than me. I am just thinking that since I have the advantage of meeting you the earliest, I would create a faction under me to increase my influence over you. I can't believe you thought this far ahead. You really are a Viscount, aren't you? Hearing her words, Nux laughed out loud. The more he laughed, the redder Felberta's face got as she pinched his waist in anger. Ouch, I give up, don't do that anymore. Nux cried in pain. Of course, with his defense right now, it didn't hurt him that much, but it was still fun to see her reactions. Moments later, Nux turned serious as replied, Fel, remember it. No matter how many women I meet, no matter how amazing they are, you, as my first love, will always have a special place in my heart. I will always love you, okay? Felberta's heart was quickened. Her face turned redder every second, and she replied in a voice as low as a mosquito, I will always love you as well. Seeing her acting like that, Nux tightened his embrace around her. His hand played with her soft breasts while his limp rod stood up again. Sensing a hard and very familiar thing poking her ass, Felberta's face reddened even more, but she threw away her bashfulness and returned to her previous Viscount mode. Tsk, tsk, you got hard again. What kind of horny animal are you?
You don't sound very convincing when your ass is moving like it is trying to get my rod closer to your canal. In your dreams, I would never. Felberta wanted to retort, but just as Nux placed his dick right in front of her entrance, she moaned. Tsk, tsk, and you had the gals to call me a horny animal. Nux snorted before he drilled his rod right into her canal.
Chapter 32. Mission Lane Get. Congratulations to the host for rising to a beginner stage mana cultivator from a mortal stage mana cultivator. INT +5. Blank points +10. Congratulations to the host for rising to a beginner stage body cultivator from a mortal stage body cultivator. STR +3. AGL +3. VIT +3. STM +3. DEF +3. Blank points +5. System shop unlocked. Name Nux Leander. Age 18. Mana cultivation beginner. Body cultivation beginner. Race human. Talent low. LVL 9 to 13. HP 370. MP 170. STR 23 to 34. AGL 30 to 41. VIT 26 to 37. STM 27 to 38. INT 17 to 26. DEF 22 to 33. Blank points 33 to 60. Ability Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members Felberta Alvea, Skyla Hale. Countless messages appeared in front of Nux as he released his jizz inside Skyla. A large amount of energy that gushed into his body felt great. He slowly removed his dick from her body as he smiled. It felt really good. It felt good for me as well, Skyla muttered shyly. Nux kissed her forehead before he hugged her from behind as the two stayed in the same position for a while. Since Lane was back today, they couldn't have sex in the bathroom. Therefore, Nux sneakily brought her to his room after Skyla asked Lane to do her part of work as well for a while. Though confused, Lane nodded in agreement, and Skyla quickly sneaked away with Nux without letting anyone know about this, not even Lane. Skyla enjoyed his embrace as she snuggled even closer to his body, which has now gained some muscles, making him manlier than before. After a few hours, outside Felberta's office, Joeyab's mouth was twitching uncontrollably as he saw Nux entering Viscount Felberta's office with a smile on his face. Nobody will know how he will react if he was told that his words were the ones responsible for their relationship getting back on track and getting even stronger than before. However, Nux wasn't here to have sex with Felberta like before. Today, they were on a mission. Nux and Fel smiled when they glanced at each other, as Nux remembered the time after they had sex last night. Nux. Yeah? You still haven't told me who the other woman is yet. It's Skyla. It's her. But how did you know that she was a cult? Oh, your eyes. Then what about Lane? What do you plan to do with her? Of course I plan to have sex with her as well, but I still can't think how, Nux replied honestly. He might have ignored her since she and Skyla had around the same level of strength, but he had that mission with the penalty of him being stripped of his craving touch. He can't afford that. But tricking Lane won't be as simple as it was with Skyla. Huh? Why do you sound like I always trick women to get under their skirts? Huh? Isn't that what you do? Felberta did not waste the chance to retort to him. Nux thought about it a little and decided to remain silent. He knew himself well. Heck, he even tricked this woman in front of him. How can he retort back? Felberta snorted before she continued. As I was saying, Lane isn't that easy to deal with. Skyla is a little clumsy, so it was easy to trick her. But Lane is too serious about her work. She would shun you away before you could even touch her. This will be a little trickier then, Nux muttered. I can help you if you do what I told you to do for the rest of the night. What do you think? Felberta offered. You'll help me? Aren't you against me spending time with other women? Nux questioned in surprise. I am, but I also know that with a weird ability like that, it will benefit you greatly. Also, Skyla and Lane are different. I know them already, so I can bring them to my faction. I can't believe you are still thinking about it. You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me, do you accept or not? Fel snapped. I will be under your care for the night then, master. Felberta smiled seductively before she brought her hand in front of his mouth, and just like an obedient servant, he gently kissed her hand, showing his submission. Moments later, two beautiful women wearing French-made uniforms entered the office. Lane, I want you to go out and buy grains and some spices for this month. Viscount Felberta, I have already bought everything for this month when I left yesterday. Oh, is that so? Good, you are as efficient as ever. Oh right, I think it's time we buy a new set of utensils, don't you think? Lane, I'll leave it to you. Go and buy some new set of utensils. I want to see them by today evening. As you command, Viscount Felberta.
Lane bowed, though she thought that the Viscount was acting weird. She did not think too much about it and nodded. Oh right, Fel. You see, I have gained some muscles after exercising for so long. Don't you think I should buy some new clothes for myself? Should I go with Sister Lane? I can also protect her if someone dares to bully her. What do you think? Okay, you do that. Lane, I will leave him in your care, okay? Huh? Why would you leave me in her care? You think I am a child? Sister Lane should be left in my care, Nux complained. Of course, Fel completely ignored his words like they were nothing. Skyla and Lane smiled when they saw them acting like that. All right, Sister Lane, let's go. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Nux grabbed her hand naturally before the two left the office. Felberta then glanced at Skyla. Being stared at her like that, Skyla panicked before she questioned. Viscount Felberta, is there anything I can help you with? You still dare to act ignorant after stealing my man like that? Huh?
Chapter 33. Love? You still dare to act ignorant after stealing my man like that, huh? Felberta snapped. Skyla's face turned pale when she heard that. She then quickly bowed and apologized. I am very sorry, Viscount Felberta. I was the one who seduced him. It was not Nux's fault. If you are angry, then please punish me. Seeing her acting like that, Felberta couldn't help but laugh out loud. She just wanted to tease her a little. She didn't expect her to react so strongly. Skyla, on the other hand, got even more confused when she saw her laughing like that. Don't worry, I won't punish you. It's not your fault. That Nux is a scoundrel. Once he lays his trap, no one can escape it. That's not it. I am really telling the truth. I was the one who seduced him. It was not his fault. Felberta was dumbfounded when she saw her acting like that. She felt like she was a tyrant of a love story of a couple and is forcing them apart. I said I am not angry, not at you, neither at Nux, so don't worry. Felberta clarified. What? Skyla stuttered. She was already panicking when she learned that the Viscount learned about her and Nux. Although she wondered how she learned about it, she did not have the time to think about it. She only wanted to protect Nux by taking the blame on herself. She knew that if she wasn't curious about sex, Nux wouldn't have shown her. Not only that, she then even got addicted to how good it felt, and they both continued doing it. It was all her fault. She did not want Nux to suffer because of her, but when she heard that the Viscount wasn't angry at them, even though she knew what they did, she could not believe it. Yes, so don't worry about unnecessary things, since we don't have time for that. Come here, I need your help with something. As you say, Viscount Felberta. Seeing Felberta confirming her words, Skyla smiled brightly as she quickly walked towards her. Felberta wanted to change the way she called her, since they were both the women of the same man, but deciding that it was Nux's headache, she did not bother with it. Do you know why I sent Lane and Nux together? Felberta questioned directly. What? Wait, Viscount Felberta, you don't mean... Yes, it is exactly as you think it is. I want Lane and Nux to be together, and for that, I need your help, okay? As Felberta confirmed her doubts, Skyla couldn't help but get even more confused. She clearly remembers how mad she was when she learned that Nux had sex with another woman yesterday, but today, not only she's not mad anymore, she's even helping him get another woman. What kind of magic did Nux do on her? Was she really the Viscount Felberta she knew? What are you thinking about? Do you agree or not? While she was still wondering about it, she heard Viscount Felberta's question and quickly nodded. Good. Now remember, when Lane comes back... On the other side, Lane was being dragged by Nux as he held her hand tightly. Sister Lane, don't leave my hand till I say, okay? I can only protect you if you stay with me. Although she was stronger than Nux, or she believed, Lane nodded lightly. She did not dislike this foreign feeling that arose in her heart. Sister Lane, or Lane Wine, was a beautiful and serious woman. She had dark brown color hair and eyes. She had a well-carved face, with sharp brows, a thin nose, and soft pink lips. Nux's favorite part about her were her big but firm breasts, which were even larger than Fel's. Her body curves were wonderful. Coupled with her maid uniform, she was an ideal dream-made girl in any teen's fantasy. Why didn't you and Viscount Felberta stay together today like you two always do? What do you mean? I meant that why didn't you and Viscount Felberta not have your afternoon session like you always do? Why are you laughing? Lane glared at Nux. Sorry. I just find it funny how you are so ashamed of saying the word sex. That's not it. That's not it at all, Lane quickly retorted. Oh, what is it then? You are too young to understand that, so there is no point explaining. Look how flustered you are.
Sister Lane, although you are older than me, you are still too immature. Even Sister Skyla is more mature than you. Huh? Skyla? What do you mean? Lane frowned. Nothing, Nux snickered inwardly. After a long walk, the two finally entered the market. Nux also understood why Fel said that she was not easy to deal with. During the whole journey, she didn't utter a single word. Of course, Nux also did not allow her to free her hand. The two walked hand in hand without saying any word. Nux sighed. He realized that if he did not initiate the conversation, she would not speak at all. Sister Lane, why do you work as a maid? He questioned whatever came to his mind. What kind of question is that? I mean, why do you work as a maid for Viscount Felberta? Why not other nobles? Is there any reason for it? Viscount Felberta's father picked me and Skyla up from an orphanage. Not only did he provide us with a decent place to live and food, he even gave us cultivation techniques to cultivate. We are both indebted to him for changing our lives and decided to work as his daughter's maids. You and Skyla are orphans? Then you two must be really close, huh? We are. A small smile appeared on her face when she talked about her. Skyla is the only person I am close to. Sister Lane, would you mind if I ask a personal question? You can ask. Whether I will answer or not depends on the question. Sister Lane, do you have someone you love? Love.
Love? Do you have someone who makes your heart race just with a mere mention of his name? Huh? Of course not. A maid doesn't do love. Huh? What kind of logic is that? Who said that? Who doesn't need love? Why would anyone even need love? Won't that just waste their time? Then do you plan to be a maid even after you get old? Don't you wish to have anyone who is there with you at all times? Anyone who you can share your joy and sadness with? Don't I have Skyla for that? She is there for me whenever I need her, and I can share anything I want with her, Lane countered. But you can't have sex with Sister Skyla now, can you? Nux snickered. What? I mean, then what if Sister Skyla found someone she loves? She definitely won't have much time for you if that happened, will she? Huh? Skyla finding someone she loves? Lane frowned. Of course. You can't be thinking of forcing Sister Skyla to live your way, are you? Finding someone you love is natural. Even if you force yourself not to, it doesn't mean Sister Skyla won't. What will you do after Sister Skyla isn't there for you anymore? Nux questioned. That would never happen. Skyla would never do that, Lane retorted. Who knows? Nobody knows what the future holds. What if Sister Skyla found someone she loves? Would you want her to force her heart and continue living the boring life you two are living right now? Isn't that a very lonely way to live? Nux's words had a huge impact on Lane. She looked back and noticed that their life was true, as Nux said. Boring. Since they both cultivate, they are different from other servants and are treated differently. This caused other servants to avoid them. Of course, it did not matter to Lane because that was how they were used to live to begin with. As long as they were together, everything was fine. But that's where another problem came in. The two of them had the same job in the same place. No matter how close they were, they didn't have any topic to talk about. The two of them just eat and sleep together without having anything to talk about. She has seen other servants talking with each other about their respective spouses. Some complained, some bragged, but in the end, they still had something to share. But she and Skyla did not. When she imagined them living like that for the rest of their lives, Lane shuddered. But when she imagined Skyla finding someone she loves and leaving her behind, Lane shuddered even more. I have to talk about this with Skyla, she thought inwardly. Just as she was about to contemplate even more, she felt Nux pulling her somewhere. She then glanced at his face, and seeing the excited look on his face, she smiled unconsciously. Sister Lane, look, a gift shop, Nux exclaimed, his eyes gleaming in excitement. He then picked up 3 simple-looking black-colored bangles and bought them. Why did you buy this? This one for Viscount Felberta, this one for Sister Skyla, and this? She saw him smiling before she felt something on her hand. She looked down and saw a black bangle on her wrist. And this is for you. This is also my way of saying that I will be there for you. If you ever feel lonely, you can come to me. Lane felt her heart racing like never before as a warm feeling filled her heart, but the feeling soon disappeared when she heard his next words. We can also have sex if you want. You! Lane glared at him angrily. I am joking, even though I am actually not. You are really shameless. Come on, you need to have some sort of fun in life, don't you? Or else you would die of boredom. Humph. Lane shuddered outwardly, but inside she had a little smile on her face as she glanced at the bangle in her hand. The two bought everything, Felberta said.
Nux let her choose clothes for him, and Lane did it excitedly. Of course, Nux did not forget to tease with every chance he gets, and their shopping trip that continued throughout the afternoon ended. Name, Felberta Alveye. Age, 28. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 8. HP, 150/150. STR, 12. AGL, 13. VIT, 15. STM, 13. INT, 12. DEL, 12. My strength increased again. After their night session, Filberta muttered as she clenched her fist. A few more sessions before you will finally step into beginner mana cultivation stage. Filberta nodded with a smile. She couldn't believe the problem she thought so deeply and gave up will be solved so easily, and the process will be so pleasurable. Did you succeed in the mission today? She suddenly questioned. Are you doubting my skills? The two of them should be talking about it right now, Nux affirmed. Yeah, how can you fail when it comes to seducing an innocent woman? I myself am a victim. You are really thick-skinned enough to say that when you are grabbing my little brother in your hands, huh? Nux was right. Just as Skyla and Lane were done with the work and returned to their room, Lane questioned, Skyla, do you have someone you love? What? Do you have someone you love? Someone whose mere mention of his name fills your heart with joy? Suddenly, Skyla blushed. Lane's eyes widened in surprise as she questioned, Do you have one? Skyla nodded embarrassedly. Sister Lane, why are you asking about it? Who is it? Lane questioned without answering her question. Skyla slowly glanced at the black-colored bangle she was wearing. Matching her gaze, she glanced at the bangle on Skyla's hand, and her eyes widened. Is it Nux?
Is it Nux? Skyla slowly nodded her head without raising it. She was too embarrassed to face her. Skyla, you mustn't! Suddenly Lane shouted as she grabbed Skyla's shoulders. Skyla, I know Nux is extremely good-looking and, she blushed mid-sentence as she glanced at her bangle, and very caring as well. Although he acts like a pervert sometimes, that also has its charm. He might as well be the most perfect person you could have as your partner. Nobody knew if she was convincing Skyla or just confirming her own thoughts as she continued. But you mustn't fall in love with him. He belongs to Viscount Felberta. But no buts. Remember, he belongs to Viscount Felberta. I know it will break your heart. You must have already fallen in love with him by now and must be continuously thinking about him while you work, but you mustn't make a move on him, or it will hurt Viscount Felberta. I'll give you a tip. Remember all the things Sir Alvi has done for us. He is the reason why we have a roof on our heads and good food to eat every day. With how much he has done for us, how can we hurt his beloved daughter like that? No, we are not that selfish. Do you understand? Nobody knew where the we come from. But Sister Lane, Viscount Felberta has already agreed. Good, I knew you— What? Yes, Viscount Felberta already knows about our relationship and has given her approval. Are you sure? Of course, why would I ever lie to you? Lane was so shocked by her words that her mouth opened wide. Not only that, but I already belong to Nux. Skyla dropped another bomb. What do you mean? My body already belongs to him now, Skyla answered with her face so red that she looked like a tomato. Oh my lord! How? When? Lane shouted in shock as she questioned. Yesterday was the first time, and today morning was the second, Skyla replied shyly. You did it twice? Lane screamed in surprise. Somewhere in her heart, a sense of disapproval and dissatisfaction welled in. She wanted to be happy for her sister, but she couldn't. Instead, she was jealous of her. She wanted to throw this feeling away, but she couldn't. Sister Lane, why don't you consider Nux as your partner as well? Skyla dropped another bomb as she questioned. Huh? No, of course not. I would dare not go after your man. We're sisters after all. Lane placed a huge stone on her heart as she replied. No, it will not hurt me. On the contrary, it will make me feel good. Sister Lane, you see, I have spent my whole life with you. From what I know, Nux will leave this mansion sooner or later, and I would have to choose between you and him, which will put too much pressure on my heart. Both of you are irreplaceable parts of my life. Please don't make me choose one of you. Sister Lane, just imagine, we two sisters having the same man. We can live together forever, along with the man we love. Won't that be so amazing? Skyla suggested, her eyes glimmering with hope. And this is for you. This is also my way of saying that I will be there for you. If you ever feel lonely, you can come to me. Suddenly, Nux's words echoed inside her mind and Lane blushed. She considered Skyla's suggestion and couldn't help but think that it was too attractive.
Sister Lane, tomorrow morning I will be going to Nux's room. Why don't you come with me? Skyla questioned. Suddenly, Lane glanced at Skyla as she questioned seriously. You will have sex with him tomorrow as well? Of course, we will have sex every day. A sudden emotion welled inside Lane's heart. I mustn't miss out. I have already lost too much. Okay, I'll go with you, Lane decided. Yay! Sister Lane, you're the best! Skyla jumped in joy as she hugged her tightly. I am not the best, my little Skyla. I'm just a selfish person, Lane muttered inwardly, clearly disgusted by herself. The next morning, after sending Felberta off to her office, Nux returned to his room, waiting for someone or some people. He didn't have to wait for too long as the door opened and Skyla walked in. Oh, Skyla, you are here. Sister Lane, what are you doing here? Nux questioned in surprise. Hearing his question, Lane blushed before she pinched Skyla's waist, signaling her to explain it to him. Ah, Nux, I had a request. After screaming in pain, Skyla started. You can ask me anything, love, Nux replied gently. Skyla and Lane blushed a little before Skyla continued. Nux, you see, Sister Lane and I have always been together. When I was thinking about it, I couldn't seem to choose between you two. So that's why I want you to accept Sister Lane together with me. So in other words, you want me to have sex with both of you at the same time? Before Skyla could even answer, Lane nodded readily. I am very excited and happy about this offer, but I am sorry I can't do that. Nux directly shook his head. Skyla opened her eyes wide in shock. Lane, however, had it worse. Her heart plunged into despair. She thought that everything Nux said to her yesterday was fake, and her whole world crumbled. Tears welled up inside her eyes, but just before they could fall, Nux's next words pulled her from despair and brought her to heaven. This should be Sister Lane's first time, right? A woman's first time is very precious. I have to give her special attention. Skyla, my love, would you mind leaving the room for a while? You can come back in an hour, and I promise I will make up to you.
This should be Sister Lane's first time, right? A woman's first time is very precious. I have to give her special attention. Skyla, my love, would you mind leaving the room for a while? You can come back in an hour, and I promise I will make up to you. Okay? Skyla sighed in relief before she nodded readily and left the room. After Skyla left, Lane's heart started beating faster. She was now alone with Nux inside his room. She felt a sudden need to say something and opened her mouth. I don't know anything about sex. Oh, so you can indeed say the word sex, Nux nodded in realization. Lane's face blushed in embarrassment. She then saw Nux walking towards him. The closer he came, the faster her heartbeat rose. You don't have to worry. Just leave your body to me, okay? She heard Nux's gentle voice and nodded. She felt his hand on her butt before he carried her in his arms and placed her on the bed. It's really going to happen, Lane thought inwardly. Suddenly, she felt something soft on her lips. She glanced below and saw Nux's lips touching her. She moved her lips a little forward, feeling his lips even more. She then felt his right hand moving down before directly entering her skirt before reaching her sacred place. The closer it got, the stiffer her body got. She then heard a calming voice that seemed to ease all her insecurities. You do not have to be so tense. Just relax, Kay? Lane nodded as she took a deep breath and calmed her body. She soon felt his fingers moving her forbidden area sensually. Her body trembled and she could feel her juices building inside her. Then suddenly, a long finger entered her canal, sending a jolt of pleasure into her body. Rough. She wanted to moan, but at the same time, a wet something entered her mouth and started fighting her tongue for dominance. Since she was already facing so many attacks at the same time, her tongue lost without much of a fight. Soon, another finger entered her cave. Mengen. Again, she wanted to moan, but her mouth was already dominated by his, so only a muffled moan was released. The two fingers started exploring her cave. The pleasure she felt already surpassed the pleasure she even thought was humanly possible to feel. Unable to moan, her body found another way to show how good it felt. Her back arched up and her eyes rolled up. It feels so good. As if understanding her plight, he freed her already defeated mouth, allowing her to moan to her heart content. Soon, she felt his giant mountains getting freed. She felt an otherworldly wave of pleasure assaulting her body as soon as his wet tongue then started licking her already erect nipple. Her canals tightened and she moaned even more. She felt his tongue stopping for a second before it continued to assault her nipple, sending waves of pleasure all over her body. It didn't take a long time before her body finally gave up. Her canals tightened more than ever and she screamed.
I am coming.
Spurt. She came, drenching his hand with her cum. Moments later, her arched back fell, her eyeballs that weren't visible returned, and her large breast moved up and down as she started breathing heavily. Just as she thought that pleasure couldn't get any better, she felt something that was not his hand or fingers touching her canal. She slowly opened her tired eyes and saw a huge dick, which she had seen being drilled into Viscount Felberta's pussy, standing proudly in front of her entrance. "All right, next jump to the next stage." She heard a voice, but before she could reply, his little brother's head had already entered her little sister, and she moaned. It might hurt a little. Be brave, 'kay? Lane's mind wasn't really clear. Her body just knew that had to nod at whatever this man said, and it did that. Lane was then jolted awake by the sudden pain she felt, but before she could even register it, another wave of pleasure entered her body through her breast, more specifically her nipple. She glanced down and saw a huge dick, which she had seen being drilled into Viscount Felberta's pussy, standing proudly in front of her entrance. "All right, next jump to the next stage." She heard a voice, but before she could reply, his little brother's head had already entered her little sister, and she moaned. It might hurt a little. Be brave, 'kay? Lane's mind wasn't really clear. Her body just knew that had to nod at whatever this man said, and it did that. Lane was then jolted awake by the sudden pain she felt, but before she could even register it, another wave of pleasure entered her body through her breast, more specifically her nipple. She glanced down and saw a huge dick, which she had seen being drilled into Viscount Felberta's pussy, standing proudly in front of her entrance. "All right, next jump to the next stage." She heard a voice, but before she could reply, his little brother's head had already entered her little sister, and she moaned. It might hurt a little. Be brave, 'kay? Lane's mind wasn't really clear. Her body just knew that had to nod at whatever this man said, and it did that. Lane was then jolted awake by the sudden pain she felt, but before she could even register it, another wave of pleasure entered her body through her breast, more specifically her nipple. She glanced down and saw a huge dick, which she had seen being drilled into Viscount Felberta's pussy, standing proudly in front of her entrance. "All right, next jump to the next stage." She heard a voice, but before she could reply, his little brother's head had already entered her little sister, and she moaned. It might hurt a little. Be brave, 'kay? Lane's mind wasn't really clear. Her body just knew that had to nod at whatever this man said, and it did that. Lane was then jolted awake by the sudden pain she felt, but before she could even register it, another wave of pleasure entered her body through her breast, more specifically her nipple. She glanced down and saw a huge dick, which she had seen being drilled into Viscount Felberta's pussy, standing proudly in front of her entrance. "All right, next jump to the next stage." She heard a voice, but before she could reply, his little brother's head had already entered her little sister, and she moaned. It might hurt a little. Be brave, 'kay? Lane's mind wasn't really clear. Her body just knew that had to nod at whatever this man said, and it did that. Lane was then jolted awake by the sudden pain she felt, but before she could even register it, another wave of pleasure entered her body through her breast, more specifically her nipple. She glanced down and saw a huge dick, which she had seen being drilled into Viscount Felberta's pussy, standing proudly in front of her entrance. The process started getting smoother as Nux increased his pace while exploring deeper and deeper. Eng. Lane continued to moan in delight. The pain she felt was long since overwhelmed by the huge amount of mind-numbing pleasure that assaulted her body. Her back arched up again, eyes rolled back, and she continued to moan while being drilled by his rod mercilessly. It feels so good. Nux was also trying his best to not moan in pleasure. Her pussy was unusually tight, and his both hands played with her plump and large breasts while he drilled deeper and deeper. He could then feel his dick twitching. Knowing that he was about to come, he pinched and pulled her nipples. I'm coming again. She moaned loudly. Her pussy walls tightened to a ridiculous degree, and her love juice drenched his dick. Not able to take the pleasure anymore, Nux grunted, and his milk burst out.
Chapter 37. Hey, don't leave me out. Just as he painted her walls white, a huge amount of energy entered his body, revitalizing his body. A screen appeared in front of him, announcing the mission being accomplished. Mission: fuck, lane, wine. Description: well, fuck, lane, wine. Reward: 10 system points. Warning: if the mission fails, the ability Craving Touch will be disabled. Time limit: 15 days. 8 days left. Mission status: completed. The reward will be sent to system inventory. Nux: Leander. Age: 18. Mana cultivation: beginner. Body cultivation: beginner. Race: human. Talent: low. LVL: 17. 250/250. STR: 42. AGL: 49. VIT: 45. STM: 46. INT: 29. DEF: 41. Blank points: 72. Ability: Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members: Felberta Alve, Skyla Hale, Lane Wine. Nux: Leander. Age: 18. Mana cultivation: beginner. Body cultivation: beginner. Race: human. Talent: low. LVL: 17. HP: 370/370. MP: 250/250. STR: 42. AGL: 49. VIT: 45. STM: STM: 46. INT: 29. DEF: 41. Blank points: 72. Ability: Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members: Felberta Alve, Skyla Hale, Lane Wine. Nux: Leander. Age: 18. Mana cultivation: beginner. Beginner. Race: human. Talent: low. LVL: 17. HP: 370/370. MP: 250/250. STR: 42. AGL: 49. VIT: 45. STM: 46. INT: 29. DEF: 41. DEF: 41. I could see a few other sections, but they were locked, and I couldn't even read what they were, so he decided to ignore them as well. So this is where I can use my system points, Nux realized, but when he saw the price, he quickly backed off. He didn't even have enough money for a 1-star cultivation technique or ability. Not that he needed a cultivation technique since he already had this cheat, but damn, it was expensive. The skill books and weapons aren't any better either. He would have nothing left if he bought 2 1-star skills or weapons. Nux then shook his head and decided that he would just talk to Felberta and get whatever skills and weapons she had. That way, he would be able to save some system points and buy something good later. Of course, that didn't stop him from reading about some skill books and abilities, thinking of different ways to use them. He learned that these skill books were like spells a magician has, while these abilities are more like innate power or something like his Craving Touch and Eye of Discerning. Of course, his 2 abilities were very high levels. At least he didn't find something of similar use in the 1, 2, or 3-star ability section. He didn't dare venture deeper as 1,000 system points were still a pipe dream for him. Time passed, and soon Skyla entered the room with a big smile on her face. "Sister Lane is sleeping, huh? I guess she was too tired just after 1 session," she muttered. "It's not like you were anything better. You always pass out after I come inside you," Nux teased. "I was inexperienced back then. I can guarantee I have improved now." What back then are you talking about? Didn't you pass out just yesterday?" "Yesterday was yesterday. Today is different." "We'll see about that." Skyla blushed a little before she walked towards the bed, before she fell on top of Nux. Nux then quickly turned around, lying on top of Skyla. Without wasting any time, his hand moved towards her pussy, and when he touched her entrance, he noticed that she was already wet. Were you peeping?" I only looked a little before I went back to my room." "And what did you do in your room?"
Nothing. She tried to avoid his gaze. You so cute, Skyla. Skyla blushed in embarrassment. All right, since you were already ready, shall we start with the main dish directly? Nux did not wait any longer. He quickly removed her white panty before he inserted his half-hard dick inside. Her warm insides wrapped around his half-hard dick, caressing him as if eager for it to grow up. After enjoying the pleasure for a while, Nux started moving rhythmically. Skyla, on the other hand, bit her lips. She wanted to control herself and not moan like she always does. Some maids working in the mansion have already heard her moans. She could hear when they gossiped about it, and it made her too embarrassed. Nux then lowered her uniform, freeing her cute breasts as he played with them to his heart's content. It did not take a long time for his dick to harden. Its veins bulged out, going deeper and deeper with every thrust. So good. So good. Skyla tried to keep her voice down. It started with a little moan, then with a bigger one, and then even bigger, before she finally decided that it would be too difficult to complete her task and decided to let go. Her mind was already numb with pleasure as Nux drilled her rhythmically. She was too busy enjoying the pleasure to think about these minor things like her moans. Yes, she will regret it later. Nux continued his drilling. Skyla's pussy was way too soft, and since it had already taken its shape, no point of his rod wasn't tended by her walls, pushing him to cloud 9, his body and mind numb with pleasure. It didn't take a long time for fresh milk to build up. He then grabbed her perky butt before filling her insides with his jizz. So good, Skyla shouted. Her canals tightened before her pussy drenched his long rod with its juices. Nux took a deep breath and felt familiar energy entering his body. Just as he was about to lie down, he heard another voice calling him. Hey, don't leave me out.
Hey, don't leave me out. I want to join as well, Lane said sleepily as she crawled towards the pair. She was sleeping soundly when she started hearing loud moans. Her dreams turned into wet dreams, and soon she woke up. The moment she woke up, she saw Skyla being drilled by Nux mercilessly as she moaned in ecstasy. Lane also noticed that Skyla's face was very close to Viscount Felbertus. The sight turned her on while she pondered how could Skyla show such an indecent face. Of course, she didn't know that she had a similar expression just an hour ago. Seeing her crawling towards him while her huge breasts hanging down, swaying back and forth, Nux felt his dick twitching again. It didn't take a long time for his rod to stand proudly again, ready for another round. Since you want it so badly, why not? Of course, even he was tired after ejaculating so many times, but the energy he received after he came inside Skyla helped him recover a bit. Also, seeing her huge mountains swaying like that, as if needing attention, was another boost to his will. He believed he shouldn't turn her down no matter what. I want to join as well. Suddenly he heard another voice. He glanced at Skyla, who was lying on the bed, as he questioned, Aren't you tired? Didn't I say that I was too inexperienced back then? I can go for another round without a problem now. Skyla replied with a smug smile. Nux glanced at her before he glanced at Lane, and suddenly a thought made him excited. Am I going to have the legendary threesome? Damn, I became one of those characters that my previous virgin self was jealous of. Thinking that, he smiled as he replied, Then you are welcome to join as well. All right, from now on you two shall listen to me, and I promise I will fuck you to the 9th heaven. The girls blushed in embarrassment. They couldn't believe how bold he was to say indecent things like that out loud. However, when they saw him waiting for their reply, the two of them nodded. All right, now the placing. As a certified virgin and a man of culture, Nux had watched enough source materials to know what he can do to make them feel the most pleasure. Of course, since this was his first time as well, he was a little nervous as well, but he quickly hid it and continued confidently. Lane, now crawl over here, place your ass on Skyla's face, and place your mouth in between her thighs, Nux ordered. Lane blushed before she nodded with a determined look and crawled over to them. The sight of her breasts jiggling was a huge turn-on for Nux. Even though her movements were a little stiff, she quickly placed herself as Nux told. All this while, hers and Skyla's faces were red like a tomato. All right, now continue licking your sister's little sister until I tell you to stop, okay? Lane nodded before she licked Skyla's pussy for the first time. Her body was trembling in nervousness and some excitement.
She imitated Nux's fingers as she licked the surroundings slowly before she inserted her tongue inside. Skyla's pussy was already a little sensitive since she had just come, therefore she moaned in pleasure when Lane's tongue entered her cave. Good. Don't forget to tease and knead her butt from time to time. Do it just like I knead your milky breasts. Lane did as she was told, as her hands grabbed Skyla's perky butt. Skyla's moan already filled her with some weird sense of satisfaction. Right now, she was even more excited to continue what she was doing. Her nervousness transformed into excitement and thrill. Skyla's moan was abruptly stopped as a huge rod was placed on her forehead, nose, and lips. As if controlled by some force, her lips moved forward automatically, planting a small kiss that looked more like a kiss of submission. The dick's strong scent assaulted her nose. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Look closely how it enters and pleasures your sister's little sister, Kay? Skyla nodded as she opened her eyes. The sight of a huge dick placed right above her eyes made her tremble in excitement. Her pussy leaked her juices endlessly. By the sudden influx of fresh juice, Lane was surprised, but then she started drinking her sister's juices greedily as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. Her hand movement quickened, sending waves and waves of pleasure inside Skyla's body. Skyla wanted to moan, but since her lips were busy kissing Nux's dick, she couldn't, and let out a weird sound instead. Nux then started rubbing his dick in front of Lane's entrance. Lane's body trembled in excitement. She wanted to stop her tongue and moan, but was stopped as she heard Nux's order. Don't stop your tongue till I say otherwise, Kay? Lane nodded without stopping, showing how obedient of a girl she was. Her fresh juice leaked out of her pussy, and Nux smiled as he glistened his dick with her juices, preparing to enter and conquer her insides. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of pleasure coursing through his body, and he looked down. Skyla, since she couldn't kiss and lick his dick anymore, she shifted her mouth to the next target, his balls. She kissed and licked them a little before she gobbled them up and started sucking. Good. Nux smiled as he praised before he turned to Lane's ass and drilled his dick right into her in one go.
Lane's body jolted in pleasure as Nux drilled his dick into her. Since she wasn't allowed to stop licking her sister's little sister, she let out a muffled moan and tightened her grip around Skyla's perky butt. This sends another jolt of pleasure into Skyla's body as she intensified her sucking, increasing Nux's pleasure. Impressed by the cycle of pleasure he created, Nux smiled before he pulled his dick backwards and then smashed it right into her. He then repeated this again, then again, and again, before his movements turned smoother and caught a rhythm. The more he pounded Lane, the more pleasure she felt, and she tightened her grip around Skyla's ass, sending more pleasure inside Skyla's body, causing her to suck even more. This feels so good, Nux grunted in pleasure, before his eyes fell on Lane's huge breasts swaying back and forth in rhythm with his drilling. They looked extremely soft. It was as if they were enticing him to grab them. He bent down, placed his head on her back, and grabbed her mountains as he started playing with them. As the pleasure she was feeling exploded, Lane stopped her licking and squeezing and moaned out loud. This caused the cycle to stop. Nux, of course, wasn't exactly happy with it. He smiled as he slowed his thrusting before stopping. Lane's body trembled in frustration. She wanted to ask why he stopped, but soon heard her answer. I said, don't stop until I tell you to. Lane nodded before she quickly started licking Skyla's pussy and kneading her butt. She didn't waste time telling him how good it felt or anything. She just wanted him to start his pounding as soon as possible. Nux, of course, did what she wanted, and the cycle continued. As he kneaded her breasts, he remembered that her weak point was the same as Felberta's. He wondered if the women who have larger breasts have the same weak point, but he quickly threw that thought out as another, far better thought entered his mind. He smiled evilly before he pinched Lane's nipples. As the pleasure she was feeling exploded, Lane stopped her licking and squeezing and moaned out loud. This caused the cycle to stop. Nux, of course, wasn't exactly happy with it. He smiled as he slowed his thrusting before stopping. Lane's body trembled in frustration. She wanted to ask why he stopped, but soon heard her answer. I said, don't stop until I tell you to. Lane nodded before she quickly started licking Skyla's pussy and kneading her butt. She didn't waste time telling him how good it felt or anything. She just wanted him to start his pounding as soon as possible. Nux, of course, did what she wanted, and the cycle continued. As he kneaded her breasts, he remembered that her weak point was the same as Felberta's. He wondered if the women who have larger breasts have the same weak point, but he quickly threw that thought out as another, far better thought entered his mind. He smiled evilly before he pinched Lane's nipples.
As the pleasure she was feeling exploded, Lane stopped her licking while her canals tightened, but Nux wasn't done. He quickly started pulling her nipples as if he wanted to tear them apart. Lane's body jolted due to this weird sense of pleasure and pleasure. Her canals tightened more than ever. To not moan out loud, she started sucking Skyla's pussy intensely, causing Skyla to suck on Nux's balls even more strongly. Ah, this feels so good! The stimulation was too much for Nux to bear. His milk burst out, painting all Lane's insides in white, while he pinched her pink nipples even harder. As if her last defense was broken, Lane orgasmed like there is no tomorrow. Her whole body trembled before turning weak, and she passed out. Nux's face twitched when he saw her passing out like that. He wanted to pass out too, but he still had to go for another round. He glanced down, and when he saw Skyla licking and sucking on his dick, trying to keep it as hard as possible, his heart turned warm. What so? It's just one round. With the energy I received from Lane, I believe I can make it, he thought inwardly as he glanced at Skyla again. He had to admit, Skyla licking and sucking his dick's head drenched with his and Lane's juices while his balls lay on her hairline, his dick lay on her forehead, his nose, all the way to his mouth, was really turning him on. He enjoyed her service a little more before he chuckled. Skyla, my love, don't worry, I'm not leaving you behind and unsatisfied. Skyla stopped her sucking and her face turned red. That's not it. Nux chuckled again before he placed the sleeping Lane to the side, before he turned and placed his hard and sensitive dick right in front of Skyla's entrance. He looked at her face before smiling as he directly shoved his dick inside. Skyla moaned as her body twitched in pleasure. After all the teasing and licking Lane did, her body was a lot more sensitive than Nux thought. With just one thrust, her body arched up, her eyes rolled back, and her small tongue popped out. Nux smiled as he pulled his dick before shoving it again. Then he thought of something and placed her legs on his shoulder and shoved his dick into her again. This way, he entered her deepest area, the one that he never entered before. Skyla was jolted awake by the sudden influx of pleasure, but before she understood what happened, Nux started his pounding, fucking her to the ninth heaven. She moaned uncontrollably. Her body was already numb, especially her thighs. Nux didn't have it any better either. His dick was already sensitive after coming so much. As he entered deep inside her cave, the tightness made him feel numb. Then Skyla's pussy tightened even more as the pleasure she was feeling increased. He was already trying his best to hold out for a second longer. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to feel her cave tightening, signaling that she was about to come. His mind moved as he thought of different ways to make it happen, but an idea came into his mind. He raised his hand high in the air before. Pat. He slapped her butt. Feeling her butt tightening, he slapped again, and then again. Pat, pat, pat. Skyla, who was already on cloud 9, felt another wave of painful but immense pleasure assaulting her body. Her body jolted as her walls tightened before. She came. Right when her juices drenched his dick, he let go, and another burst of milk was shot from his little brother. This was doubtlessly one of the best orgasms he ever had.
Chapter 40. Quest System. Right after he came, streams of energy entered Nux's body, and a bunch of messages appeared in front of him, but he was too tired to bother with them, and directly passed out in Skyla's embrace. Of course, Skyla wasn't any better either. Right after she came, she passed out as well. Time passed quickly, and Nux heard a voice as he slept. Nux! 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 Slowly, the soft voice turned into a shout that pierced his ears as he retorted in anger. What? But when he saw who was calling him, his anger turned down. He smiled wryly and questioned in a sleepy voice. Fel, what happened? Yes, the one who was calling him was the Viscount, Felberta. Skyla and Lane were already standing behind her, their faces tinged with red. Do you know what time it is? Fel questioned. Nux glanced at the window and saw the sun shining brightly. He smiled wryly as he understood that it was already afternoon. Fel, my love, I am really too tired for our afternoon session. Please forgive me this one time. I will definitely make it up to you in the future. How about this? Tomorrow is your day off, right? How about I spend my entire time with you tomorrow? Nux offered. Felberta, on the other hand, frowned before she quickly understood that he misunderstood her intention for coming here. Although she did come here to complain here initially, she understood what happened and just wanted to ask if he wanted to have lunch. She didn't come here to get compensation. Of course, she was a little disappointing since she missed her afternoon session, but she has already made up her mind and knew something like this might happen in the near future.
Of course, her mood improved when she heard his offer. She had no intention to clear this misunderstanding. Having him all to herself for a whole day was an offer worth lying. Since I am so gentle and forgiving, I will let you off for today, but do remember your promise tomorrow. Also, lunch is ready. Eat before going back to sleep. Nux nodded with a smile. He then planted a kiss on Felberta's face before he walked towards the dining room. After he had his lunch, he walked back into his room and slept. Seeing him like that, Felberta glanced at the two maids as she chuckled. You really dried him out, huh? The two of them blushed in embarrassment. Seeing this, Felberta smiled before she continued. Tell me, how was it? Did you feel good? How did it feel to suck each other's love juices? The more she questioned, the more they blushed. The Viscount enjoyed teasing her new sisters and her future faction members. A few hours later, Nux finally woke up. He still felt a little tired, but it wasn't as bad as before. He then looked at his body and could see that his muscles were more defined than before. He clenched his fist and felt an enormous amount of power welling inside his body. He suddenly remembered the bunch of messages that appeared in front of him right before he passed out. He thought about it, and those messages reappeared again, accompanied by his favorite ding sound. Congratulations to the host for rising to an advanced stage mana cultivator from a beginner stage mana cultivator. INT +5. Blank points +10. Congratulations to the host for rising to an advanced stage body cultivator from a beginner stage body cultivator. STR +3. HEL +3. VIT +3. STM +3. DEF +3. Blank points +5. System inventory unlocked. Name Nux Leander. Age 18. Mana cultivation advance. Body cultivation advance. Race human. Talent low. LVL 17 to 20. HP 540/540. MP 370/370. STR 42 to 51. HEL 49 to 58. VIT 45 to 54. STM 46 to 55. INT 29 to 37. DEF 41 to 50. Blank points 72 to 96. Ability Craving Touch. Eye of Discerning. Harem members Felberta Alve, Skyla Hale, Lane Wine. Damn, I am strong, Nux exclaimed in surprise and excitement. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, another message popped up. Quest system unlocked. Current quests. Kill a 1-star beast. Reward 1 system point. Accept YN. Kill a 2-star beast. Reward 2 system points. Accept YN. Kill a 3-star beast. Reward 5 system points. Accept YN. Kill a 4-star beast. Reward 10 system points. Accept YN. Kill a 5-star beast. Reward 20 system points. Accept YN. Kill a 6-star beast. Reward 50 system points. Accept YN. Kill a 7-star beast. Reward 100 system points. Accept YN. Note, there is no limit to how many star beasts you kill. You will keep gaining the rewards mentioned above. Also, there is no penalty or time limit for these quests. A quest system. This is just like missions but more convenient. Cool. Then Nux began thinking. Should I accept these quests? I can gain system points if I complete this. Not only that, but I will also gain some fighting experience. Right now, I am just a brute with strength without any skill to back it up. If it comes to real fights, I might even lose to someone weaker than me. Although I don't need much strength now since I am very safe right now, the same can't be said for the future. This is a world that revolves around strength. Being weak here is a crime. I should not take it lightly even if I have this cheat. Rather, now that I have this cheat, I should use it to the best of my abilities and live a longer, happier life. Thinking about all this, Nux decided to accept this quest. Of course, he wasn't planning to leave until he strengthens Felberta's cultivation to the advanced stage.
Chapter 41. The Blood Hill Wilderness. Author note: I am sorry about this. I've been trying to avoid this chapter for a long time now. I wanted to minimize the info dump as much as possible, but I can't do it anymore. We are already at Chapter 41, and I still haven't told you anything about the world background and other kingdoms. So this chapter will be some information dump. I will not write more about the cultivation levels, but I will give some world background today, so please bear with it. For the next 10 days, Nux lived a fulfilling life. The morning started with a hot bathing session with Felberta. After that, he spent time with Skyla and Lane. Sometimes he had a threesome, and sometimes the two of them took turns. In the afternoon, he had Felberta in air. He spent time with Felberta. After teasing Skyla and Lane for a while, he spends time reading and learning more about this world. He knew information is the key and that he had to force himself to study about this world and gain some knowledge. Yes, he had learned how to read, and surprisingly, it only took him 5 days to do it. He credited this fact to his increased intelligence. In the night, he has another round with Felberta as he ended the day. Yes, he was a little biased towards Felberta since she was his first woman, and Skyla and Lane were also busy whenever he was free, so he couldn't spend as much time with them as he spends with Felberta. Of course, the more time he spends with his girls, the stronger he got. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, advance. Race, human. Talent, low, medium. LVL, 20, 24. HP, 620, 620. MP, 410, 410. STR, 51, 59, AGL 58, 66, VIT 54, 62, STM 55, 63, INT 37, 41, DEF 50, 57, blank points 96, 108, ability Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning, harem members Felberta Alvey, Skyla Hale, Lane Wayne. Name, Skyla Hale. Age, 25. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, medium. LVL, 24. HP, 280, 280. MP, 390, 390. STR, 29. AGL, 34. VIT, 28. STM, 32. INT, 39. Def, 27. Name, Lane Wayne. Age, 26. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, medium. LVL, 23, 24. HP, 280, 280. MP, 380, 380. STR, 35, 36. AGL, 26, 27. VIT, 28, 28. STM, 30, 31. Def, 34, 35. Of course, the one with the highest progress was Felberta. Even she was surprised how quickly she rose to a level that others spend their whole life reaching. Name, Felberta Alvey. Age, 28. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 6, 22. HP, 290, 290. MP, 360, 360. STR, 10, 26. AGL, 11, 27. VIT, 13, 29. STM, 11, 27. INT, 10, 36. Def, 10, 26. With this, I can finally leave and go to the Blood Hill Wilderness. He has learned quite a few things about this world. This world only has one continent, which was around 6,000 kilometers far if you match the two opposite ends. 4 kingdoms ruled this continent, namely the Skyfall Kingdom, where Nux lives, the Kingdom of Scotty, the Solid Earth Kingdom, the Woods Dynasty. There were a few cultivation sects, but they were too weak in front of these large kingdoms, and could only continue to exist if they submit to one of the kingdoms. These 4 kingdoms were surrounded by the Blood Hill Wilderness. No one knew how deep or wide it was, but from what little information people of this world had gained, they divided it into 3 levels: the outer area, the inner area, and the forbidden area. The outer area was occupied by 1 to 3 star beasts. The inner area was occupied by 3 to 5 star beasts. As for the forbidden area, well, it was forbidden to enter, so no one knows about it. 100 years ago, the king of Solid Earth Kingdom thought that there must be some sort of treasure in the forbidden area, and he prepared a huge army to find it.
The army was accompanied by the two strongest experts of the kingdom, but the only survivor of this expedition was the bloody soldier who returned with a torn arm and a bloody note that said, "Never enter the forbidden area." The king tried to talk to the survivor, but he was already psychologically affected and wasn't able to answer anything at all. He just mumbled a few muffled sentences. Only a few words could be recognized. Two of these were, "Killed, too strong." The whole incident had a major impact on the Solid Earth Kingdom. From being the second strongest, it fell to the last and is still not able to recover. After that, no one dared to enter the forbidden area anymore. Of course, Nux wasn't even planning to enter the inner area, let alone the forbidden one. Thinking about this, Nux stood up as he walked out of his room. Just as he exited his room, he saw Felberta, Skyla, and Lane looking at him worriedly. "Do you really have to go to Blood Hill Wilderness?" Felberta questioned. "You know I have to. I may be strong, but I still don't have any fighting experience. You know how this world is. The stronger you are, the more freely you live. So I have to do this to fulfill my dream." Nux replied gently. "Take care of yourself. Don't do anything rash and endanger your life, okay?" Skyla muttered. "Don't worry. I'm too much of a coward to do something rash. I'll run away as soon as I notice that I can't handle the situation. I'm really confident in running away." Nux smiled. Lane didn't say anything, but you could see that she was really worried. The three ladies wanted to come with him, but he directly rejected them. He wouldn't be able to use his strongest skill, running away, if they followed him.
Have you kept everything I gave you? Your sword, your armor, healing potions, mana potions, and the skill books? Felberta questioned. Don't worry, I have kept everything, although I will repeat what I said before. The armor you gave? Yeah, I don't care. Nothing is more important than your life. If you came back with broken armor, rather than being mad, I would be happy that it could be used to save you. I can always buy new armors, no problem. But that is a 3-star armor. That's your family treasure. You can't buy it with money. Yeah, the same thing. Felberta completely ignored his words and waved her hands nonchalantly before her expression turned serious. Just come back safely, okay? Nux smiled as he kissed her soft lips. He then repeated the same thing, action with Skyla and Lane. I'll be back soon. The three nodded as they accompanied Nux outside the mansion. Nux waved his hands as a farewell sign as he walked away. As Nux was walking toward the wilderness, he smiled when he remembered their worried looks and shook his head. He was really lucky to have them. He then sorted the other things he gained in these last few days. First, the skill books. As a Viscount, Felberta had 4 1-star skill books, each belonging to different elements. These skill books were given to her most loyal and trusted subordinates. As for what element skill they receive, it depends on their elemental affinity. Skyla, for example, had a medium-rank wind affinity, and Lane had a medium-rank earth affinity. Therefore, the two of them received the Gale Steps and Earth Fists techniques respectively. When Nux's talent was examined, it showed that he had a low level with all the basic elements, which was not enough for him to cultivate any of these skill books. However, 2 days later, Nux requested to test himself again, and surprisingly, it showed that now he had a medium-rank affinity with every basic element. Nux understood how it worked. The talent in his system doesn't represent the cultivation speed. It shows the level of affinity a person has with a certain element. At first, he indeed had low-level talent, but after a few sessions with Skyla and Lane, he gained their talent as well. He first concluded that the talent drop rate was low, therefore he didn't get it in just one session, but now he learned that it was not that the drop rate was low. He was receiving their talent from the first time they had sex, but the system was distributing it to all his elements simultaneously, hence slowing the process. So right now, he had 4 1-star skill books, a 2-star sword, a few mana and healing potions, and a 3-star armor in his system inventory. This all would have cost him 110 system points. He cannot buy potions from the shop yet, if not for his Felberta. Of course, he also used all his system points to buy a 2-star body cultivation skill, the 9 strikes of sword, from the system. Yes, he bought a body cultivation skill, because his body was 2 times stronger than a normal cultivator. Also, body cultivation skill books were already very rare in this world, so he would be able to surprise his opponent at the last moment. Not only that, but he also found that unlike the normal skill books where he has to read and decipher everything on his own, the skill books bought from the system could already be cultivated to the beginner stage after buying it. The levels of mastery of a skill book go by Novice, Beginner, Small Achievement, Big Achievement, Master, Perfection, and finally, Assimilation, and he was already at the beginner stage. Nux smiled as he again realized how awesome his system is. He then activated his Steps of Gale and increased his speed. The Blood Hill Wilderness was on the outskirts of the kingdom, where they live in the capital city. The journey was roughly around 700 kilometers far. If he took the carriage, it would take him about a day to reach there, but he wasn't planning to.
He was planning to train his speed using this chance and wanted to reach there within 3 to 4 hours while running non-stop. Of course, it wouldn't be too hard on himself if he failed to achieve it, but he would try his best. All right, let's start. Nux roared excitedly after he left the capital city. He stretched his legs and then his back before jumping a little. He then looked above. It was already 4 p.m. The sun was still shining brightly, but he knew in just an hour or so it would set. He sighed as he started running. Nux breathed heavily as he finally reached the last town before his destination. It was already 10 when he reached here, and he wasn't dumb enough to directly enter this dangerous forest without any rest. And yes, he failed to achieve his goal by 2 hours, but that wasn't his fault. He completely ignored the time he would have to line up to enter the city gates. He even felt that he had to stay in a city for a night before coming to the wilderness, but the farther away he moved from the capital city, the lesser and lesser the city gates appeared. In the end, he didn't even have to stop and crossed 4 cities in one go before reaching here. This town was called Clovertown. Since this town was closest to the Blood Hill Wilderness and was constantly attacked by star beasts, the people have already abandoned it, and the only people staying here were adventurers that came here to hunt the star beasts. Nux walked towards an inn. He booked a room before taking a bath since he was too sweaty after running. He sighed as he jumped into the bed and slept. Author notes. Yeah, I know, kind of a boring chapter. I felt the same. I just rushed it since it wasn't important. I wasn't planning to extend his trip for 3 to 4 chapters or something. Let's just get over the boring part.
Grrr. The next day, Nux was standing frozen stiff in front of a ferocious-looking tiger with fresh blood dripping from its mouth. He was wearing a silver-color armor that covered his chest and was holding a long sword in his hands that were shaking non-stop. From his pale expression, it was clear that he was frightened out of his wits. What happened? Well, nothing in particular. After checking out of the inn, he entered the forest in high spirits, but soon he encountered this ferocious-looking tiger that was glaring at him with menacing eyes, and he was frozen in fear. It wasn't that the tiger was too strong or something. Rather, this tiger was one of the weaker creatures in this wilderness, a 1-star beast, but Nux was still frightened by how scary it looked. You can't blame him either. Just a few days ago, he was just a normal man who would be scared even if a street dog barked at him. How can someone expect him to fight against these scary-looking monsters? He was stronger and learned a few techniques, right? But you don't go fighting animals in a jungle after learning some martial arts, right? When it saw how scared this human in front of him was, the tiger smiled even more menacingly. It would have a delicious meat today as its breakfast. Without thinking any further, he quickly dashed towards Nux with its eyes shining brightly. Roar! A huge mistake. What the tiger did was a huge mistake on its part. It might have been better if it had walked towards Nux slowly and intimidatingly, but now that he dashed towards Nux, his expression changed a little. Too slow. Nux thought inwardly, slowly starting to gain some confidence. He quickly activated his Eye of Discursion, and all the information about this tiger appeared in front of his eyes. Gale Tiger. Cultivation, 1-star beast. LVL, 13. HP, 180/190. STR, 20. AGL, 21. VIT, 19. STM, 20. DEF, 19. S. I am at least 3 times stronger than this beast, Nux thought inwardly, before his eyes fell on the beast. Seeing the delight and mockery in its eyes, he panicked a little before he quickly regained his confidence as he looked at its stats. What are you acting so confident for? The tiger then jumped at Nux. Nux also raised his sword before stabbing it down in a crude way. There were no traces of his 9 strikes of sword that he practiced before. The sword stabbed right through the tiger's nape, pinning it on the ground. Roar! It roared in pain. It still didn't have any idea how or when this weak human stabbed his sword through his body. He glanced up and looked into Nux's eyes to make sure if it was him or someone else who sneak attacked it from behind. Another big mistake. Seeing that the beast still hadn't died, Nux panicked. He did not think about removing his sword and stabbing it again. Instead, his most primal instincts kicked in. He raised his leg and stomped on the poor beast mercilessly. Roar! 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 Grr! 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 The translated version. How dare you kick me? You dare kick me again? Please don't kick me. Please, I'm begging you, just stab your sword and end me. Why do you humiliate me like that? Of course, Nux didn't know what he said or wanted to say, neither did he care.
He kept attacking until he could hear him roaring or growling. Ding. It is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast. Reward 1 system point. Wind affinity +1. Damn, it was harder than I thought. Nux thought inwardly. His heart felt like it was about to burst out by how fast it was beating. He took a deep breath as he calmed his racing heart before glancing at the messages that appeared in front of him. Wind affinity. Was it because I killed the Gale Tiger? Does that mean I will gain more affinity to a certain element if I kill a star beast of a certain element? That's cool. But I need to calm down. I was lucky that this beast I encountered wasn't that strong, or else I would have been in trouble. I should find some 1-star beasts and practice the skills I have learned, and also get used to this blood. Of course, as a normal human, he hasn't witnessed this huge amount of blood before, let alone being the cause of it. He then glanced at the Gale Tiger's body. He picked up his sword and waved his hand as the body disappeared into his inventory. Although the body isn't that valuable, he wasn't dumb enough to leave free resources. No sane man would reject extra cash. He then moved forward, and soon he found another beast. Earth Bear. Cultivation 1-star beast. LVL 12. HP 160/180. STR 20. AGL 18. VIT 18. STM 17. DEF 21. S. Another 1-star beast. This should be easy since I can make the first move. Right now, this bear was enjoying its prey, not knowing its impending doom. Nux activated his Steps of Gale. It was the technique which he had most control on other than the 9 strikes of sword. He could feel it reaching closer to beginner stage after yesterday's run. Nux disappeared before he appeared right before the bear, and without wasting any time, he slashed his sword according to 9 strikes of sword, cutting its head off. The poor bear didn't even know how it died. He couldn't even enjoy his last meal before his head got slashed. Ding. It is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast. Reward 1 system point. Earth affinity +1. Nux stood there, frozen still as the blood flowed out of the bear's body like a fountain and fell on his face. He felt nauseously. He wanted to vomit but controlled himself. He knew this would happen. He knew that he would have to face blood one day or another. He then glanced at the Gale Tiger's body. He picked up his sword and waved his hand as the body disappeared into his inhinsamine.
Chapter 44. Roaming around and killing star beasts. To be honest, even Nux was surprised by how quickly he killed the bear. He finally understood why skills were so important to a cultivator. With just 1-star and 2-star skills, his power increased so much. Nux felt a little excited. He wanted to get stronger and stronger. Thinking about it, he then started his search. Ding. It is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast. Reward 1 system point. Fire affinity +1. Ding. It is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast. Reward 1 system point. Water affinity +1. Ding. It is detected that the host has killed a 2-star beast. Reward 2 system points. Earth affinity +2. He continued killing beasts non-stop. Some were sneak attacks, some were one-on-one fights, and sometimes he was even sneak attacked by a beast, but Nux continued fighting and continued growing stronger at a frightening rate. It is said that experience can help you learn what books cannot. As he continued using his skills, he could feel how frighteningly quick he was mastering them. After his 23rd fight, his Steps of Gale was already at the beginner stage, and his other skills were at peak novice stage. He was also very close to the small achievement stage in his 9 strikes of sword. He did not stay at 1-star beasts either. He found that once he was a little experienced, he didn't even need to use his skills to kill them. So after killing around 14 1-star beasts, he shifted to 2-star beasts. Gale Tiger. Cultivation 2-star beast. LVL 24. HP 320/320. STR 33. AGL 34. VIT 32. STM 33. DEF 31. Right now, he was fighting a 2-star beast, Gale Tiger, that sneak attacked him. Well, one can't call it a fight. It was more like a training drill. This Gale Tiger was just a bigger version of the first beast he killed. Right now, Nux was just practicing his fire-based skill, Fireball, on it, increasing his accuracy and lowering his MP cost.
He wanted to increase his mastery of the skill to the beginner stage. However, things never go as one plan. The Gale Tiger's body was already covered with burns and black marks. It already knew that it wasn't this human's match, and it had no intention of becoming his practice partner. It quickly turned around and ran away. Or it tried to. When Nux noticed that it was trying to run away, he activated his Steps of Gales and appeared in front of it before slashing its head. You could have lived longer if only you had decided to be obedient and become my training partner," he sighed before he stepped back. After killing so many beasts, although the blood didn't bother him that much, he still wasn't a fan of it and would not allow it to spray on his face if he could avoid it. Ding. It is detected that the host has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. Wind affinity, +2. Nux stored his body in his inventory before he frowned. He noticed that the sneak attacks he was facing has increased a lot. He was planning to spend the night in the wilderness, but if it continued like this, he would tire himself out and would certainly die. A thought appeared in his mind and he sniffed. His eyes lit up in realization as he nodded. So that's how it is. He was covered in blood. No, he was practically bathing in blood, especially his silver armor, which was now red. The beasts had strong senses. When they smelled the scent of blood, they would treat him as an injured or a dead person. No beast would leave that chance. Nux quickly removed his armor before washing dried blood from his face. He was thinking about saving water until he found a river or something, but now it seemed that he had to use it. If he couldn't find any water sources by the end of the day, he would just leave the wilderness and come back tomorrow. After washing his face and armor, Nux also changed his clothes. Then he walked around for a while, and as expected, there were no sneak attacks anymore. Nux smiled and continued his killing, but this time he avoided getting blood on his clothes. For that, he had an ingenious idea of using his water-based skill, the water shield, to cover his body with a thin water shield that does not take much MP, and it worked. There was not a single drop of blood on his body. This was much better than being covered in blood. He was not a brawny, bloodthirsty man. He was a handsome, refined man. Being covered in blood did not suit him at all. He even thought that this water shield skill was created just so a person could avoid the blood falling on his body. If the creator of this technique heard his words, he would probably rise from the dead to hunt him down. Ding. 2-star beast killed. I am changing the notification. It takes too many words. Reward, 2 system points. Fire affinity, +2. As Nux walked after killing another beast, he heard a sound. A river. Nux was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Did you see how I single-handedly killed that beast? Yeah, Alden, we know you're strong. Why don't you just sit down and relax? It's still our first day here. We have to stay here for more than a month. Yes, now sit down and fill your water reserves. You guys are no fun. After a while, when he walked closer to the sound of the river, he heard some people talking. His steps quickened before he saw 4 people, 1 woman and 3 men sitting beside the river talking to each other. He quickly hid behind a tree, but before he could observe them with his eye of discerning, a series of notifications rang in his mind. Ding.
Chapter 45. Party System. Ding. Other people's presence detected. It is detected that these people have no enmity towards the host. A party can be formed. Would you like to form a party? Why? N. A party? Is it like teams? This time, though, the system was generous, and it quickly explained the party system. Party system. A party can be formed in 2 conditions. 1, if a person is willing to form a party with the host to complete a certain task. 2, if in a hunting ground and someone with no enmity towards the host is detected. The range of the party system is 100 kilometers. Going beyond that, the party will be dismissed automatically. Note, there is no limit to the number of people there can be in a party. What is the advantage of forming a party? Nux questioned, but it seemed that he had already exhausted his luck, as the system ignored him like usual. Nux's lips twitched, but he smiled wryly and shook his head. Whatever, there is no harm in trying. If something goes bad, I can always run away.
He had already looked at their status, and although they are strong, 2 of them were even in the master stage, the same stage as Butler Joyop. If Nux decided to run away, there are 0 chances of them catching him. Nux then pressed yes and glanced at their expressions vigilantly. Seeing that there were no changes, Nux smiled and waited. He decided to wait and see the effects of this party system. Also, he needed the water to fill his reserves, so he had nothing against waiting. Of course, he wasn't planning on revealing himself in front of them. Although they don't have enmity, they aren't friendly either. Who knows? The girl in the group might fall for his handsome face, and the guys might turn out to be jealous of him and would want to kill him. Even a handsome face has its fair share of troubles. Grrr. Nux didn't have to wait for long, as a few minutes later, a pack of 12 wolves, led by a 3-star wolf and 2 2-star wolves, appeared in front of them. This was one of the strongest groups in this outer area. If Nux was the one facing this group, he would have run away without thinking anything. He still hasn't fought a 3-star beast, so he still does not know how strong they are. The team's expression turned serious when they saw the wolf pack coming towards them. They quickly stood up, and their weapons appeared in their hands. The brawny-looking man, that also appeared to be the leader of the team, carried a huge shield and ordered, "I will fight with the leader of this pack. Alden, you take care of the 2 wolves following the leader. Oscar, you fight with the rest of the wolves. Don't worry, Annis would help you from behind." Ha! Finally some action. Although I want to fight that leader, I will follow your order and finish these 2 weaklings first. Another muscular-looking man, Alden, answered, as a giant axe appeared in his hand. He then slashed his axe at the 2 wolves, mercilessly. His attacks carried huge momentum with them. Even the ferocious-looking wolves had to back off and stay defensive under his attacks. The silent-looking man just gave a nod before a sword appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards the rest of the wolves without any fear. His movements were nimble, as he didn't give any chance to any of the wolves to attack him. Yes, leader. A bow appeared in the hands of the only girl in this group. She was the deciding factor in this group. Her arrows were sharp and precise. It was as if each arrow released from her bow had a meaning. Her arrows were merciless as they attacked the weak points of those wolves: their eyes, their ears, their nose, their mouth. No arrow missed. She was so confident in her shots that she didn't even look at the result before shooting another arrow. Grrr. Grrr. Her arrows greatly lessened the pressure the silent man was facing as he quickly started killing these wolves. Your party member, Oscar Fields, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Oscar Fields, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Annis Fishmane, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. The more notification appeared in front of his eyes, the brighter his eyes got. I can gain system points even if I am not the one killing. This is ridiculous. A bug. An absolute bug. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. As Nux was excited, another message appeared in front of his eyes. He glanced at the battlefield and saw that the muscular man with the axe had already killed one of the wolves and was attacking the other one without stopping. He then glanced at the leader of the group and saw him defending against the attacks of the leader of the pack without much difficulty. It was clear that he only intended to prolong the fight as his team deals with the rest of the wolves. Oh, wow. The wolf leader howled in anger when he saw so many of its subordinates dying, and its attack turned ferocious, although it didn't affect the leader that much. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. As Alden killed the remaining wolf, he quickly rushed towards the weaker wolves and started slaughtering them with a wide smile. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Annis Fishmane, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. As countless messages appeared in front of Nux, and his eyes brightened in joy, he was really cheering for the team from his heart. His cheering worked as they quickly dealt with the remaining wolves, and then focused on the leader of the pack. The situation turned around so quickly that even if the wolf leader wanted to retreat, it couldn't. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 3-star beast. Reward, 5 system points. Total system points, 68.
Chapter 46. An Absolute bug. After killing all the wolves, every member of the team took out a dagger and started skinning the dead bodies before storing the meat, fur, and teeth. It was clear that they were very experienced by how fast their hands moved. A tank, a warrior, a marksman, and an assassin. A perfect RPG team, Nux praised inwardly. Move your hands, we don't have much time. Too much blood has been spilt. Quickly wash and let's get out of here, the leader of the team ordered after they took all the loot. The rest of the team nodded, and within 5 minutes they moved out. As if on cue, 4 two-star beasts appeared in the area. Nux raised his eyebrows in surprise and admiration. Damn, this is what they call experience. He then smiled before he waited for the beasts to leave. After filling his water reserves, Nux left the area as well. This time, his goal was not to hunt any beasts. He had killed enough for the day. His goal was to find humans he can form parties with. Just now, he got 18 system points without even lifting his finger. It was important to note that he had only collected 50 system points after hunting beasts for a whole day. There was no limit to the number of humans he can form a party with, and the range is 100 kilometers long. If he could form a party with around 10 more teams like the ones he found, how many points would he gain? Many, many points. That's why he called the party system an absolute bug. Because that's what it was. Excited, he ran around the wilderness searching for other humans. Since it was already evening, he knew he couldn't wander around for long. After finding and secretly partying with one other party, he found a safe area and lay down. The next day, he woke up with an eager look. He started his journey to find other humans. Of course, he didn't miss the chance to one-shot any lonely 1- or 2-star beast he could find. They were free system points. He wasn't going to leave them. Your party member, Gage Uptone, has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. Your party member, Lyndon Rake, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Kelnum Brokey, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. By the afternoon, he had already partied with 5 more teams. He had noticed that this range of 100 kilometers is like a radius with him as a center. If used correctly, the range is around 200 kilometers. Nux was very happy with the huge influx of notifications, but afraid that he might get complacent, he decided to ignore these messages. As if reading his thoughts, no more messages appeared. He frowned, and then opened his system to glance at his system points. Noticing that they were still increased, he knew that the system decided to be generous, and had hidden these notifications for him. Nux smiled at the thought, and continued finding his new /team players. Ah, someone save me. While Nux was walking around, he heard a scream and frowned. He then rushed towards the sound and found a boy who should be around his age, sitting on the ground, his eyes filled with horror as he glanced at the dead body lying beside him. The body was still twitching, indicating that it died recently. He also saw 2 men surrounded by 8 2-star wolves. By their wounds, it was clear that they were in a bad position. Should I save them? Nux thought about it and decided to act. He wasn't a cold-blooded person. If he can save them without getting into trouble, he will help them. Also, they will be his future /teammates. He wasn't going to let them die. He then activated his Steps of Gale and appeared behind a wolf, slashing its head with 1 slash before fighting the other. The guard's eyes widened when he saw him appearing out of nowhere. With all his skills on the beginner level, combined with his peak beginner level sword skill, Nux was already strong enough to deal with these wolves alone, and with the 2 guards holding some of them, he quickly killed all the wolves without any problems. Thank you. My name is Wybert Long, the son of Marquis Long of the Skyfall Kingdom, Nux introduced. Of course, Nux already knew about it due to his Eye of Discerning. A Marquis's son? What are you doing here in the wilderness? I'm here to gain some fighting experience. But I didn't expect someone to die because of me. Wybert replied in a sad tone as he glanced at the dead body of his guard. You came into the wilderness with just 3 guards? Nux questioned in surprise. No, I have more guards. It was just that the head guard heard some sound coming from there and he took some men to check it out. We were then attacked by the wolf pack and this happened. Oh, Nux raised his eyebrows as he heard that. Ah, Mr. Savior, I still don't know your name. It's me, Dio, Nux replied. The head guard who had the duty to protect the son of Marquis left because he heard a sound coming from there. Not only that, right after he left, the son was attacked by a pack of wolves. If this didn't sound shady, Nux didn't know what did. There was no way he was going to tell his real name to him. Oh, Mr. Dio, why don't you join...
I am extremely sorry, young master, but I am about to leave this wilderness, so I can't join you, but I do hope you have a safe and fulfilling adventure. Saying that, Nux ran away.
Chapter 47. Improvements. Nux ran away, or so the guards thought. After a while, he returned and hid behind the trees. No, he didn't have any intention to help the boy. Someone was planning to get the son of a marquis killed. On one side there was a marquis, and on the other was someone who dared to kill Marquis's son. Both of them aren't someone he could afford to offend. Not only him, but even Felberta also might not be safe he offended them. He was even regretting his decision to help the boy initially. Well, what's done was done, he couldn't change it, and just sighed. If he doesn't want to help, why was he back here then? Of course, that is to form a party with the rest of the guards who should be returning soon. Who knows, he might earn some extra points. He didn't have to wait for long as the head guard along with the other guards appeared. If the head guard was surprised to see the boy alive, he didn't show it on his face. He just showed his concern and asked if the boy was safe and acted calmly. Nux was even more scared seeing that. He quickly formed a party and ran away. This time, he ran away for real. Nux continued his search for the whole day as he killed some beasts while he was at it. After forming parties with around 14 teams, he found a relatively safe place and rested for the night. The next day, Nux stood up with a fresh smile. Today, he wasn't going to find any humans anymore. Of course, it was a different case if he found them by chance. He would be stupid if he didn't party with them. Status: Lander. Age: 18. Mana cultivation: Advance. Body cultivation: Advance. Talent: Medium. LVL: 24. HP: 620, 620. MP: 410, 410. Strength: 59, 61. Agile: 66, 69. Vit: 62. Stem: 63, 64. Int: 41. Def: 58. Blank points: 108. His stats rose again, and this time it wasn't due to a level up. This was all due to his sword skill. Being a body cultivation skill, it didn't require mana, only raw strength. Therefore, the stronger his mastery over it, the stronger his strength will be. Therefore, he decided that he was going to raise his mastery of the skill to a small achievement stage within the next few days. He walked towards a group of 4 2-star bears he found and fought them while only using his 9 strikes of sword. Of course, he also used his water shield to prevent blood from falling on him. The more he fought, the more he could feel his mastery over his sword was increasing. His movements turned smoother and smoother, and even his speed increased. His improvement speed was frightening. After defeating the bears, he found another group of 2-star beasts and continued fighting them in the same way. Of course, he wasn't unscathed as well, since he wasn't experienced enough right now, but his wound wasn't that serious since his armor was very tough. There were just a few scratches here and there, which quickly vanished after he drank the healing potion. For the next few days, Nux continued fighting the same way. From 4 2-star beasts, he fought more than 10 2-star beasts at the same time without many injuries. Even a 3-star beast cannot do that. He was now sure that he can fight any 3-star beasts without any problem, but he didn't fight right away and continued fighting 2-star beasts. His 9 strikes of sword has already reached the mid-level small achievement stage. As he has already achieved his goal, he had decided to fight these beasts with just his 4 basic element skills to train them. However, the more he fought, the quicker he found out that training his 4 skills wasn't as simple as his sword skill. He had a limited amount of MP. Although he can force himself with his sheer will if he was low on stamina, he couldn't do the same with his MP, because he would pass out if his MP reaches 0. Of course, he can use mana potions, but Felberta warned him not to use them too much since they contained impurities and might affect his body in the future, so he avoided them as much as possible. This was annoying. Although he can feel his skills improving, the process was really slow compared with his sword skill. It took him 15 days to raise all his skills to the small achievement stage, among which only his Steps of Gale was at a mid-level small achievement stage. However, even with that, he still wasn't able to defeat more than 5 2-star beasts, since these beasts run away as soon as they feel that they cannot fight him anymore.
Unlike his sword skill, which has the power to deal significant damage in one attack, his attacking skills, Earth Fist and Fireball, weren't as strong. The time it took him to defeat one beast is enough for the rest of them to run away. Nux shook his head, dejected. He had to give up. No matter how much he tried, the skills he has are still just 1-star skills. It is difficult to kill 2-star beasts with them. Also, MP wasn't his strong point either. Nux sighed as he returned to his safe point and rested for the night. He has decided to fight with 3-star beasts from tomorrow.
Chapter 48. Fuck, I am doomed. Using Steps of Gale, Nux appeared behind a star bear. He slashed his sword, but unlike how previously the head is hacked off without any resistance, he could only leave a deep wound on its neck. However, Nux wasn't how he used to be either. After 20 days of continuous fighting, his instincts and experience were better than the last time. He quickly stomped his foot and jumped back. Not only that, he even created a water shield in front of him in case the bear reacted faster than he expected and attacks him. His worries, however, were unfounded. Only when he landed on the ground did the bear finally turn back and attacked. Roar! Damn, a 3-star beast's defense is really something. My sword isn't strong enough to defeat it in one move. Nux muttered as he glanced at the 2.5 meters huge Earth Bear in front of him. Earth Bear. Cultivation. 3-star beast. LOV 33. HP 210 430. STR 44. AGL 42. VIT 43. STM 41. DEF 46. I just need another strike to end him, but I don't think it would be that easy. Nux thought as he glanced at the Earth Bear that was looking at him with red eyes and a maddened look. It was as if it was ready to fight to the death. Nux looked into its eyes and threw a fireball toward it. Of course, he wasn't trying to hurt it with it. He just didn't want to give him time to rest, even a second. While the bear dodged the fireball, Nux's figure blurred. The bear knew that Nux was too fast for him and he couldn't block his attacks very well, so he directly covered its wounded neck with its paws. In the end, you are just a brainless beast. Nux then appeared right in front of it as he stabbed his sword right through its heart. Nux was merciless with his moves. Even though he understood that now that he pierced his heart, he won't live for long, he still activated his Earth Fist and punched his nose continuously. Bam! A few seconds later, he retrieved his sword and the bear's huge body finally fell to the ground. Ding. 3-star beast killed. Reward. 5 system points. Earth Affinity. +5. Nux felt overjoyed. It was a 3-star beast, a beast that can rival and even defeat a normal master rank cultivator, and he defeated it without a scratch. He has indeed grown stronger. However, he didn't get complacent. He had a big advantage in this fight, since if he was the one who attacked first and dealt with so much damage, he will now take on a 3-star beast one-on-one, and later he will fight a group of beasts, just like the wolf pack his first party members encountered a few days ago, alone. 5 days later, Nux sat on top of a huge rock, breathing heavily. Even after wiping it again and again, the traces of beast's blood on his face still weren't gone. Although he wasn't injured since he had recovery potions, the same can't be said about his armor. The original thick-looking silver armor had many dents on it. There were many deep cuts on it as well. Although there were no holes, these deep cuts weren't any different from them either. After washing his face and getting rid of the blood scent, Nux changed his position again and directly lay down on the ground. He was very tired. He just fought 3 3-star beasts alone. That was the reason why his armor was damaged. Or else, even when fighting with a 3-star beast accompanied by some lower-level beasts, he didn't face many problems. Of course, he gained a lot from this fight. His sword technique rose to the peak-level small achievement stage. The harder you fight, the more you grow. Thinking that, he glanced in the direction of the inner area of the wilderness. A 4-star beast. I should be able to defeat them. Nux smiled inwardly before he stood up and returned to his temporary base and called off the day early. If he was going to do what he was thinking to do, he needs to rest well and do it when he is at his peak. The next day, Nux woke up and stepped into the inner area. 3-star beasts were the weakest here. He has just walked into the area and could already see a group of 5 3-star beasts sitting together. Nux walked further, and before long, he found his target. Fiery Flame Lion. Cultivation. 4-star beast. LOV. 43. HP. 210. 430. STR. 56. AGL. 59. VIT. 52.
STM 58, DEF 55. A beast with the same size as the lion, but its aura was a lot stronger. Its mane was covered with flames, which gave off an imposing look. Nux used the same old tactic. Activating his Steps of Gale, he appeared behind the lion and slashed his sword. This time, however, the beast sensed his attack and moved a little. The attack, which should have hit its neck, only grazed its shoulder. Nux was surprised, not because the beast sensed it, but because the damage his attack caused was very low. It was like a deep scratch. Roar! The lion attacked with its paws. Nux tried to defend it with its sword, but clang! His sword broke. Fuck, I am doomed. Okay, I know some of you might think that MC is weak since he couldn't even defeat a beast that has lower stats than him, but you have to understand that he has very low-level equipments. A 2-star sword can't hurt a 4-star beast. His best skill is only a 2-star sword skill, while the rest of the skills are even worse. MC is strong, okay? If he had a better sword, he could defeat the beast easily. If your question is that how can a beast be so strong without a weapon or whatever, then please understand that they have their claws, teeth, etc. as weapons, and they are definitely better than a 2-star sword. Also remember, he has only been here for around 30 days. He can't become a Mr. Know-It-All with such a limited amount of time. So please bear with it. Next time, you will see MC defeating opponents whose stats are even higher than his. Thank you, Clank.
Chapter 49. I plowed really hard. Author's note. Hi. New week, new goals, right? So how do we start? First, let's start with the warning. No spams will be counted. No. Nope, I still have trauma from the last time. Also, please keep in mind to not use certain words in the comments. Change it to like sex, fuck. Be a little creative, because if not, WebNovel will del your comments and I won't be able to reply to them. Alright, with that aside, let's move to this week's goals. I'll increase it a bit because a man can dream, right? 80 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. 160 Power Stones, 2 extra chapters. 240 Power Stones, 3 extra chapters. 320 Power Stones, 4 extra chapters. 400 Power Stones, 5 extra chapters. If it passes 400, well, you guys know the basic maths, right? I hope, right? Right? Bowls for reviews. No spamming. We have a total of 64 reviews right now. I'll review it again when I get some time, so adding that, we have 65 reviews. 70 reviews, 1 extra chapter. 75 reviews, 2 extra chapters. 80 reviews, 3 extra chapters. 85 reviews, 4 extra chapters. 90 reviews, 5 extra chapters. 95 reviews, 6 extra chapters. 100 reviews, 7 extra chapters. 105 reviews, 8 extra chapters. If it passes 105, well, you guys know the basic maths, right? I hope, right? Right? Of course, this will only be applicable for this week. That means till next Monday. After that, we will refresh it. Also, you guys know me. I am an expert in taking out chapters from my ass. Although I might not have many chapters right now, I promise you that by the end of this week, I'll give you every extra chapter I owe you guys. So, keep supporting and give me powera. I begin you-a. The lion attacked with its paws. Nux tried to defend it with his sword, but clang! His sword broke and he was sent flying. His body clashed with a tree before stopping. Cough. He coughed blood before he glanced at the lion that stood in front of him with a wary look. It hurts. He then looked below and sighed. A hole finally appeared on it. Yes, there was a 10-centimeter hole in his armor. He then glanced at his broken sword that now looked like a dagger. However, before he could think about anything else, a fireball was shot at him. The fireball was a lot stronger than the little 1-star parlor trick he uses. It was dangerous. He dodged the fireball and saw the fiery flame lion rushing toward him. Its fighting style is similar to mine. Nux chuckled before he pushed his body to the limit as he activated his Steps of Gale and appeared beside the beast. He crouched and... Earth Fist. He punched his balls. Roar! The lion roared in pain, but Nux wasn't done. He moved and stabbed his broken sword and the horn of the 3-star rhino beast into its eyes. Roar! The lion howled in agony as he moved its limbs randomly, hoping to hit Nux, but the said person had already jumped back and was staring at him. The lion had sensed that Nux was not around him. It quickly gave up and decided to run away. Did you really think I will fight fairly after losing my weapon? No way.
How do you think I defeated 3 3-star beasts alone? Nux didn't have any plan to let it go. He dashed towards the beast as another rhino horn appeared in his hand, and he directly stabbed it into its leg. Roar! The lion fell, crying in agony. Losing its sight and the ability to run, it knew its end was near. Still, it dragged its body, trying to get away if it can. Nux then removed the rhino's horn from its eyes and stabbed it towards its heart. He knew his sword wasn't strong enough to pierce through its skin, so he directly used a better alternative. Roar! The fiery flame lion took its last breath before its consciousness fell into darkness. The flames surrounding its mane died down, signaling its end. His muscles were tightly packed and dense, without any ounce of extra fat around them. His posture was also a lot better than it was before, giving him an aura of a natural-born fighter. His face looked more chiseled, improving his looks by another level. He was most definitely a charmer. After admiring his looks and muscles for a while, Nux smiled in satisfaction before jumping into the bed as he called, Status.
Chapter 50. New and ridiculously overpowered abilities. Name: Nux Leander. Age: 18. Mana Cultivation: Advance. Body Cultivation: Advance. Talent: Medium. LVL: 24. HP: 620/620. MP: 410/410. Stren: 61/64. Agile: 69/74. Vite: 62. Steam: 64/67. Int: 41. Def: 58/61. Blank points: 108. Satisfied by his progress, Nux nodded before he smiled in excitement and looked at the biggest gain he got in this trip to the Blood Hills Wilderness. System Shop. System Shop. Cultivation Techniques. Skill Books. Weapons. Abilities. He directly scrolled over everything before his eyes fell on the most important thing. Current system points, 15,748. More than 15,000, holy fuck. Nux's eyes widened in surprise and he smiled widely. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't control himself and laughed out loud. He then moved his eyes towards the Abilities section. 1-star abilities, 100 system points. 2-star abilities, 200 system points. 3-star abilities, 500 system points. 4-star abilities, 1,000 system points. 5-star abilities, 2,000 system points. 6-star abilities, 5,000 system points. 7-star abilities, 10,000 system points. 8-star abilities, 100,000 system points. He didn't think much and directly jumped into 7-star abilities. To be honest, he did calculate a bit and had a rough idea that he might get enough points to buy a 7-star ability. Of course, the results still surprised him, but he calmed himself and directly scrolled to the ability he had his eyes on. Conceal. 7-star ability. Description: when activated, no one will be able to sense the user's presence or see him if the user doesn't wish for it. Only a cultivator with 3 times more MP than the user can detect the user's presence, or else the user can only be detected if he touches or is touched by the user. Note: if the user's killing intent is detected by a cultivator, the effect of the ability Conceal would wear off. Price: 10,000 system points. This ability was really good. Not only that, but Nux has also found another ability that would help him turn this ability from good to overpowered. Professional Killer. 3-star ability. Description: a passive skill that controls a user's killing intent to such an extent that it could only be released after the user's attack has landed, or has failed to land on the target. Price: 500 system points. A perfect combination. Nux thought inwardly as he smiled and quickly bought the 2 abilities. He felt a weird power entering and then blending into his body. Nux then suddenly learned how to activate his Conceal ability, and it felt as natural as breathing or moving an arm.
The best part, and the reason why Nux bought abilities instead of skills or weapons, was that just like craving touch or eye of discerning, he didn't need MP to activate them. Yes, if Nux wanted, he could use conceal for as long as he desired without feeling anything. That is how scary his ability was. Wanting to test it, Nux activated his newly gained ability and left the room. He went towards the cafeteria, and as expected, no one noticed him. He then picked up a fruit. He thought that he would be like an invisible man eating a fruit, scaring everyone here, but to his surprise, no one noticed it. He then walked towards the table where two men were sitting. He then picked up the spoon that was there on the man's plate, and although the man frowned a little, he didn't notice anything and picked up another spoon before continuing eating. He then disabled the ability and appeared in front of someone. However, even after activating Conceal again, he was still visible to him. He concluded that if someone has already seen him, then unless he moves out of his sight, he will not be able to activate his ability again. Of course, Nux didn't complain about it since disappearing in front of someone would be a little too ridiculous. This is great, as expected of a 7-star ability. He walked around and did some tests and double-checked the description of the ability. He even tried to talk to people, but no one replied. He waved his hands, lowered his pants, and even danced in front of others, but no one noticed him at all. He was now sure. As long as he didn't touch or get accidentally touched by someone, no one would be able to see him if he doesn't want it. My days in the wilderness would have been much more comfortable if I had this. Nux thought inwardly as he sighed. Of course, he wasn't planning to return either. He was missing his Fel, Skyla, and Lane. He then returned to his room and lay down as he closed his eyes. But soon he sat up as a thought appeared in his mind. His ability was scary. How tragic was it that you died without even knowing who killed you? How tragic was it that you died while you were sleeping? Or worse, how tragic was it that you died while having sex and were just about to come? Nux shivered as he thought of the last possibility and started searching his ability section. After an hour of intense search, he finally found something he needed. Sense. 5-star ability. Description. When activated, the user will be able to sense everything around him. The range will depend on the user's MP. 1 MP equals 1 meter. Note, the ability will be activated automatically if someone is deliberately hiding his or her presence and is in the detection range of the user. Note, the ability will fail to detect the presence of a cultivator who is concealing his presence and has 2 times more MP than the user's. Price, 2,000 system points. Nux quickly bought the skill, and just like before, he knew how to activate it as if it was the most natural thing to do. He then quickly activated the skill, and suddenly, images of everything less than 400 meters around him appeared in his mind. He could even see an ant carrying something huge on its back while walking towards its hole. The images he was seeing were clear, as if he was seeing them with his own eyes. He could zoom in or zoom out however he wanted, and it would still be as clear as it was before. Not only that, he can even hear the images if he wants. That means if he is spying on someone and that person is talking to someone else, he can even hear their conversation as if he is present there. What Nux found even more ridiculous was that he could use his Eye of Discerning along with this skill. That means he doesn't have to see the cultivator even if he wants to see his stats. Holy shit, how is it just a 5-star ability? It's so cool.